Chapter 30 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 30 The Revival. Before the close of the herring fishing, one of those movements of the spiritual waters, which in different forms and under different names manifest themselves at various intervals of space and of time, was in full vortex. It was supposed by the folk of Portlossy to have begun in the village of Scournose, but by the time it was recognized as existent, no one could tell whence it had come, any more than he could predict whither it was going. Of its spiritual origin, it may be also predicated with confidence that its roots lay deeper than human insight could reach, and were far more interwoven than human analysis could disentangle. One notable fact bearing on its nature was, that it arose among the people themselves, without the intervention or immediate operation of the clergy, who indeed to a man were set against it. Hence the flood was at first free from the results of one influence most prolific of the pseudo-spiritual, namely the convulsive efforts of men with faith in a certain evil system of theology, to rouse a galvanic life by working on the higher feelings through the electric sympathies of large assemblages, and through the excitement of late hours, prolonged prayers and exhortations, and sometimes even direct appeal to individuals in public presence. The end of these things is death, for the reaction is towards spiritual hardness and a more confirmed unbelief. When the excitement has died away, those at least in whom the spiritual faculty is for the time exhausted presume that they have tasted and seen, and found that nothing is there. The whole thing is closely allied to the absurdity of those who would throw down or who would accept the challenge to test the reality of answer to prayer by applying the force of a multitudinous petition to the will of the supposed divinity. I say supposed divinity because a being whose will could be thus moved like a water wheel could not be in any sense divine. If there might be a religious person so foolish and irreverent as to agree to such a test, crucial indeed, but in a far other sense than that imagined, I would put it to him whether the very sense of experiment would not destroy in his mind all faculty of prayer, placing him in the position no more of a son of God, but of one who, tempting the Lord his God, may read his rebuke where it stands recorded for the ages. But where such a movement has originated amongst the people, the very facts adduced to argue its falsehood from its vulgarity are to me so many indications on the other side. For I could ill believe in a divine influence which did not take the person such as he was, did not, while giving him power from beyond him, leave his individuality uninjured, yea, intensify it, subjecting the very means of its purification, the spread of the new leaven, to the laws of time and growth. To look at the thing from the other side, the genuineness of the man's reception of it will be manifest in the meeting of his present conditions with the new thing, in the show of results natural to one of his degree of development. To hear a rude man utter his experience in the forms of cultivation would be at once to suspect the mere glitter of a reflex, and to doubt an illumination from within. I repeat, the genuine influence shows itself such in showing that it has laid hold of the very man, at the very stage of growth he had reached. The dancing of David before the ark, the glow of St. Stephen's face, and the wild gestures and rude songs of miners and fishers and negroes may all be signs of the presence of the same spirit in temples various. Children will rush and shout and holloa for the same joy which sends others of the family to weep apart. Of course, the one infallible test as to whether any such movement is of man without God, or of God within the man, is the following life. Only a large space for fluctuation must be allowed, where a whole world of passions and habits has to be subjected to the will of God, through the vicegerency of a human will hardly or only just awakened, and as yet unconscious of itself. The nearest Joseph Maire could come to the origin of the present movement was the influence of a certain Stornoway fisherman, whom they had brought back with them on their return from the coasts of Lewis, a man of Celtic fervour and faith, who had agreed to accompany them probably in the hope of serving a set of the bravest and hardest working men in the world, who yet spent a large part of their ease in drinking up the earnings of fierce and perilous labour. There were a few amongst them, he found, already prepared to receive the word, and to each of these he spoke in private. They spoke to one another, then each to his friend outside the little circle. Next a few met to pray. These drew others in, and at length it was delivered from mouth to mouth that on the following Sunday, at a certain early hour in the morning, a meeting would be held in the Baillies Barn, a cave large enough to receive all the grown population of Scournos. The news of this gathering, of course, reached the Seton, where some were inclined to go and see, others to go and hear, most of even the latter class, however, being at the same time more than inclined to mock at the idea of a popular religious assembly. Not so Duncan MacPhail, who, notwithstanding the more than half pagan character of his ideas, had too much reverence to mock at anything in the form of religion, to all the claims of which he was even eager to assent. When the duty of forgiveness was pressed upon him too hard, he would take his last refuge in accepting to the authority of the messenger. He regarded the announcement of the meeting with the greater respect that the man from Stornoway was a MacLeod, and so of his mother's clan. It was now the end of August, when the sky is of a paler blue in the daytime, and greener about the sunset. The air had in it a touch of cold, which, like as a faint acid affects a sweet drink, only rendered the warmth more pleasant. On the appointed morning the tide was low, and the waves died gently upon the sand, seeming to have crept away from the shore to get nearer to the sunrise. Duncan was walking along the hard, wet sand towards the promontory, with Mr. Graham on one side of him, and Malcolm on the other. There was no gun to fire this morning. It was Sunday, and all might repose undisturbed. The longer sleep in bed, possibly the shorter in church. "I wish you had your sight but for a moment, Mr. MacPhail," said the schoolmaster. "How this sunrise would make you leap for joy." "Aye," said Malcolm. "It would gar Daddy Griptle his pipes in 2 hurries." "And what should she be wanting her pipes for?" asked Duncan. "To praise God with," answered Malcolm. "Aye, aye," murmured Duncan thoughtfully. "They are that." "What are they?" asked Mr. Graham gently. "For to praise God," answered Duncan solemnly. "I almost envy you," returned Mr. Graham, "when I think how you will praise God one day. What a glorious waking you will have." "Then it'll be your opinion, Mr. Graham, that she'll be sleeping her sound sleep, and not be lying wide awake in her coffin all the time." "A good deal better than that, Mr. MacPhail," returned the schoolmaster cheerily. "It's my opinion that you are, as it were, asleep now, and that the moment you die you will feel as if you had just woke up, and for the first time in your life. For one thing, you will see far better then than any of us do now." But poor Duncan could not catch the idea. His mind was filled with a preventing fancy. "Yes, I know, at the day of judgment," he said. "But what'll be the use of keeping her eyes open before she'll be up? How should she be seeing with all the earth above her, and a gravestone too, that I know my boy Malcolm will be laying on the top of his old grandfather to keep him warm, and let people be know that the blind piper will be lying down below wide awake and very uncomfortable?" "Excuse me, Mr. MacPhail, but that's all a mistake," said Mr. Graham positively. "The body is but a sort of shell that we cast off when we die, as the corn casts off its husk when it begins to grow. The life of the seed comes up out of the earth in a new body, as St. Paul says." "Then," interrupted Duncan, "she'll be growing up out of her grave like a seed growing up to be a corn or a barley?" The schoolmaster began to despair of ever conveying to the piper the idea that the living man is the seed sown, and that when the body of this seed dies, then the new body with the man in it springs alive out of the old one, that the death of the one is the birth of the other. Far more enlightened people than Duncan never imagine, and would find it hard to believe, that the sowing of the seed spoken of might mean something else than the burying of the body, not perceiving what yet surely is plain enough, that that would be the sowing of a seed already dead, and incapable of giving birth to anything whatever. "No, no," he said almost impatiently. "You will never be in the grave. It is only your body that will go there, with nothing like life about it except the smile the glad soul has left on it. The poor body when thus forsaken is so dead that it can't even stop smiling. Get Malcolm to read to you out of the book of the Revelation, how there were multitudes even then standing before the throne. They had died in this world, yet there they were, well and happy." "Oh, yes," said Duncan, with no small touch of spitefulness in his tone, twanging at their fine golden harps. "She'll not be thinking much of the harp for a music-maker.
and people tells her she'll not be having her pipes there. Oh, Con, she'll just be lying still and not be getting up. And when the work is over, and everybody gone away, she'll just be getting up, and taking a look about her, to see if she'll be finding a stand of pipes that some good Highlandman has been left behind him when he died lately."
"You'll find it rather lonely, won't you?"
"Yes, no doubt, for they'll all be gone up. Well, she'll have her pipes, and she could not go where the pipes was looked down upon by all the great people, and all the small ones too."
They had now reached the foot of the promontory, and turned northwards, each of his companions taking an arm of the piper to help him over the rocks that lay between them and the mouth of the cave, which soon yawned before them like a section of the mouth of a great fish. Its floor of smooth rock had been swept out clean, and sprinkled with dry sea sand. There were many hollows and projections along its sides, rudely fit for serving as seats, to which had been added a number of forms extemporized of planks and thwarts. No one had yet arrived when they entered, and they went at once to the further end of the cave, that Duncan, who was a little hard of hearing, might be close to the speakers. There his companions turned and looked behind them. An exclamation, followed by a full glance at each other, broke from each. The sun, just clearing the end of the opposite promontory, shone right into the mouth of the cave, from the midst of a tumult of gold, in which all the other colours of his approach had been swallowed up. The Triumph strode splendent over sea and shore, subduing waves and rocks to a path for its mighty entrance into that dark cave on the human coast. With his back to the light stood Duncan in the bottom of the cave, his white hair gleaming argentine, as if his poor blind head were the very goal of the heavenly progress. He turned round.
"Will it be a fire? She feels something warm on her head,"
he said, rolling his sightless orbs upon which the splendour broke waveless, casting a grim shadow of him on the jagged rock behind. "No," answered Mr. Graham, "it is the sun you feel. He's just out of his grave." The old man gave a grunt. "I often think," said the schoolmaster to Malcolm, "that possibly the reason why we are told so little about the world we are going to is that no description of it would enter our minds, any more than a description of that sunrise would carry a notion of its reality into the mind of your grandfather."
"She's obliged to you, Mr. Graham," said the piper with offence. "You take her very stupid. You're so proud of your eyes you think a blind man cannot see at all."
But the folk began to assemble. By twos and threes, now from the one side, now from the other, they came dropping in as if out of the rush of the blinding sunshine, till the seats were nearly filled, while a goodly company gathered about the mouth of the cave, there to await the arrival of those who had called the meeting. Presently MacLeod, a small thin man, with iron-grey hair, keen shrewd features, large head, and brown complexion, appeared, and made his way to the farther end of the cave, followed by 3 or 4 of the men of Skowronose, among whom walked a pale-faced consumptive lad, with bowed shoulders and eyes on the ground. He it was who, feebly clambering on a ledge of rock, proceeded to conduct the worship of the assembly. His parents were fisher people of Skowronose, who, to make a minister of him, had been half starving the rest of their family, but he had broken down at length under the hardships of endless work and wretched food. From the close of the session in March, he had been teaching in Aberdeen until a few days before, when he came home, aware that he was dying, and full of a fervour betraying anxiety concerning himself, rather than indicating the possession of good news for others. The sun had now so far changed his position that, although he still shone into the cave, the preacher stood in the shadow, out of which gleamed his wasted countenance, pallid and sombre and solemn, as first he poured forth an abject prayer for mercy, conceived in the spirit of a slave supplicating the indulgence of a hard master, and couched in words and tones that bore not a trace of the filial. Then read the chapter containing the curses of Mount Ebal, and gave the congregation one of Duncan's favourite psalms to sing, and at length began a sermon on what he called the divine justice. Not one word was there in it, however, concerning God's love of fair dealing, either as betwixt himself and man, or as betwixt man and his fellow. The preacher's whole notion of justice was the punishment of sin, and that punishment was hell, and hell only, so that the whole sermon was about hell from beginning to end, hell appalling, lurid, hopeless. And the eyes of all were fixed upon him with that glow from within which manifests the listening spirit. Some of the women were pale as himself from sympathetic horror, doubtless also from a vague stirring of the conscience, which, without accusing them of crime, yet told them that all was not right between them and their God, while the working of the faces of some of the men betrayed a mind not at all at ease concerning their prospects. It was an eloquent and powerful utterance, and might doubtless claim its place in the economy of human education. But it was at best a pagan embodiment of truths such as a righteous pagan might have discovered, and breathed nothing of the spirit of Christianity, being as unjust towards God as it represented him to be towards men. The God of the preacher was utterly unlike the Father of Jesus. Urging his hearers to flee from the wrath to come, he drew such a picture of an angry deity as in nothing resembled the revelation in the Son. "Fellow sinners," he said in conclusion, "haste ye, and flee from the wrath to come. Now is God waiting to be gracious, but only so long as his Son holds back the indignation ready to burst forth and devour you. He sprinkles its flames with the scarlet wool and the hyssop of atonement. He stands between you and justice, and pleads with his incensed Father for his rebellious creatures. Well for you that he so stands and so pleads. Yet even he could not prevail forever against such righteous anger, and it is but for a season he will thus entreat. The day will come when he will stand aside and let the fiery furnace break forth and slay you. Then with howling and anguish, with weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth, ye shall know that God is a God of justice, that his wrath is one with his omnipotence, and his hate everlasting as the fires of hell. But do as ye will, ye cannot thwart his decrees, for to whom he will he showeth mercy, and whom he will he hardeneth." Scarcely had he ceased, when a loud cry, clear and keen, rang through every corner of the cave. Well might the preacher start and gaze around him, for the cry was articulate, sharply muddled into the 3 words, "Father Alates!" Some of the men gave a scared groan, and some of the women shrieked. None could tell whence the cry had come, and Malcolm alone could guess who must have uttered it. "Yes," said the preacher, recovering himself, and replying to the voice. "He is the Father of lights, but only to them that are in Christ Jesus. He is no Father, but an avenging deity, to them over whom the robe of his imputed righteousness is not cast. Jesus Christ himself will not be gracious forever. Kiss ye the Son, lest even he be angry, and ye perish from the way when his wrath is kindled but a little." "Father Alates!" rang the cry again, and louder than before. To Malcolm it seemed close behind him, but he had the self-possession not to turn his head. The preacher took no farther notice. MacLeod stood up, and having in a few simple remarks attempted to smooth some of the asperities of the youth's address, announced another meeting in the evening, and dismissed the assembly with a prayer. Malcolm went home with his grandfather. He was certain it was the Laird's voice he had heard, but he would attempt no search after his refuge that day, for dread of leading to its discovery by others. That evening most of the boats of the Seton set out for the fishing ground as usual, but not many went from Scournos. Blue Peter would go no more of a Sunday. Hence Malcolm was free for the night, and again with his grandfather walked along the sands in the evening towards the cave. The sun was going down on the other side of the promontory before them, and the sky was gorgeous in rose and blue, in peach and violet, in purple and green, barred and fretted, heaped and broken, scattered and massed, every colour edged and tinged and harmonized with a glory as of gold, molten with heat and glowing with fire. The thought that his grandfather could not see, and had never seen such splendour, made Malcolm sad, and very little was spoken between them as they went. When they arrived, the service had already commenced, but room was made for them to pass, and a seat was found for Duncan where he could hear. Just as they entered, Malcolm spied, amongst those who preferred the open air at the mouth of the cavern, a face which he was all but certain was that of one of the 3 men from whom he had rescued the Laird. MacLeod was to address them. He took for his text the words of the Saviour, "Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." and founded upon them a simple, gracious, and all but eloquent discourse, very different in tone and influence from that of the young student. It must be confessed that the Christ he presented was very far off, and wrapped in a hazy nimbus of abstraction, that the toil of his revelation was forgotten, the life he lived being only alluded to, and that not for the sake of showing what he was, and hence what God is, but to illustrate the conclusions of men concerning him. And yet there was that heart of reality in the whole thing, which no moral vulgarity of theory, no injustice towards God, no tyranny of stupid logic over childlike intuitions, could so obscure as to render it inoperative. From the form of the Son of Man, thus beheld from afar, came a warmth, like the warmth from the first approach of the far-off sun in spring, sufficing to rouse the earth from the sleep of winter, in which all the time the same sun has been its warmth, and has kept it from sleeping unto death. MacLeod was a thinker, aware of the movements of his own heart, and able to reflect on others the movements of their hearts. Hence, although in the main he treated the weariness and oppression from which Jesus offered to set them free, as arising from a sense of guilt and the fear of coming misery, he could not help alluding to more ordinary troubles, and depicting other phases of the heart's restlessness with such truth and sympathy, that many listened with a vague feeling of exposure to a supernatural insight. The sermon soon began to show its influence, for a sense of the need of help is so present to every simple mind, that of all messages the offer of help is of easiest reception. Some of the women were sobbing, and the silent tears were flowing down the faces of others, while of the men many were looking grave and thoughtful, and kept their eyes fixed on the speaker. At length, towards the close, MacLeod judged it needful to give a word of warning. "But, my friends," he said, and his voice grew low and solemn, "I dare not make an end without reminding you that, if you stop your ears against the gracious call, a day will come when not even the merits of the Son of God will avail you, but the wrath of the—" "Father Alates!" once more burst ringing out, like the sudden cry of a trumpet in the night. MacLeod took no notice of it, but brought his sermon at once to a close, and specified the night of the following Saturday for the next meeting. They sung a psalm, and after a slow, solemn, thoughtful prayer, the congregation dispersed. But Malcolm, who, anxious because of the face he had seen as he entered, had been laying his plans, after begging his grandfather in a whisper to go home without him, for a reason he would afterward explain, withdrew into a recess whence he could watch the cave, without being readily discovered. Scarcely had the last voices of the retreating congregation died away, when the same ill-favoured face peeped round the corner of the entrance, gave a quick glance about, and the man came in. Like a snuffing terrier, he went peering in the dimness into every hollow, and behind every projection, until he suddenly caught sight of Malcolm, probably by a glimmering of his eyes. "Hillo, Humpy!" he cried in a tone of exultation, and sprang up the rough ascent of a step or two to where he sat. Malcolm half rose, and met him with a well-delivered blow between the eyes. He fell, and lay for a moment stunned. Malcolm sat down again and watched him. When he came to himself, he crept out, muttering imprecations. He knew it was not Humpy who dealt that blow. As soon as he was gone, Malcolm in his turn began searching. He thought he knew every hole and corner of the cave, and there was but one where the Laird, who, for as near him as he heard his voice the first time, certainly had not formed one of the visible congregation, might have concealed himself. If that was his covert, there he must be still, for he had assuredly not issued from it. Immediately behind where he had sat in the morning was a projection of rock, with a narrow cleft between it and the wall of the cavern, visible only from the very back of the cave, where the roof came down low. But when he thought of it, he saw that even here he could not have been hidden in the full light of the morning from the eyes of some urchins who had seated themselves as far back as the roof would allow them, and they had never looked as if they saw anything more than other people. Still, if he was to search at all, here he must begin. The cleft had scarcely more width than sufficed to admit his body, and his hands told him at once that there was no Laird there. Could there be any opening further? If there was, it could only be somewhere above. Was advance in that direction possible? He felt about, and finding 2 or 3 footholds, began to climb in the dark, and had reached the height of 6 feet or so, when he came to a horizontal projection, which, for a moment only, barred his further progress. Having literally surmounted this, that is, got on the top of it, he found there a narrow vertical opening. Was it but a shallow recess, or did it lead into the heart of the rock? Carefully feeling his way both with hands and feet, he advanced a step or 2, and came to a place where the passage widened a little, and then took a sharp turn, and became so narrow that it was with difficulty he forced himself through. It was, however, but one close pinch, and he found himself, as his feet told him, at the top of a steep descent. He stood for a moment hesitating, for prudence demanded a light. The sound of the sea was behind him, but all in front was still as the darkness of the grave. Suddenly, up from unknown depths of gloom, came the tones of a sweet childish voice, singing, "The Lord's my shepherd." Malcolm waited until the psalm was finished, and then called out, "Mr. Stewart, I'm here, Malcolm MacPhail. I want to see ye. Tell him it's me, Feemy." A brief pause followed, then Feemy's voice answered, "Come away down. He says ye to be welcome." "Canna ye show a light then? For I dinna ken a fit o' the road," said Malcolm. The next moment a light appeared at some little distance below, and presently began to ascend, borne by Feemy, towards the place where he stood. She took him by the hand without a word, and led him down a slope, apparently formed of material fallen from the roof, to the cave already described. The moment he entered it, he marked the water in its side, the smooth floor, the walls hollowed into 1,000 fantastic cavities, and knew he had come upon the cave in which his great-grandfather had found refuge, so many years before. Changes in its mouth had rendered entrance difficult, and it had slipped by degrees from the knowledge of men. At the bottom of the slope, by the side of the well, sat the Laird. Feemy set the little lantern she carried on its edge. The Laird rose and shook hands with Malcolm, and asked him to be seated. "I'm sorry to say they're after ye again, Laird," said Malcolm, after a little ordinary chat. Mr. Stewart was on his feet instantly. "I'm on away. Take care of Feemy," he said hurriedly. Na, sir," said Malcolm, laying his hand on his arm. "There's nae sic hurry. As long as I'm here ye may sit still, and as far as I ken, nobody's fun the way in but mysel', and that was your ain wyte, Laird. But ye hae garred mair folk nor me look, and that's the pity o' it." "I told ye, sir, ye shouldna cry out," said Feemy. "I couldna help it," said Stewart apologetically. "Weel, ye shouldna hae gone near them again," persisted the little woman. "Who kent but they kent whaur I come frae?" also persisted the Laird. "Sit ye down, sir, and let's hae a word about it," said Malcolm cheerily. The Laird cast a doubting look at Feemy. "Ay, sit down," said Feemy. Mr. Stewart yielded, but nervous starts and sudden twitches of the muscles betrayed his uneasiness. It looked as if his body would jump up and run without his mind's consent. "Hae ye ony way o' winnin' out o' this, forby the mouth o' the cave there?" asked Malcolm. "None 'at I ken of," answered Feemy, "but there's heaps o' hidie holes in the inside o' it." "That's all verra weel, but gien they keep at the mouth, and took their time till it, they bode to grip ye." "There may be, though," resumed Feemy. "It gangs back a lang road. I hae never been in sight o' the end o' it. It comes doon verra licht in some places, and gangs up high again in others, but no sign o' an end till it." "Is there ony soun' o' water intil it?" asked Malcolm. "Na, none 'at ever I heard. But I tell ye what I have heard. I heard the flails gun thud, thud abune my heid." "Hoot toot, Feemy," said Malcolm. "We're a good mile and a half frae the nearest farm toon, and that I reckon 'll be the hoose farm." "I canna help that," persisted Feemy. "Gien it wasna the flails, whiles one and whiles two, I dinna ken what it could hae been. Hoo far it was I canna say, for it's ill measurin' in the dark, or with naething but a bow in your hand. But gien ye called it mair, I wadna won'er." "It's a mighty howkin," said Malcolm. "But for all that, it wudna haud ye frae the grip o' the scoundrels. Wherever ye ran, they could run after ye." "I think we could sort them," said Feemy. "There's ae place, a good bit farrer in, where the roof comes doon to the floor, leavin' just ae small hole to creep through.
It would be fine to hae a gey muckle stane handy, just to row athwart it, and gar it look as gin it was the end o' all thing. But the hole's so small that the laird has ill getting his poor back through it. I couldna help wondering how he won through at the top there, said Malcolm. At this the laird laughed almost merrily, and rising, took Malcolm by the hand, and led him to the spot, where he made him feel a rough groove in the wall of the rocky strait. Into this hollow he laid his hump, and so slid sideways through. Malcolm squeezed himself through after him, saying, "Noo you're out, laird, hadna ye better come wi' me hame to Miss Horne's, where ye would be as safe as gin ye were in heaven itsel?" "I cannot gang to Miss Horne's," he replied. "What for no, laird?" Pulling Malcolm down towards him, the laird whispered in his ear, "'Cause she's fleet at my back." A moment or two passed ere Malcolm could think of a reply both true and fitting. When at length he spoke again, there was no answer, and he knew that he was alone. He left the cave and set out for the Seton, but, unable to feel at peace about his friends, resolved on the way to return after seeing his grandfather, and spend the night in the outer cave. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 31. Wandering Stars. He had not been gone many minutes, when the laird passed once more through the strait, and then stood a moment waiting for Feemy. She had persuaded him to go home to her father's for the night. But the next instant he darted back, with trembling hands, caught hold of Feemy, who was following him with the lantern, and stammered in her ear, "There's somebody there. I dinna ken where they come frae." Feemy went to the front of the passage and listened, but could hear nothing, and returned. "Bide ye where ye are, laird," she said. "I'll gang doon, and gin I hear or see nothing, I'll come back for ye." With careful descent, placing her feet on the well-known points unerringly, she reached the bottom and peeped into the outer cave. The place was quite dark. Through its jaws the sea glimmered faint in the low light that skirted the northern horizon, and the slow pulse of the tide upon the rocks was the sole sound to be heard. No, another in the cave close beside her. One small, solitary noise, as of shingle yielding under the pressure of a standing foot. She held her breath and listened, her heart beating so loud that she feared it would deafen her to what would come next. A good many minutes, half an hour it seemed to her, passed, during which she heard nothing more. But as she peeped out for the 20th time, a figure glided into the field of vision bounded by the cave's mouth. It was that of a dumpy woman. She entered the cave, tumbled over one of the forms, and gave a cry coupled with an imprecation. "The divil roast them 'at laid me sic a trap," she said. "I ha' broken the shins the old Marquis lauded." "Hold your wicked tongue," hissed a voice in return, almost in Feemy's very ear. "Oh, you're there, are ye, mem?" rejoined the other, in a voice that held internal communication with her wounded shins. "Coupit ye the crans like me?" The question, Englished, was, "Did you fall head over heels like me?" but was capable of a metaphorical interpretation as well. "Hold your tongue, I say, woman. Who knows but some of the saints may be at their prayers within hearing?" Na, mem, there's nae risk o' that. This is no one o' your creepy caves where otters and woolcats hae their habitations. It's a muckle open-mowed place, like them 'at prays intil it, as tum and clear-sighted as a tongueless bill. But what for ye would hae us come here to our cracks, I canna fathom. A body would think ye had an ill thought in your head, eh, mem?" The suggestion was followed by a low, almost sneering laugh. As she spoke, the sounds of her voice and step had been advancing, with cautious, intermittent approach. "I hae, ye know," she said, as she seated herself at length beside the other. "The gowk, Geordie Bray," she went on, "to take it intil his ugly head 'at the cratur will be hirklin' here. It's not the place for one 'at has to hide his head for the shame o' slippin' aff the likes o' himself upon sic a braw mither. Could he get neither door to win it haith?" "Woman, you'll drive me mad," said the other. "Well, hinny," returned the former, suddenly changing her tone. "I'm mair and mair convinced that yon's the verra lad for your purpose. For one thing, ye see, nobody kens where he cam frae, as the Laird, bonny lad, would say, and nobody can contradict a word. The old man less than anybody, for I can tell him what he kens to be truth. Only I winna move till I ken where he comes frae."
"Wouldn't you prefer not knowing for certain? You could swear with the better grace."
"Deil a bit. It matters na to me whilk side o' my teeth I chew with, but I will not swear till I ken the truth, 'at I may hold off it. He's the man, though, gin we can get a grip on. He looks the right thing, ye see, mem. He has a glisk o' the Marquis, too. Dimna ye think, mem? Insolent wretch. Ca canny, mem. A' thing maun be considered. It would but gar the thing look the mair likely. Folk gangs the length o' sayin' that Humpy himsel's not the sin o' the old Laird, honest man."
"It's a wicked lie!" burst with indignation from the other.
"There may be waur things nor a bit lay. Onygate, one thing's easy priven. Ye lay verra doughy for a month or 6 weeks once upon a time at Lossy House, and that was a few years, we needna speir how many, after ye was lightened o' the tither. When they hear that at that time ye gave birth to a lad bairn, the whilk was stown away, and never heard tell of till noo. It may weel be, folk'll say, them 'at has drunk would drink again. It would afford reasons, ye see, and good ones, for the bairn being putten out o' sight, and would make the hale story mair nor likely in the judgment o' all 'at heard it."
"You scandalous woman! That would be to confess to all the world that he was not the son of my late husband."
"They say that o' him it is, and how muckle the waur are ye? Let them say it they like, so long as we can show it he came o' your body, and was born in wedlock. Ye hae your lands once mair, for ye have a son 'at can guide them, and ye can guide him. He's a bonny lad, bonny enough to be your ladyship's, and his lordship's, and so, as I was remarking, in the judgment o' ill-thoughted folk, the mair likely to be heir to old Stewart o' Kirkbyres."
She laughed huskily.
"But I maun have a skart at your pen, mem, afore I wag tongue about it," she went on. "I ken brawly how to set it going. I sanna be the first to ring the bell, na. I s' set Miss Horne's Jean jawin', and it'll be all ower the town in a jiffy. At first in a kind o' a sough 'at nobody'll understan', but it'll grow louder and plainer. At the long last it'll come to your ladyship's hearing, and syne ye hae me ta'en up in question afore a justice o' the peace, that there may be no look o' any compact between us two. But, as I said afore, I'll no move till I ken all about the lad first, and syne get a skart o' your pen, mem."
"You must be the devil himself," said the other, in a tone that was not of displeasure.
"I hae been tell't that afore, and wi' less reason,"
was the reply, given also in a tone that was not of displeasure. "But what if we should be found out?"
"Ye can lay it a' upon me."
"And what will you do with it?"
"Tak it with me," was the answer, accompanied by another husky laugh.
"Where to?"
"Spare no questions, and ye'll be tellt nae lies. Onygate, I s' leave nae track ahind me, and for that same sake I maun hae my part in my hand the minute the thing's been sworn till. Gin ye fail me, ye'll soon see me get mair light upon the subject, and confess till a great mistake. By the mighty, but I'll swear the very contraire the next time I'm hit up. Ay, and ilka body'll believe me. And whaur'll ye be then, my lady? For though I might mistake, ye couldna. Faith, they'll have ye ta'en up for perjury."
"You're a dangerous accomplice," said the lady.
"I'm a tool ye maun tak by the handle, or ye'll rue the edge," returned the other quietly.
"As soon then as I get a hold of that misbegotten elf—"
"Mean ye the young Laird, or the young Marquis, mem?"
"You forget, Mistress Catanagh, that you are speaking to a lady."
"Ye maun hae been unco like one night, Onygate, mem. But I'm done wi' my jokin'."
"As soon, I say, as I get my poor boy into proper hands, I shall be ready to take the next step."
"What for should ye put it off till then? He canna do muckle one way or t'other."
"I will tell you. His uncle, Sir Joseph, prides himself on being an honest man, and if some busybody were to tell him that poor Stephen, as I am told people are saying, was no worse than harsh treatment had made him, for you know his father could not bear the sight of him to the day of his death, he would be the more determined to assert his guardianship and keep things out of my hands. But if I once had the poor fellow in an asylum, or in my own keeping, you see—"
"Well, ma'am, gin I be pot o' your penny," exclaimed the midwife with her gelatinous laugh. "Losh, ma'am," she burst out after a moment's pause, "gin you and me was to fall out, there would be a stramash. He, 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 he." They rose and left the cave together, talking as they went, and Feemy, trembling all over, rejoined the laird. She could understand little of what she had heard, and yet, enabled by her affection, retained in her mind a good deal of it. After events brought more of it to her recollection, and what I have here given is an attempted restoration of the broken mosaic. She rightly judged it better to repeat nothing of what she had overheard to the laird, to whom it would only redouble terror, and when he questioned her in his own way concerning it, she had little difficulty, so entirely did he trust her, in satisfying him with a very small amount of information. When they reached her home, she told all she could to her father, whose opinion it was that the best, indeed the only thing they could do, was to keep, if possible, a yet more vigilant guard over the laird and his liberty. Soon after they were gone, Malcolm returned, and little thinking that there was no one left to guard, chose a sheltered spot in the cave, carried thither a quantity of dry sand, and lay down to sleep, covered with his tarpaulin coat. He found it something chilly, however, and did not rest so well but that he woke with the first break of day. The morning, as it drew slowly on, was a strange contrast in its grey and saffron to the gorgeous sunset of the night before. The sea crept up on the land as if it were weary and did not care much to flow any more. Not a breath of wind was in motion, and yet the air even on the shore seemed full of the presence of decaying leaves and damp earth. He sat down in the mouth of the cave, and looked out on the still, half-waking world of ocean and sky before him. A leaden ocean, and a dull misty sky. And as he gazed, a sadness came stealing over him, and a sense of the endlessness of labour ever returning on itself and making no progress. The mad laird was always lamenting his ignorance of his origin. Malcolm thought he knew whence he came, and yet what was the much good of life? Where was the end to it all? People so seldom got what they desired. To be sure, his life was a happy one, or had been. But there was the poor laird. Why should he be happier than the laird? Why should the laird have a hump and he have none? If all the world were happy but one man, that one's misery would be as a cairn on which the countless multitudes of the blessed must heap the stones of endless questions and enduring perplexities. It is one thing to know from whom we come, and another to know him from whom we come. Then his thoughts turned to Lady Florimell. All the splendours of existence radiated from her, but to the glory he could never draw nearer. The celestial fires of the rainbow fountain of her life could never warm him. She cared about nothing he cared about. If they had a common humanity, they could not share it. To her he was hardly human. If he were to unfold before her the deepest layers of his thought, she would look at them curiously, as she might watch the doings of an ant or a spider. Had he no right to look for more? He did not know, and sat brooding with bowed head. Unseen from where he sat, the sun drew nearer the horizon. The light grew. The tide began to ripple up more diligently. A glimmer of dawn touched even the brown rock in the farthest end of the cave. Where there was light, there was work, and where there was work for anyone, there was at least justification of his existence. That work must be done, if it should return and return in a never-broken circle. Its theory could wait. For indeed, the only hope of finding the theory of all theories, the divine idea, lay in the going on of things. In the meantime, while God took care of the sparrows by himself, he allowed Malcolm a share in the protection of a human heart capable of the keenest suffering, that of the mad laird. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Malcolm by George MacDonald.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 32. The Skipper's Chamber. One day, towards the close of the fishing season, the Marquis called upon Duncan, and was received with a cordial, unembarrassed welcome. "I want you, Mr. MacPhail," said his lordship, "to come and live in that little cottage on the banks of the burn, which one of the under-gamekeepers, they tell me, used to occupy. I'll have it put in order for you, and you shall live rent-free, as my piper."
"I thank your lordship's grace," said Duncan, "and she would be proud of the honour, but it'll be too far away from the shore for her boys fishing."
"I have a design upon him too," returned the Marquis. "They're building a little yacht for me, a pleasure boat, you understand, at Aberdeen, and I want Malcolm to be skipper. But he is such a useful fellow, and so thoroughly to be depended upon, that I should prefer his having a room in the house. I should like to know he was within call any moment I might want him." Duncan did not clutch at the proposal. He was silent so long that the Marquis spoke again. "You do not quite seem to like the plan, Mr. MacPhail," he said.
"If all was here as it used to was in the Highlands, my lord," said Duncan, "when every clansman was son or brother or father to his chief, that would be different. But my boy must not go and eat with servants who have nothing but their wages to make them love and obey your lordship. If her boy serves another man, it must be because he loves him, and looks upon him as his chief, who will shake hands with him and take the father's care of him, and her boy must die for him when the time comes."
Even a feudal lord cannot be expected to have sympathized with such grand patriarchal ideas. They were much too like those of the kingdom of heaven. And feudalism itself had by this time crumbled away, not indeed into monthly, but into half-yearly wages. The Marquis, notwithstanding, was touched by the old man's words, matter-of-fact as his reply must sound after them. "I would make any arrangements you or he might wish," he said. "He should take his meals with Mistress Courthope, have a bedroom to himself, and be required only to look after the yacht, and now and then do some bit of business I couldn't trust anyone else with." The Highlander's pride was nearly satisfied.
"So," he said, "it'll be his own henchman my lord will be making of her boy."
"Something like that. We'll see how it goes. If he doesn't like it, he can drop it. It's more that I want to have him about me than anything else. I want to do something for him when I have a chance. I like him."
"My lord will be doing the lad a great honour," said Duncan. "But," he added with a sigh, "she'll be lonely, her nainsail."
"He can come and see you 20 times a day, and stop all night when you particularly want him. We'll see about some respectable woman to look after the house for you."
"She'll have no womans to look after her,"
said Duncan fiercely. "Oh, very well. Of course not, if you don't wish it," returned the Marquis, laughing. But Duncan did not even smile in return. He sat thoughtful and silent for a moment, then said,
"And what'll become of her lamps and her shop?"
"You shall have all the lamps and candlesticks in the house to attend to and take charge of," said the Marquis, who had heard of the old man's whim from Lady Florimel. "And for the shop, you won't want that when you're piper to the Marquis of Lossy." He did not venture to allude to wages more definitely.
"Well, she'll be talking to her boy about it,"
said Duncan, and the Marquis saw that he had better press the matter no further for the time. To Malcolm, the proposal was full of attraction. True, Lord Lossy had once and again spoken so as to offend him, but the confidence he had shown in him had gone far to atone for that. And to be near Lady Florimel, to have to wait on her in the yacht and sometimes in the house, to be allowed books from the library, perhaps, to have a nice room and those lovely grounds all about him. It was tempting. The old man also, the more he reflected, liked the idea the more. The only thing he murmured at was being parted from his grandson at night. In vain Malcolm reminded him that during the fishing season he had to spend most nights alone. Duncan answered that he had but to go to the door and look out to sea, and there was nothing between him and his boy. But now he could not tell how many stone walls might be standing up to divide them. He was quite willing to make the trial, however, and see if he could bear it. So Malcolm went to speak to the Marquis. He did not altogether trust the Marquis, but he had always taken a delight in doing anything for anybody. A delight rooted in a natural tendency to ministration, unusually strong, and specially developed by the instructions of Alexander Graham, conjoined with the necessities of his blind grandfather. While there was an alluring something, it must be confessed, in the Marquis's high position, which let no one set down to Malcolm's discredit. Whether the subordination of class shall go to the development of reverence or of servility depends mainly on the individual nature subordinated. Calvinism itself has produced as loving children as abject slaves, with a good many between partaking of the character of both kinds. Still, as he pondered over the matter on his way, he shrunk a good deal from placing himself at the beck and call of another. It threatened to interfere with that sense of personal freedom, which is yet dearer perhaps to the poor than to the rich. But he argued with himself that he had found no infringement of it under Blue Peter, and that if the Marquis were really as friendly as he professed to be, it was not likely to turn out otherwise with him. Lady Florimel anticipated pleasure in Malcolm's probable consent to her father's plan, but certainly he would not have been greatly uplifted by a knowledge of the sort of pleasure she expected. For some time the girl had been suffering from too much liberty. Perhaps there is no life more filled with a sense of oppression and lack of freedom than that of those under no external control, in whom duty has not yet gathered sufficient strength to assume the reins of government and subject them to the highest law. Their condition is like that of a creature under an exhausted receiver, oppressed from within outwards for want of the counteracting external weight. It was amusement she hoped for from Malcolm's becoming in a sense one of the family at the house, to which she believed her knowledge of the extremely bare outlines of his history would largely contribute. He was shown at once into the presence of his lordship, whom he found at breakfast with his daughter. "Well, MacPhail," said the Marquis, "have you made up your mind to be my skipper?" "Willingly, my lord," answered Malcolm. "Do you know how to manage a sailboat?" "I would need, my lord." "Shall you want any help?" "That depends upon several things, her ain size, the will o' the wind, and whether or not your lordship or my lady can take the tiller." "We can't settle about that then till she comes. I hear she'll soon be on her way now." "But I cannot have you dressed like a farmer," said his lordship, looking sharply at the Sunday clothes which Malcolm had donned for the visit. "What was I to do, my lord?" returned Malcolm apologetically. "The only other clothes I have are very fishy, and neither yoursel nor my lady could bide them in the room aside ye." "Certainly not," responded the Marquis, as in a leisurely manner he devoured his omelette. "I was thinking of your future position as skipper of my boat. What would you say to a kilt, now?" "Na, na, my lord," rejoined Malcolm. "A kilt's no seafaring clothes. A kilt wadna do at all, my lord." "You cannot surely object to the dress of your own people," said the Marquis. "The kilt's well enough upon a hillside," said Malcolm, "I dinna doubt. But faith, seafaring, my lord, you would want the trews as well." "Well, go to the best tailor in town and order a naval suit. White ducks and a blue jacket. 2 suits you'll want." "We s' gar 1 suit, Sarah, to begin wi', my lord. I'll just gang to Jamie Sangster, who makes all my clothes, not at their money, and get him to measure me. He'll make them well enough for me. You're aye sure o' the worth o' your siller for him." "I tell you to go to the best tailor in the town and order 2 suits." "Na, na, my lord, there's no need. I canna afford it forby. We're not all made o' siller like your lordship." "You booby! Do you suppose I would tell you to order clothes I did not mean to pay for?" Lady Florimel found her expectation of amusement not likely to be disappointed. "Hoots, my lord," returned Malcolm, "that would never do. I maun pay for my ain clothes. I would be in a constant terror o' bloodin' o' them gien I didna, and that would be enough to make a body miserable. It would be all the same forby, out and out, as wearing a livery." "Well, well, please your pride, and be damned to you," said the Marquis. "Yes, let him please his pride, and be damned to him," assented Lady Florimel with perfect gravity. Malcolm started and stared. Lady Florimel kept an absolute composure. The Marquis burst into a loud laugh. Malcolm stood bewildered for a moment. "I'm thinking I'm gaun daft," he said at length, putting his hand to his head. "It's time I gaed. Good morning, my lord." He turned and left the room, followed by a fresh peal from his lordship. mingling with which his ear plainly detected the silvery veins of Lady Florimell's equally merry laughter. When he came to himself and was able to reflect, he saw that there must have been some joke involved. The behaviour of both indicated as much, and with this conclusion he heartened his dismay. The next morning Duncan called on Mrs. Parton, and begged her acceptance of his stock in trade, as, having been his lordship's piper for some time, he was now at length about to occupy his proper quarters within the policies. Mrs. Findlay acquiesced, with an air better suited to the granting of slow leave to laboursome petition than the accepting of such a generous gift. But she made some amends by graciously expressing a hope that Duncan would not forget his old friends, now that he was going amongst lords and ladies, to which Duncan returned as courteous answer as if he had been addressing Lady Florimell herself. Before the end of the week, his few household goods were borne in a cart through the sea-gate dragonized by bikes, to whom Malcolm dropped a humorous "Well, Johnny," as he passed, receiving a nondescript kind of grin in return. The rest of the forenoon was spent in getting the place in order, and in the afternoon, arrayed in his new garments, Malcolm reported himself at the house. Admitted to his lordship's presence, he had a question to ask, and a request to prefer. "Ha' you done anything, my lord," he said, "about Mistress Catna?" "What do you mean?" "Anent yon cat prowl about the house, my lord." "No. You haven't discovered anything more, have you?" "Na, my lord, I hanna had a chance. But you may be sure she had no good design in it." "I don't suspect her of any." "Weel, my lord, ha' you any objection to let me sleep up yonner?" "None at all. Only you'd better see what Mistress Courthope has to say to it. Perhaps you won't be so ready after you hear her story." "But I have your lordship's leave to take any room I like." "Certainly. Go to Mrs. Courthope and tell her I wish you to choose your own quarters." Having delivered straightway his lordship's message, Mrs. Courthope, wondering a little thereat, proceeded to show him those portions of the house set apart for the servants. He followed her from floor to floor, last to the upper regions, and through all the confused rambling roofs of the old pile, now descending a sudden steep yawning stair, now ascending another where none could have been supposed to exist. Oppressed all the time with a sense of the multitudinous and intricate, such as he had never before experienced, and such as perhaps only the works of man can produce, the intricacy and variety of those of nature being ever veiled in the grand simplicity which springs from primal unity of purpose. I find no part of an ancient house so full of interest as the garret region. It has all the mystery of the dungeon cellars, with a far more striking variety of form, and a bewildering curiosity of adaptation, the peculiarities of roof shapes, and the consequent complexities of their relations and junctures being so much greater than those of foundation plans. Then the sense of lofty loneliness in the deeps of air, and at the same time of proximity to things aerial, doves and martins, vanes and gilded balls and lightning conductors, the waves of the sea of wind, breaking on the chimneys for rocks, and the crashing roll of the thunder, is in harmony with the highest spiritual instincts. While the clouds and the stars look, if not nearer, yet more germane, and the moon gazes down on the lonely dweller in uplifted places, as if she had secrets with such. The cellars are the metaphysics, the garrets the poetry of the house. Mrs. Courthope was more than kind, for she was greatly pleased at having Malcolm for an inmate. She led him from room to room, suggesting now and then a choice, and listening amusedly to his remarks of liking or disliking, and his marvel at strangeness or extent. At last he found himself following her along the passage in which was the mysterious door, but she never stayed her step, or seemed to intend showing one of the many rooms opening upon it. "Sic a bees bike o' rooms," said Malcolm, making a halt. "Who sleeps here?" "Nobody has slept in one of these rooms for I dare not say how many years," replied Mrs. Courthope without stopping, and as she spoke she passed the fearful door. "I would like to see into this room," said Malcolm. "That door is never opened," answered Mrs. Courthope, who had now reached the end of the passage, and turned, lingering as in act while she spoke to move on. "And what for that?" answered Malcolm, continuing to stand before it. "I would rather not answer you just here. Come along. This is not a part of the house where you would like to be, I am sure." "How ken ye that, ma'am?"
"And how can I say mysel' afore he has shown me what the room's like? It may be the verra place to take my fancy. Just open the door, ma'am, gin you please, and let's have a keek into it."
"I daren't open it. It's never opened, I tell you. It's against the rules of the house. Come to my room and I'll tell you the story about it."
"Well, you'll let me see until the next, winna ye? There's no law again opening hit, is there?" said Malcolm, approaching the door next to the one in dispute.
"Certainly not, but I'm pretty sure once you've heard the story I have to tell, you won't choose to sleep in this part of the house."
"Let's look, Annigate." So saying, Malcolm took upon himself to try the handle of the door. It was not locked. He peeped in, then entered. It was a small room, low-ceiled, with a deep dormer window in the high pediment of a roof, and a turret recess on each side of the window. It seemed very light after the passage, and looked down upon the burn. It was comfortably furnished, and the curtains of its tent bed were chequered in squares of blue and white. "This is the verra place for me, mem," said Malcolm, reissuing. "That is," he added, "gin ye dinna think it's ower grand for the likes o' me 'at's no been used to anything half so good."
"You're quite welcome to it,"
said Mrs. Courthope, all but confident he would not care to occupy it after hearing the tale of Lord Gurnon. She had not moved from the end of the passage while Malcolm was in the room. Somewhat hurriedly, she now led the way to her own. It seemed half a mile off to the wondering Malcolm, as he followed her down winding stairs, along endless passages, and round innumerable corners. Arrived at last, she made him sit down, and gave him a glass of homemade wine to drink, while she told him the story much as she had already told it to the Marquis, adding a hope to the effect that, if ever the Marquis should express a wish to pry into the secret of the chamber, Malcolm would not encourage him in a fancy the indulgence of which was certainly useless, and might be dangerous. "Me!" exclaimed Malcolm with surprise. "As gin he would heed a word I said."
"Very little sometimes will turn a man either in one direction or the other," said Mrs. Courthope.
"But surely, mem, ye dinna believe in sic fool old world stories as that? It's weel enough for a tale, but to think o' a body turning a foot out of his gate for it, licks me."
"I don't say I believe it," returned Mrs. Courthope, a little pettishly, "but there's no good in mere foolhardiness."
"Ye dinna surely think, mem, 'at God would let anything depend upon whether a man opened a door in his ain hoose or no? It's again a reason," persisted Malcolm.
"There might be reasons we couldn't understand,"
she replied.
"To do what we are warned against from any quarter without good reason must be foolhardy at best."
"Weel, mem, I maun hae the room next the old warlock's Sunnygate, for in that I'm going to sleep, and in nae ither nor all this muckle hoose." Mrs. Courthope rose, full of uneasiness, and walked up and down the room. "I'm taking upon me nothing ayont his lordship's ain word," urged Malcolm.
"If you're to go by the very word,"
rejoined Mrs. Courthope, stopping and looking him full in the face,
"you might insist on sleeping in Lord Gurnon's chamber itself."
"Well, and so I might," returned Malcolm. The hinted possibility of having to change bad for so much worse appeared to quench further objection.
"I must get it ready myself, then," she said resignedly, "for the maids won't even go up that stair, and as to going into any of those rooms—"
"'Deed no, mem, ye sanna do that," cried Malcolm. "Sayna a word to one of them. I should wager I'm as good as the old warlock himsel' at making a bed. Just gie me the sheets and the blankets, and I'll do it as trim as any lass in the house."
"But the bed will want airing," objected the housekeeper.
"By all accounts, that's the last thing it's likely to want, lying next door to yon chamber. But I hae sleeped many's the time ere noo upon the top o' a boat load o' herring, and gin that never did me ony ill, it's no likely a good bed'll kill me, gin it sud be a wee mochie." Mrs. Courthope yielded, and gave him all that was needful, and before night Malcolm had made his new quarters quite comfortable. He did not retire to them, however, until he had seen his grandfather laid down to sleep in his lonely cottage. About noon the next day, the old man made his appearance in the kitchen. How he had found his way to it, neither he nor anyone else could tell. There happened to be no one there when he entered, and the cook, when she returned, stood for a moment in the door, watching him as he felt flitting about with huge bony hands, whose touch was yet light as the poise of a butterfly. Not knowing the old man, she fancied at first he was feeling after something in the shape of food, but presently his hands fell upon a brass candlestick. He clutched it,
and commenced fingering it all over. Alas, it was clean, and with a look of disappointment he replaced it. Wondering yet more what his quest could be, she watched on. The next instant he had laid hold of a silver candlestick, not yet passed through the hands of the scullery maid, and for a moment she fancied him a thief, for he had rejected the brass and now took the silver. But he went no farther with it than the fireplace, where he sat down on the end of the large fender, and having spread his pocket-handkerchief over his kilted knees, drew a similar rag from somewhere, and commenced cleaning it. By this time one of the maids who knew him had joined the cook, and also stood watching him with amusement. But when she saw the old knife drawn from his stocking, and about to be applied to the nozzle, to free it from adhering wax, it seemed more than time to break the silence. "Eh, that's a siller candlestick, Master MacPhail," she cried, "and ye maunna take a knife till it, or ye'll scratch it a dreadful." An angry flush glowed in the withered cheeks of the piper, as without the least start at the suddenness of her interference, he turned his face in the direction of the speaker. "You take old Duncan's fingers for persons of no education, mem, as if they couldn't know the silver from the brass. If they was so stupid, her nose would be telling them so. Even old Duncan's knife'll be knowing better than to scratch the silver, or the brass either. Old Duncan's knife would be scratching nothing better than the skin of a commel." Now the candlestick had no business in the kitchen, and if it were scratched the butler would be indignant. But the girl was a Campbell, and Duncan's words so frightened her that she did not dare interfere. She soon saw, however, that the piper had not over-vaunted his skill. The skein left not a mark upon the metal. In a few minutes he had melted away the wax he could not otherwise reach, and had rubbed the candlestick perfectly bright, leaving behind him no trace, except an unpleasant odour of train oil from the rag. From that hour he was cleaner of lamps and candlesticks, as well as blower of bagpipes to the house of Lossy, and had everything provided necessary to the performance of his duties with comfort and success. Before many weeks were over, he had proved the possession of such a talent for arrangement and general management, at least in everything connected with illumination, that the entire charge of the lighting of the house was left in his hands, even to that of its stores of wax and tallow and oil. And great was the pleasure he derived, not only from the trust reposed in him, but from other more occult sources connected with the duties of his office. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 33. The Library. Malcolm's first night was rather troubled, not primarily from the fact that but a thin partition separated him from the wizard's chamber, but from the deadness of the silence around him, for he had been all his life accustomed to the near noise of the sea, and its absence had upon him the rousing effect of an unaccustomed sound. He kept hearing the dead silence, was constantly dropping, as it were, into its gulf, and it was no wonder that a succession of sleepless fits, strung together rather than divided by as many dozes, little better than startled rousings, should at length have so shaken his mental frame as to lay it open to the assaults of nightly terrors, the position itself being sufficient to seduce his imagination, and carry it over to the interests of the enemy. But Malcolm had early learned that a man's will must, like a true monarch, rule down every rebellious movement of its subjects, and he was far from yielding to such inroads as now assailed him. Still it was long before he fell asleep, and then only to dream without quite losing consciousness of his peculiar surroundings. He seemed to know that he lay in his own bed, and yet to be somehow aware of the presence of a pale woman in a white garment, who sat on the side of the bed in the next room, still and silent, with her hands in her lap, and her eyes on the ground. He thought he had seen her before, and knew, notwithstanding her silence, that she was lamenting over a child she had lost. He knew also where her child was, that it lay crying in a cave down by the seashore, but he could neither rise to go to her, nor open his mouth to call. The vision kept coming and coming, like the same tune played over and over on a barrel organ, and when he woke seemed to fill all the time he had slept. About 10 o'clock he was summoned to the Marquis's presence, and found him at breakfast with Lady Florimel. "Where did you sleep last night?" asked the Marquis. "Next door to the old warlock," answered Malcolm. Lady Florimel looked up with a glance of bright interest. Her father had just been telling her the story. "You did?" said the Marquis. "Then Mrs. Courthope, did she tell you the legend about him?" "Aye, did she, my lord." "Well, how did you sleep?" "Middlin' only." "How was that?" "I dinna ken, 'cep it was that I was fool enough to find the place gey eerie like." "Aha!" said the Marquis. "You've had enough of it. You won't try it again?" "What's that you say, my lord?" rejoined Malcolm. "Would ye have a man turn his back at the first flig?" "Na, na, my lord, that would never do." "Oh, then you did have a fright?" "Na, I cannot say that either. Nothing waur came near me nor a dream it plagued me, and it wasna sic an ill one after all." "What was it?" "I thought there was a bonny lady sitting on the bed in the next room, in her nightgown like, and she was greeting sair in her heart, though she never let a tear fall down. She was greeting about a bairnie she had lost, and I kent weel where the bairnie was. Doon in a cave upon the shore, I thought. And I was just yearning to gang till her and tell her, and stop the greeting of her heart, but I couldna move hand nor foot, neither could I open my mouth to cry till her. And I gaed dreaming on at the same thing o'er and o'er, all the time I was asleep. But there was nothing sae frightsome about that, my lord." "No, indeed," said his lordship. "Only it garred me great too, my lord, 'cause I couldna win at her to help her." His lordship laughed, but oddly, and changed the subject. "There's no word of that boat yet," he said. "I must write again." "May I show Malcolm the library, papa?" asked Lady Florimel. "I would fain see the books," adjected Malcolm. "You don't know what a scholar he is, papa." "Little enough of that," said Malcolm. "Oh, yes, I do," said the Marquis, answering his daughter. "But he must keep the skipper from my books, and the scholar from my boat." "Ye mean a scholar who would skip your books, my lord? Haith, sic would be a skipper who would ill scull your boat," said Malcolm, with a laugh at the poor attempt. "Bravo!" said the Marquis, who certainly was not over-critical. "Can you write a good hand?" "No ill, my lord." "So much the better. I see you'll be worth your wages." "That depends on the wages," returned Malcolm. "And that reminds me you've said nothing about them yet." "Neither has your lordship." "Well, what are they to be?" "Whatever you think proper, my lord, only dinna gar me gang to Maister Craithie for them." The Marquis had sent away the man who was waiting when Malcolm entered, and during this conversation Malcolm had of his own accord been doing his best to supply his place. The meal ended, Lady Florimel desired him to wait a moment in the hall. "He's so amusing, papa," she said. "I want to see him stare at the books. He thinks the Schoolmaster's 100 volumes a grand library. He's such a goose. It's the greatest fun in the world watching him." "No such goose," said the Marquis, but he recognized himself in his child, and laughed. Florimel ran off merrily, as bent on a joke, and joined Malcolm. "Now I'm going to show you the library," she said. "Thank ye, my lady. That will be grand," replied Malcolm. He followed her up 2 staircases, and through more than one long narrow passage. All the ducts of the house were long and narrow, causing him a sense of imprisonment, vanishing ever into freedom at the opening of some door into a great room. But never had he had a dream of such a room as that at which they now arrived. He started with a sort of marvelling dismay when she threw open the door of the library, and he beheld 10,000 volumes at a glance, all in solemn stillness. It was like a sepulchre of kings, but his astonishment took a strange form of expression, the thought in which was beyond the reach of his mistress. "Eh, my lady," he cried, after staring for a while in breathless bewilderment. "It's just like a byke of frozen bees. Eh, gin they were all to come to life and stick their stings of truth into the body, the waking up would be awful. It just gars my head ging round," he added after a pause. "It is a fine thing," said the girl, "to have such a library." "'Deed is it, my lady. It's one of the privileges o' rank," said Malcolm. "It takes a family that holds on through centuries in a house where things gather, to make sic an unaccountable gathering o' books as that.
It's a grand sight, worth living to see."
"Suppose you were to be a rich man some day," said Florimel, in the condescending tone she generally adopted when addressing him. "It would be one of the first things you would set about, wouldn't it, to get such a library together?"
"Na, my lady, I would have mair wood. A library cannot be made all at once, any mair nor a house, or a nation, or a muckle tree. They mun all take time to grow, and so mun a library. I wouldna even ken what books to gang and speir for. I daresay, gin I were to try, I couldna at a moment's notice tell you the names of mair nor a 2 books at the outside. Folk mun make acquaintance among books, as they would among living folk."
"But you could get somebody who knew more about them than yourself to buy them for you."
"I would as soon think of getting somebody to ate my dinner for me."
"No, that's not fair," said Florimel. "It would only be like getting somebody who knew more of cookery than yourself to order your dinner for you."
"Ye're right, my lady, but still I would as soon think of the tane as the tither. What would come of the like of me, did ye think, brought up upon meal brose and herring, gin you was to set me down to sic a dinner as my lord your father would eat ilka day, and think nothing of? But gin some folk had the buying of my books, I'm thinking the first thing I would hae to do would be to fling the half of them into the burn."
"What good would that do?"
"Clear away the rubbish. You see, my lady, it's no books, but what books? There mun be mony one of the right sort here, though. I wonder gin Mr. Graham ever saw them. He would surely ha' made mention o' them in my hearing."
"What would be the first thing you would do then, Malcolm, if you happened to turn out a great man after all?" said Florimel, seating herself in a huge library chair, whence, having arranged her skirt, she looked up in the young fisherman's face.
"I doubt I would hae to sit down and turn ower the change a few times afore I kent either mysel' or what would become me," he said.
"That's not answering my question," retorted Florimel.
"Weel, the second thing I would do," said Malcolm, thoughtfully, and pausing a moment, "would be to get Mr. Graham to gang with me to Aberdeen, and carry me through the classes there. In course, I wouldna try for prizes. That wouldna be fair to them 'at couldna afford a tutor at their lodgings."
"But it's the first thing you would do that I want to know," persisted the girl.
"I tell't ye I would sit down and think about it."
"I don't count that doing anything."
"'Deed, my lady, thinking's the hardest work I ken."
"Well, what is it you would think about first?" said Florimel, not to be diverted from her course.
"Ow, the third thing I would do—"
"I want to know the first thing you would think about."
"I cannot say yet what the third thing would be. 4 year at the college would gie me time to reflect upon a hantle o' things."
"I insist on knowing the first thing you would think about doing," cried Florimel, with mock imperiousness, but real tyranny.
"Weel, my lady, gin you will have it."
"But how great a man would ye be making o' me?" "Oh, let me see. Yes, yes. The heir to an earldom. That's liberal enough, is it not?"
"That's as muckle as say I would come to be a yerl some day, sae I didna die upon the road."
"Yes, that's what it means."
"And a yerl's next door to the Marquis, isna he?"
"Yes, he's in the next lower rank."
"Lower? Aye. No that muckle, maybe."
"No," said Lady Florimel, consequentially. "The difference is not so great as to prevent their meeting on a level of courtesy."
"I dinna freely ken what that means, but gin it be your ladyship's will to make a yerl of me, I'm not to raise any objections."
He uttered it definitively, and stood silent.
"Well," said the girl. "What's your will, my lady?" returned Malcolm, as if roused from a reverie.
"Where's your answer?"
"I said I would be a yerl to please your ladyship. I would be a flunkey for the same reason, gin it was to wait upon yoursel', and nae ither."
"I ask you," said Florimel, more imperiously than ever, "what is the first thing you would do if you found yourself no longer a fisherman, but the son of an earl?"
"But it maun be that I was a fisherman, to the end o' all creation, my lady."
"You refuse to answer my question."
"By no means, my lady, gin you will have an answer."
"I will have an answer."
"Gin you will have it, then."
"But—" "No buts, but an answer."
"Weel, it's your ain wyte, my lady. I would just gang doon upon my knees, where I stood afore ye, and tell ye a heap o' things that maybe by that time you would ken weel enough already."
"What would you tell me?"
"I would tell ye 'at your ain were like the very lame o' the living itsel', your cheek like a white rose in the light frae a red one, Your hair just the soft letting gang was hands when the maker could do no mair. Your mou' just fashioned to drive folk daft that darena come near and look at it. And for your shape, it was like nothing in nature but itsel. You would have it, my lady, he added apologetically, and well he might, for Lady Florimell's cheek had flushed, and her eye had been darting fire long before he got to the end of his Celtic outpouring. Whether she was really angry or not, she had no difficulty in making Malcolm believe she was. She rose from her chair, though not until he had ended, swept halfway to the door, then turned upon him with a flash. "How dare you?" she said, her breed well obeying the call of the game. "I'm very sorry, my lady," faltered Malcolm, trying to steady himself against a strange trembling that had laid hold upon him. "But ye maun allow it was all your ain wyte." "Do you dare to say I encouraged you to talk such stuff to me?" "Ye did gar me, my lady." Florimell turned and undulated from the room, leaving the poor fellow like a statue in the middle of it, with the books all turning their backs upon him. "No," he said to himself, "she's off to tell her father, and there'll be a bonny bond to peg atween him and me. But haith, I'll just tell him the truth o' it, and syne he can make a kirk and a mill o' it gin he likes." With this resolution he stood his ground, every moment expecting the wrathful father to make his appearance, and at the least order him out of the house. But minute passed after minute, and no wrathful father came. He grew calmer by degrees, and at length began to peep at the titles of the books. When the great bell rang for lunch, he was embalmed rather than buried in one of Milton's prose volumes, standing before the shelf on which he had found it, the very incarnation of study. My reader may well judge that Malcolm could not have been very far gone in love, seeing he was thus able to read. I remark in return that it was not merely the distance between him and Lady Florimell that had hitherto preserved his being from absorption and his will from annihilation, but also the strength of his common sense and the force of his individuality. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 34. Milton and the Bay Mare. For some days Malcolm saw nothing more of Lady Florimell. But with his grandfather's new dwelling to see to, with the carpenter's shop and the blacksmith's forge open to him, and an eye to detect whatever wanted setting right, the hours did not hang heavy on his hands. At length, whether it was that she thought she had punished him sufficiently for an offence for which she was herself only to blame, or that she had indeed never been offended at all, and had only been keeping up her one-sided game, she began again to indulge the interest she could not help feeling in him, an interest heightened by the mystery which hung over his birth, and by the fact that she knew that concerning him of which he was himself ignorant. At the same time, as I have already said, she had no little need of an escape from the ennui which, now that the novelty of a country life had worn off, did more than occasionally threaten her. She began again to seek his company under the guise of his help, half requesting, half commanding his services, and Malcolm found himself admitted afresh to the heaven of her favour. Young as he was, he read himself a lesson suitable to the occasion. One afternoon the Marquis sent for him to the library, but when he reached it, his master was not yet there. He took down the volume of Milton in which he had been reading before, and was soon absorbed in it again. "Faith, it's a big shame," he cried at length, almost unconsciously, and closed the book with a slam. "What is a big shame?" said the voice of the Marquis close behind him. Malcolm started, and almost dropped the volume. "I beg your lordship's pardon," he said. "I didna hear ye come in." "What is the book you are reading?" asked the Marquis. "I was just reading a bit of Milton's Iconoclastes," answered Malcolm, "a book I hae heard tell of, but never saw with my ain een afore." "And what's your quarrel with it?" asked his lordship. "I canna make out what sud set a great man like Milton sae sair again a poor cratur like Charles." "Read the history and you'll see." "Oh, I ken something about the politics of the time, and I'm not saying they were that wrong to take the head frae him, But what for should Milton hate the man after the king was dead? Because he didn't think the king dead enough, I suppose. I see. And they were setting him up for a saint. Still, he had a right to fair play. Just hearken, my lord. So saying, Malcolm reopened the volume, and read the well-known passage in the first chapter, in which Milton censures the king as guilty of utter irreverence, because of his adoption of the prayer of Pamela in the Arcadia. No, my lord, he said, half closing the book. What would ye expect to come upon, after sic a denunciation as that, but some awful heathenish thing? Well, just hearken again, for here's the very prayer itsel in a footnote. His lordship had thrown himself into a chair, had crossed one leg over the other, and was now stroking its knee. No, my lord, said Malcolm again, as he concluded. What think ye of the judgment passed? Really, I have no opinion to give about it, answered the Marquis. I'm no theologian. I see no harm in the prayer. Harm in it, my lord. It's perfectly grand. It's sic a prayer as couldna well be equalled. It vexes me to the very heart of my soul that a mighty man like Milton, one whose being was a crowd of harmonies, should call that the prayer o' a heathen woman till a heathen god. Oh, all-seeing, light and eternal life o' all things. Calls he that a heathen god? Oh, her it prayed sic a prayer a heathen woman? Well, well, said the Marquis, I don't want it all over again. I see nothing to find fault with myself, but I don't take much interest in that sort of thing. There is a wee bitty o' Latin here in the note that I canna freely make out, said Malcolm, approaching Lord Lossy with his finger on the passage, never doubting that the owner of such a library must be able to read Latin perfectly. Mr. Graham would have put him right at once, and his books would have been lost in one of the window corners of this huge place. But his lordship waved him back. I can't be your tutor, he said, not unkindly. My Latin is far too rusty for use. The fact was that his lordship had never got beyond Mathurin Coldier's colloquies. Besides, he went on, I want you to do something for me. Malcolm instantly replaced the book on its shelf, and approached his master, saying, Will your lordship let me read whiles in this grand place? I mean, when I'm not wanted ither gates, and there's nobody here. To be sure, answered the Marquis, only the scholar mustn't come with the skipper's hands. I should take good care of that, my lord. I would as soon think of handling a book with work-like hands as I would a brander and a mackerel uncleaned it out. And when we have visitors, you'll be careful not to get in their way. I will that, my lord. And now, said his lordship, rising, I want you to take a letter to Mrs. Stewart of Kirkbyres. Can you ride? I can ride the bareback well enough for a fisher loon, said Malcolm, but I never was upon a saddle in my life. The sooner you get used to one, the better. Go and tell Stoat to saddle the Bay Mare. Wait in the yard. I will bring the letter out to you myself. Very well, my lord, said Malcolm. He knew, from sundry remarks he had heard about the stables, that the mare in question was a ticklish one to ride, but would rather have his neck broken than object. Hardly was she ready, when the Marquis appeared, accompanied by Lady Florimel, both expecting to enjoy a laugh at Malcolm's expense. But when the mare was brought out, and he was going to mount her where she stood, something seemed to wake in the Marquis's heart or conscience, or wherever the pygmy duty slept that occupied the all but sinecure of his moral economy. He looked at Malcolm for a moment, then at the ears of the mare hugging her neck, and last at the stones of the paved yard. Lead her onto the turf, Stoat, he said. The groom obeyed, all followed, and Malcolm mounted. The same instant he lay on his back on the grass amidst a general laugh, loud on the part of Marquis and lady, and subdued on that of the servants. But the next he was on his feet, and, the groom still holding the mare, in the saddle again. A little anger is a fine spur for the side of even an honest intent. This time he sat for half a minute, and then found himself once more on the grass. It was but once more. His Mother Earth had claimed him again only to complete his strength. A third time he mounted, and sat. As soon as she perceived it would be hard work to unseat him, the mare was quiet. "Bravo!" cried the Marquis, giving him the letter. "Will there be an answer, my lord?" "Wait and see. I sgar you pay for it, gin we come upon a brown rig atween this and Kirkbyres," said Malcolm, addressing the mare, and rode away. Both the Marquis and Lady Florimel, whose laughter had altogether ceased in the interest of watching the struggle, stood looking after him with a pleased expression, which, as he vanished up the glen, changed to a mutual glance and smile.
"He's got good blood in him, however he came by it," said the Marquis. "The country is more indebted to its nobility than is generally understood." Otherwise indebted, at least, than Lady Florimell could gather from her father's remark. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 35. Kirkbyres. Malcolm felt considerably refreshed after his tussle with the mare and his victory over her, and much enjoyed his ride of 10 miles. It was a cool autumn afternoon. A few of the fields were being reaped, 1 or 2 were crowded with stooks, while many crops of oats yet waved and rustled in various stages of vanishing green. On all sides kine were lowing. Overhead rooks were cawing. The sun was nearing the west, and in the hollows a thin mist came steaming up. Malcolm had never in his life been so far from the coast before. His road led southwards into the heart of the country. The father of the late proprietor of Kirkbyres had married the heiress of Gersfell, an estate which marched with his own, and was double its size, whence the lairdship was sometimes spoken of by the one name, sometimes by the other. The combined properties thus inherited by the late Mr. Stewart were of sufficient extent to justify him, although a plain man, in becoming a suitor for the hand of the beautiful daughter of a needy baronet in the neighbourhood, with the already somewhat tarnished condition of whose reputation, having come into little contact with the world in which she moved, he was unacquainted. Quite unexpectedly, she also, some years after their marriage, brought him a property of considerable extent, a fact which had doubtless had its share in the birth and nourishment of her consuming desire to get the estates into her own management. Towards the end of his journey, Malcolm came upon a bare moorland waste, on the long ascent of a low hill, very desolate, with not a tree or house within sight for 2 miles. A ditch, half full of dark water, bordered each side of the road, which went straight as a rod through a black peat moss, lying cheerless and dreary on all sides. Hardly less so where the sun gleamed from the surface of some stagnant pool filling a hole whence peats had been dug, or where a patch of cotton grass waved white and lonely in the midst of the waste expanse. At length, when he reached the top of the ridge, he saw the house of Kirkbyres below him, and, with a small modern lodge near by, a wooden gate showed the entrance to its grounds. Between the gate and the house he passed through a young plantation of larches and other firs for 1/4 of a mile, and so came to an old wall with an iron gate in the middle of it, within which the old house, a gaunt, meagre building, a bare house, in fact, relieved only by 4 small turrets or bartizans, one at each corner, lifted its grey walls, pointed gables, and steep roof, high into the pale blue air. He rode round the outer wall, seeking a back entrance, and arrived at a farmyard, where a boy took his horse. Finding the kitchen door open, he entered, and having delivered his letter to a servant girl, sat down to wait the possible answer. In a few minutes she returned, and requested him to follow her. This was more than he had calculated upon, but he obeyed at once. The girl led him along a dark passage, and up a winding stone stair, much worn, to a room richly furnished, and older-fashioned, he thought, than any room he had yet seen in Lossy House. On a settee, with her back to a window, sat Mrs. Stewart, a lady tall and slender, with well-poised, easy carriage, and a motion that might have suggested the lithe grace of a leopard. She greeted him with a bend of the head and a smile, which, even in the twilight and her own shadow, showed a gleam of ivory, and spoke to him in a hard, sweet voice, wherein an ear more experienced than Malcolm's might have detected an accustomed intent to please. Although he knew nothing of the so-called world, and hence could recognize neither the Parisian air of her dress, nor the indications of familiarity with fashionable life prominent enough in her bearing, he yet could not fail to be at least aware of the contrast between her appearance and her surroundings. Yet less could the far stronger contrast escape him between the picture in his own mind of the mother of the mad Laird and the woman before him. he could not by any effort cause the two to coalesce. "You have had a long ride, Mr. MacPhail," she said. "You must be tired."
"What would tire me, mem?" returned Malcolm. "It's a fine caller evening, and I had one of the Marquis's best mares to carry me."
"You'll take a glass of wine, anyhow," said Mrs. Stewart. "Will you oblige me by ringing the bell?"
"No, I thank ye, mem. The mare would be better a mouthful o' meal and water, but I want nothing mysel'."
A shadow passed over the lady's face. She rose and rang the bell, then sat in silence until it was answered. "Bring the wine and cake," she said, then turned to Malcolm. "Your master speaks very kindly of you. He seems to trust you thoroughly."
"I'm very glad to hear it, mem, but he has never had muckle cause to trust or distrust me yet."
"He seems even to think that I might place equal confidence in you."
"I dinna ken. I winna hae ye lippen to me ower muckle," said Malcolm.
"You do not mean to contradict the good character your master gives you?" said the lady, with a smile and a look right into his eyes.
"I wouldna hae ye lippen to me afore ye had my word," said Malcolm.
"I may use my own judgment about that," she replied, with another winning smile. "But oblige me by taking a glass of wine." She rose and approached the decanters.
"'Deed no, mem. I'm no used till it, and it might jumble my judgment," said Malcolm, who had placed himself on the defensive from the first, jealous of his own conduct as being the friend of the laird. At his second refusal, the cloud again crossed the lady's brow, but her smile did not vanish. Pressing her hospitality no more, she resumed her seat. "My lord tells me," she said, folding a pair of lovely hands on her lap, "that you see my poor unhappy boy sometimes." "No sae doom's unhappy, mem," said Malcolm,
but she went on without heeding the remark. "And that you rescued him not long ago from the hands of ruffians." Malcolm made no reply. "Everybody knows," she continued after a slight pause, "what an unhappy mother I am. It is many years since I lost the loveliest infant ever seen, while my poor Stephen was left to be the mockery of every urchin in the street." She sighed deeply, and one of the fair hands took a handkerchief from a work-table near.
"No unport, lassie, mem," said Malcolm. "There's very few o' them so hard-hearted or so ill-mannered. They are used to seeing him at the school, where he shows himsel' whiles, and he's a great favourite with them, for he's one of the best craturs living."
"A poor, witless, unmanageable being. He's a dreadful grief to me," said the widowed mother, with a deep sigh.
"A bairn could manage him," said Malcolm in strong contradiction.
"Oh, if I could but convince him of my love! But he won't give me a chance. He has an unaccountable dread of me, which makes him as well as me wretched. It is a delusion which no argument can overcome, and seems indeed an essential part of his sad affliction. The more care and kindness he needs, the less will he accept at my hands. I long to devote my life to him, and he will not allow me. I should be but too happy to nurse him day and night. Ah, Mr. MacPhail, you little know a mother's heart. Even if my beautiful boy had not been taken from me, Stephen would still have been my idol, idiot as he is, and will be as long as he lives, and—"
"He's no idiot, mem," interposed Malcolm.
"And just imagine," she went on, "what a misery it must be to a widowed mother, poor companion as he would be at the best, to think of her boy roaming the country like a beggar, sleeping she doesn't know where, eating wretched food, and—"
"Good parridge and milk, and brose and butter," said Malcolm parenthetically, "whiles herring and yellow harries."
"It's enough to break a mother's heart. If I could but persuade him to come home for a week, so as to have a chance with him. But it's no use trying. Ill-disposed people have made mischief between us, telling wicked lies and terrifying the poor fellow almost to death. It is quite impossible except I get someone to help me, and there are so few who have any influence with him." Malcolm thought she must surely have had chances enough before he ran away from her, but he could not help feeling softened towards her.
"Supposin' I was to get ye speech o' him, mem," he said.
"That would not be of the slightest use. He is so prejudiced against me, he would only shriek, and go into one of those horrible fits."
"I dinna see what's to be done then," said Malcolm.
"I must have him brought here. There is no other way."
"And where would be the good of that, mem? By your own showing he would run out of his very body to win away frae ye."
"I did not mean by force," returned Mrs. Stewart. "Someone he has confidence in must come with him. Nothing else will give me a chance. He would trust you now. Your presence would keep him from being terrified, at his own mother, alas. Through you he would learn to trust me, and if a course of absolute indulgence did not bring him to live like other people, that of course is impossible, it might at least induce him to live at home, and cease to be a byword to the neighbourhood." Her tone was so refined, and her voice so pleading, her sorrow was so gentle, and she looked, in the dimness, to Malcolm's imagination at least, so young and handsome, that the strong castle of his prejudices was swaying as if built on reeds. And had it not been that he was already the partisan of her son, and therefore in honour bound to give him the benefit of every doubt, he would certainly have been gained over to work her will. He knew absolutely nothing against her, not even that she was the person he had seen in Mrs. Cattenaugh's company in the garret of Lossy House. But he steeled himself to distrust her, and held his peace. "It is clear," she resumed after a pause, "that the intervention of some friend of both is the only thing that can be of the smallest use. I know you are a friend of his, a true one, and I do not see why you should not be a friend of mine as well. Will you be my friend too?" She rose as she said the words, and approaching him, bent on him out of the shadow the full strength of eyes, whose light had not yet begun to pale before the dawn we call death, and held out a white hand glimmering in the dusk. She knew only too well the power of a still fine woman of any age over a youth of 20. Malcolm, knowing nothing about it, yet felt hers, and was on his guard. He rose also, but did not take her hand. "I have had only too much reason," she added, "to distrust some who, unlike you, profess themselves eager to serve me, but I know neither Lord Lossy nor you will play me false." She took his great rough hand between her two soft palms, and for one moment Malcolm was tempted, not to betray his friend, but to simulate a yielding sympathy, in order to come at the heart of her intent, and should it prove false, to foil it the more easily. But the honest nature of him shrunk from deception, even where the object of it was good. He was not at liberty to use falsehood for the discomfiture of the false even. A pretended friendship was of the vilest of despicable things, and the more holy the end, the less fit to be used for the compassing of it, least of all in the cause of a true friendship. "I canna help you, mem," he said. "I darna. I hae sic a regard for your son, that afore I would do anything to harm him, I would have my 2 hands chopped frae the shackle-bairn." "Surely, my dear Mr. MacPhail," returned the lady, in her most persuasive tones, and with her sweetest smile, "you cannot call it harming a poor idiot to restore him to the care of his own mother." "That's as it turned out," rejoined Malcolm. "But I'm sure o' one thing, mem, and that is that he's no so muckle an idiot as some folk would hae him." Mrs. Stewart's face fell. She turned from him, and going back to her seat, hid her face in her handkerchief. "I'm afraid," she said sadly, after a moment, "I must give up my last hope. You are not disposed to be friendly to me, Mr. MacPhail. You, too, have been believing hard things of me." "That's true, but no frae hearsay alone," returned Malcolm. "The look o' the poor fellow when he but hears the chance word, mither, is a sight not to be forgotten. He grips his lugs atween his 2 hands, and rends like a collie with a pan at his tail. That couldna come o' nothing." Mrs. Stewart hid her face on the cushioned arm of the settee, and sobbed. A moment after, she sat erect again, but languid and red-eyed, saying, as if with sudden resolve, "I will tell you all I know about it, and then you can judge for yourself. When he was a very small child, I took him for advice to the best physicians in London and Paris. All advised a certain operation, which had to be performed for consecutive months, at intervals of a few days. Though painful, it was simple, yet of such a nature that no one was so fit to attend to it as his mother. Alas, instead of doing him any good, it has done me the worst injury in the world. My child hates me." Again she hid her face on the settee. The explanation was plausible enough, and the grief of the mother surely apparent. Malcolm could not but be touched. "It's not that I'm not willing to be your friend, ma'am, but I'm your son's friend already.
and gin he were to hear anything 'at garred him mislippen to me, it would gang to my heart."
"Then you can judge what I feel," said the lady.
"Gin it would hail your heart to hurt mine, I would think about it, mem. But gin it hurted all three of us, and did good to none, it would be a misfit altogether. I'll do nothing till I'm done right sure it's the part o' a friend."
"That's just what makes you the only fit person to help me that I know. If I were to employ people in the affair, they might be rough with the poor fellow."
"Like enough, mem,"
assented Malcolm, while the words put him fresh on his guard. "But I might be driven to it," she added. Malcolm responded with an unuttered vow. "It might become necessary to use force, whereas you could lead him with a word."
"Nah, I'm neither sic witch nor sic traitor."
"Where would be the treachery when you knew it would be for his good?"
"That's just what I dinna ken, mem," retorted Malcolm. "Look ye here, mem," he continued, rousing himself to venture an appeal to the mother's heart. "Here is a man it has pleased God to make no freely like ither folk. His mind, though capable of a handle mair nor a body would think 'at dinna ken him so weel as I do, is certainly weak. Though maybe the weakness lies mair in the tongue than in the brain o' him after a'. And he's been sair frighted wi' some guideship or other, the upshot o' it all being 'at he's unco timorsome, and ready to burst in himself running when there's none pursuing. But he's the gentlest o' creatures. A downright gentleman, mem, gin ever there was one. And that kindly with all creature, baith man and beast. A verra bairn could guide him, ony gate but one."
"Anywhere but to his mother!" exclaimed Mrs. Stewart, pressing her handkerchief to her eyes, and sobbed as she spoke. "There is a child he is very fond of, I am told," she added, recovering herself.
"He likes all bairns," returned Malcolm, "and they're maistly all friendly with him. But there is but just one thing 'at makes life endurable till him. He suffers a hantle with that poor back o' his, and with his breath too when he's frighted, for his heart gangs loping like a salmon in a bag net. And he suffers a hantle forby in his poor feeble mind, trying to understand the good things that folk tells him, and jaloosing it's his ain wight 'at he doesna understand them better. And whiles he thinks himself the child o' sin and wrath, and that Sutton has some special propriety in him, as the catechist says."
"But," interrupted the lady hurriedly, "you were going to tell me the one comfort he has."
"It's his liberty, mem, just his liberty, to gang where he lists like the wind, to turn his face where he will in the morning, and back again at night gin he likes, to wander—"
"Back where?" interrupted the mother, a little too eagerly.
"Where he likes, mem. I couldna say where with any certainty, but aye, he likes to hear the sea moaning, and watch the stars shining. There's a sight o' undeveloped religion in him, as Master Graham says, and I do not believe that the Lord'll see him wronged more nor is for his good. But it's my belief, gin you took the liberty frae the poor creature, you would kill him."
"Then you won't help me," she cried despairingly. "They tell me you are an orphan yourself, and yet you will not take pity on a childless mother, worse than childless, for I had the loveliest boy once. He would be about your age now, and I have never had any comfort in life since I lost him. Give me my son, and I will bless you, love you." As she spoke, she rose, and approaching him gently, laid a hand on his shoulder. Malcolm trembled, but stood his mental ground.
"'Deed, mem, I can and will promise ye nothing," he said. "Are ye to play a man false 'cause he's less able to take care o' himself than ither folk? Gin I were sure 'at ye could make it up, and that he would be happy with ye afterhin, it might be another thing. But except ye guard him, ye couldna get him to bide long enough for ye to try, and syne he would dee afore ye had convinced him. I doubt, mem, ye hae lost your chance with him, and maun do your best to be content without him. I'll promise ye this muckle, gin ye like. I sud tell him what he has said upon the subject."
"Much good that will be," replied the lady, with ill-concealed scorn.
"Ye think he winna understand, but he understands wonderful."
"And you would come again and tell me what he said?" she murmured, with the eager persuasiveness of reviving hope.
"Maybe aye, and maybe no. I winna promise. Have ye any answer to send back to my lord's letter, mem?"
"No. I cannot write. I cannot even think. You have made me so miserable." Malcolm lingered. "Go, go," said the lady dejectedly. "Tell your master I am not well. I will write to-morrow. If you hear anything of my poor boy, do take pity upon me and come and tell me." The stiffer partisan Malcolm appeared, the more desirable did it seem in Mrs. Stewart's eyes to gain him over to her side. Leaving his probable active hostility out of the question, she saw plainly enough that if he were called on to give testimony as to the laird's capacity, his witness would pull strongly against her plans, while if the interests of such a youth were wrapped up in them, that fact in itself would prejudice most people in favour of them. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 36. The Blow. "Well, Malcolm," said his lordship, when the youth reported himself, "how's Mrs. Stewart?" "No o'er well pleased, my lord," answered Malcolm. "What? You haven't been refusing to— "'Deed have I, my lord." "Tut, tut. Have you brought me any message from her?" He spoke rather angrily. "None but that she wasna well, and would write the morn." The Marquis thought for a few moments. "If I make a personal matter of it, MacPhail, I mean, you won't refuse me if I ask a personal favour of you?" "I maun ken what it is afore I say anything, my lord." "You may trust me not to require anything you couldn't undertake." "There might be two opinions, my lord." "You young boar, what is the world coming to, by Jove!" "As far as I can gang with a clean conscience, I'll gang. No one step ayont," said Malcolm. "You mean to say your judgment is a safer guide than mine?" "No, no, my lord. I might weel follow your lord's judgment. But gin there be a conscience in the affair, it's my ain conscience I'm bound to follow, and not your lordship's or any other man's. Suppose the thing that seemed right to your lordship seemed wrong to me, what would you have me do then? Do as I told you, and lay the blame on me?" "Na, my lord, that winna hold. I bound to do what I thought right, and lay the blame upon nobody, whatever came o't." "You young hypocrite! Why didn't you tell me you meant to set up for a saint before I took you into my service?" "'Cause I hadna sic intention, my lord. Surely a body might ken himsel' no saint, and yet like to hold his hands clean." "What did Mrs. Stewart tell you she wanted of you?" asked the Marquis almost fiercely, after a moment's silence. "She wanted me to get the poor laird to gang back till her, but I sair misdoubt, for all her fine words, it's a closed door, gin it beena a lid, she would hae upon him, and I would sooner be hanged nor have a thumb in that haggis." "Why should you doubt what a lady tells you?" "I wouldna be o'er ready, but I ha heard things, ye see, and bound to be upon my guard." "Well, I suppose, as you are a personal friend of the idiot—" His lordship had thought to sting him, and paused for a moment, but Malcolm's manner revealed nothing except waiting watchfulness. "I must employ someone else to get a hold of the fellow for her," he concluded. "You will not do that, my lord," cried Malcolm in a tone of entreaty, but his master chose to misunderstand him. "Who's to prevent me, I should like to know?" he said. Malcolm accepted the misinterpretation involved, and answered, but calmly, "Me, my lord, I will. At any rate, I should do my best." "Upon my word!" exclaimed Lord Lossy, "you presume sufficiently on my good nature, young man." "Hear me a moment, my lord," returned Malcolm. "I've been turning it o'er in my mind, and I see, plain as the daylight, that I'm boun, being your lordship's servant, and trusted by your lordship, to say that to yoursel the whilk I was nowise boun to say to Mistress Stewart. So, at the risk of angering ye, I maun tell your lordship, with all respect, 'at gin I can help it, there shall no hand, gentle or simple, be laid upon the laird against his ain wull." The Marquis was getting tired of the contest. He was angry, too, and none the less that he felt Malcolm was in the right. "Go to the devil, you booby," he said, even more in impatience than in wrath. "I'm thinking I needna budge," retorted Malcolm, angry also. "What do you mean by that insolence?" "I mean, my lord, that to gang will be to gang frae him. He canna be far frae your lordship's lug this minute." All the Marquis's gathered annoyance broke out at last in rage. He started from his chair, made 3 strides to Malcolm, and struck him in the face. Malcolm staggered back till he was brought up by the door. "Hoot, my lord!" he exclaimed, as he sought his blue cotton handkerchief. "You sudna ha' done that. You'll blood the carpet." "You precious idiot!" cried his lordship, already repenting the deed. "Why didn't you defend yourself?" "The quarrel was my ain, and I could do as I liked, my lord." "And why should you like to take a blow? Not to lift a hand, even to defend yourself?" said the Marquis, vexed both with Malcolm and with himself. "Because I saw I was in the wrong, my lord. The quarrel was o' my ain making. I hadna right to lose my temper and be impudent, so I didna dare defend mysel'.
and I beg your lordship's pardon. But dinna you do me the wrong to imagine, my lord, 'cause I took a fluit in good part when I kent myself in the wrong, that's how I would carry mysel gin 'twas for the poor laird. Faith, I suld gar any man kenna differ there. Go along with you, and don't show yourself till you're fit to be seen. I hope it'll be a lesson to you. It will, my lord, said Malcolm. But, he added, there was no occasion to give me sic a dirdum. A word would have put me mair in the wrong. So saying, he left the room with his handkerchief to his face. The Marquis was really sorry for the blow, chiefly because Malcolm, without a shadow of pusillanimity, had taken it so quietly. Malcolm would, however, have had very much the worse of it had he defended himself, for his master had been a bruiser in his youth, and neither his left hand nor his right arm had yet forgot their cunning, so far as to leave him less than a heavy overmatch for one unskilled, whatever his strength or agility. For some time after he was gone, the Marquis paced up and down the room, feeling strangely and unaccountably uncomfortable. The great lout, he kept saying to himself. Why did he let me strike him? Malcolm went to his grandfather's cottage. In passing the window, he peeped in. The old man was sitting with his bagpipes on his knees, looking troubled. When he entered, he held out his arms to him. "There'll be something gone wrong with you, Malcolm, my son," he said. "You'll be having a hurt. She knows it. She has it within her, though she couldn't just see it. Where is it?" As he spoke, he proceeded to feel his head and face. "God bless her soul! You are blooding, Malcolm!" he cried the same moment. "It's nothing to grate about, Daddy. It's hardly mair nor the flype of a salmon's tail." "But who'll be done it?" asked Duncan angrily. "Ow, the master gave me a bit fluid," answered Malcolm with indifference. "Where is he?" cried the piper, rising in wrath. "Take her to him, Malcolm. She will stab him. She will be killing him. She will drive her dirk into his wicked body." Na, Daddy," said Malcolm. "We had enough of dirks already." "Then you have done it yourself, then, Malcolm, my brave boy." "No, Daddy, I took my licks like a man, for I deserved them." "Deserved to be beaten, Malcolm, to be beaten like a dog. Don't tell her that. Don't break her heart, my boy." "It wasna that muckle, Daddy. I only telled him O'Horny was at his lug." "And she'll make no doubt it was true," cried Duncan, emerging suddenly from his despondency. "Aye, so he was, only I had no right to say it." "But you striked him back, Malcolm. Don't say you didn't give him back his blow. Don't tell it to her, Malcolm." "How could I hit my master, and myself in the wrong, Daddy?" "Then she'll must do it herself," said Duncan quietly, and with the lips compressed of calm decision, turned towards the door to get his dirk from the next room. "Bide ye still, Daddy," said Malcolm, laying hold of his arm, "and sit ye down till ye hear all about it first." Duncan yielded for the sake of better instruction in the circumstances, over the whole of which Malcolm now went. But before he came to a close, he had skilfully introduced and enlarged upon the sorrows and sufferings and dangers of the laird, so as to lead the old man away from the quarrel, dwelling especially on the necessity of protecting Mr. Stewart from the machinations of his mother. Duncan listened to all he said with marked sympathy. "And gin the Marquis dare to cross me in it," said Malcolm at last, as he ended, "let him look till himself, for it's no at a buffet or two I would stick, gin the poor laird was intil it." This assurance, indicative of a full courageous intent on the part of his grandson, for whose manliness he was jealous, greatly served to quiet Duncan, and he consented at last to postpone all quittance, in the hope of Malcolm's having the opportunity of a righteous quarrel for proving himself no coward. His wrath gradually died away, until at last he begged his boy to take his pipes, that he might give him a lesson. Malcolm made the attempt, but found it impossible to fill the bag with his swollen and cut lips, and had to beg his grandfather to play to him instead. He gladly consented, and played until bedtime, when, having tucked him up, Malcolm went quietly to his own room, avoiding supper and the eyes of Mrs. Courthope together. He fell asleep in a moment, and spent a night of perfect oblivion, dreamless of wizard lord or witch lady. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 37. The Cutter. Some days passed, during which Malcolm contrived that no one should see him. He stole down to his grandfather's early in the morning, and returned to his own room at night.
Duncan told the people about that he was not very well, but would be all right in a day or two. It was a time of jubilation to the bard, and he cheered his grandson's retirement with music, and with wild stories of Highland lochs and moors, chanted or told. Malcolm's face was now much better, though the signs of the blow were still plain enough upon it, when a messenger came one afternoon to summon him to the Marquis's presence. "Where have you been sulking all this time?" was his master's greeting. "I havena been sulking, my lord," answered Malcolm. "Your lordship told me to hold out of the gate till I was fit to be seen, and not a soul has set an eye upon me till this very moment that your lordship has me in your ain." "Where have you been, then?" "In my ain room at night, and down at my grandfather's as long as folk was about. We'd a bit donner up the burn in the mirk." "You couldn't encounter the shame of being seen with such a face, eh?" "It might have been thought a disgrace to the tane or the tither of us, my lord. Maybe to both." "If you don't learn to curb that tongue of yours, it will bring you to worse." "My lord, I confess my fault, and I put up with the blow. But if it hadna been that I was in the wrong, well, things might have differed." "Hold your tongue, I tell you. You're an honest good fellow, and I'm sorry I struck you. There." "I thank your lordship." "I sent for you because I've just heard from Aberdeen that the boat is on her way round. You must be ready to take charge of her the moment she arrives." "I will be that, my lord. It does not suit me at all to be so long upon the solid. I'm like a colt upon a toll road." The next morning he got a telescope, and taking with him his dinner of bread and cheese and a book in his pocket, went up to the Temple of the Winds to look out for the boat. Every few minutes he swept the offing, but morning and afternoon passed, and she did not appear. The day's monotony was broken only by a call from Demon. Malcolm looked landwards, and spied his mistress below amongst the trees, but she never looked in his direction. He had just become aware of the first dusky breath of the twilight, when a tiny sloop appeared, rounding the Dead Head, as they called the promontory which closed in the bay on the east. The sun was setting red and large on the other side of the Scarnose, and filled her white sails with a rosy dye as she came stealing round in a fair, soft wind. The moon hung over her, thin and pale and ghostly, with hardly shine enough to show that it was indeed she, and not the forgotten scrap of a torn-up cloud. As she passed the point and turned towards the harbour, the warm amethystine hue suddenly vanished from her sails, and she looked white and cold, as if the sight of the Death's Head had scared the blood out of her. "It's hersel'!" cried Malcolm in delight. "About the size of a muckle herring boat, but no more like one than Lady Florimell's like Meg Parton. It'll be just grand to have a creature so near living to guide and take your wool of. I had no idea she was going to be anything like so bonny. I'll no be fit to manage her in a squall, though. I mun have another hand. And I winna have a laddie either, and mun be a grown man, or I winna take in hand to hold her abune the water. I will no. I sa have Blue Peter himself, gin I can get him. Just look at her, with her big gaff tappy set, and her jib and all, bowing and coming on ye as gran as any born lady." He shut up his telescope, ran down the hill, unlocked the private door at its foot, and in 3 or 4 minutes was waiting for her on the harbour wall. She was a little cutter, and a lovely show to eyes capable of the harmonies of shape and motion. She came walking in, as the parton, whom Malcolm found on the pier-head, remarked, "like a lady closing her parasol as she came." Malcolm jumped on board, and the 2 men who had brought her round gave up their charge. She was full decked, with the dainty little cabin. Her planks were almost white. There was not a board in her off which one might not, as the parton expanded the common phrase, "ate his porridge and never find a mote in his mow." Her cordage was all so clean, her standing rigging so taut, everything so ship-shape, that Malcolm was in raptures. If the burn had only been navigable, so that he might have towed the graceful creature home, and laid her up under the very walls of the house, it would have perfected the place in his eyes. He made her snug for the night, and went to report her arrival. Great was Lady Florimell's jubilation. She would have set out on a coasting voyage, as she called it, the very next day, but her father listened to Malcolm. "You see, my lord," said Malcolm, "I mun ken all about her before I dare take ye out in her, and I cannot undertake to manage her my lane. You mun just gie me another man with me." "Get one," said the Marquis. Early in the morning, therefore, Malcolm went to Scarnose, and found Blue Peter amongst his nets. He could spare a day or 2, and would join him. They returned together, got the cutter into the offing, and with a westerly breeze tried her every way. She answered her helm with readiness, rose as light as a bird, made a good board, and seemed every way a safe boat. "She's the bonniest craft ever launched," said Malcolm, ending a description of her behaviour and qualities rather too circumstantial for his master to follow. They were to make their first trip the next morning, eastward if the wind should hold, landing at a certain ancient ruin on the coast, 2 or 3 miles from Portlassy. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Malcolm by George MacDonald. Chapter 38. The Two Dogs. Lady Floramel's fancy was so full of the expected pleasure that she woke soon after dawn. She rose and anxiously drew aside a curtain of her window. The day was one of God's odes, written for men. Would that the days of our human autumn were as calmly grand, as gorgeously hopeful, as the days that lead the aging year down to the grave of winter. If our white hairs were sunlit from behind, like those radiance-bordered clouds, if our air were as pure as this when it must be as cold, if the falling at last of long-cherished hopes did but, like that of the forest leaves, let in more of the sky, more of the infinite possibilities of the region of truth, which is the matrix of fact, we should go marching down the hill of life like a battered but still bannered army on its way home. But alas, how often we rot instead of march towards the grave. "If he be not rotten before he die," said Hamlet's absolute grave-digger. If the year was dying around Lady Florimel as she looked, like a deathless sun from a window of the skies, it was dying, at least, with dignity. The sun was still revelling in the gift of himself. A thin blue mist went up to greet him, like the first of the smoke from the altars of the morning. The fields lay yellow below. The rich colours of decay hung heavy on the woods, and seemed to clothe them as with the trappings of a majestic sorrow. But the spider-webs sparkled with dew, and the gossamer films floated thick in the level sunbeams. It was a great time for the spiders, those visible deaths of the insect race. The sun, like a householder leaving his house for a time, was burning up 1,000 outworn things before he went. Hence the smoke of the dying hearth of summer was going up to the heavens. But there was a heart of hope left, for when farthest away, the sun is never gone, and the snow is the earth's blanket against the frost. But alas, it was not Lady Florimel who thought these things. Looking over her shoulder, and seeing both what she can and what she cannot see, I am having a think to myself. Which it is an offence to utter in the temple of art, cry the critics. Not against art, I think. But if it be an offence to the worshipper of art, let him keep silence before his goddess. For me, I am a sweeper of the floors in the temple of life, and his goddess is my mare, and shall go in the dust-cart. If I find a jewel as I sweep, I will fasten it on the curtains of the doors, nor heed if it should break the fall of a fold of the drapery. Below Lady Florimel's oriel window, under the tall bridge, the burn lay dark in a deep pool, with a slow revolving eddy, in which one leaf, attended by a streak of white froth, was performing solemn gyrations. Away to the north, the great sea was merry with waves, and spotted with their broken crests. Heaped against the horizon, it looked like a blue hill, dotted all over with feeding sheep. But to-day, she never thought why the waters were so busy, to what end they foamed and ran, flashing their laughter in the face of the sun. The mood of nature was in harmony with her own, and she felt no need to discover any higher import in its merriment. How could she, when she sought no higher import in her own, had not as yet once suspected that every human gladness, even to the most transient flicker of delight, is the reflex, from a potsherd it may be, but of an eternal sun of joy? Stay, let me pick up the gem. Every faintest glimmer, all that is not utter darkness, is from the shining face of the Father of lights. Not a breath stirred the ivy leaves about her window. But out there, on the wide blue, the breezes were frolicking, and in the harbour the new boat must be tugging to get free. She dressed in haste, called her stag-hound, and set out the nearest way, that is, by the town gate, for the harbour. She must make acquaintance with her new plaything. Mrs. Catenaw in her nightcap looked from her upper window as she passed, like a great spider from the heart of its web, and nodded significantly after her, with a look and a smile such as might mean that for all her good looks she might have the heartache some day. But she was to have the first herself. For that moment her ugly dog, now and always with the look of being fresh from an ash-pit, rushed from somewhere, and laid hold of Lady Florimell's dress, frightening her so that she gave a cry. Instantly her own dog, which had been loitering behind, came tearing up, 5 lengths at a bound, and descended like an angel of vengeance upon the offensive animal, which would have fled, but found it too late. Opening his huge jaws, Demon took him across the flanks, much larger than his own, as if he had been a rabbit. His howls of agony brought Mrs. Catenaw out in her petticoats. She flew at the hound, which Lady Florimell was in vain attempting to drag from the cur, and seized him by the throat. "Take care! He is dangerous!" cried the girl. Finding she had no power upon him, Mrs. Catenaw forsook him, and in despairing fury rushed at his mistress. Demon saw it with one flaming eye, left the cur, which, howling hideously, dragged his hindquarters after him into the house, and sprang at the woman. Then indeed was Lady Florimell terrified, for she knew the savage nature of the animal when roused. Truly, with his eyes on fire as now, his long fangs bared, the bristles on his back erect, and his moustache sticking straight out, he might well be believed, much as civilization might have done for him, a wolf after all. His mistress threw herself between them, and flung her arms tight round his neck. "Run, woman! Run for your life!" she shrieked. "I can't hold him long!" Mistress Catenaw fled, cowed by terror. Her huge legs bore her huge body, a tragic-comic spectacle, across the street to her open door. She had hardly vanished, flinging it to behind her, when Demon broke from his mistress, and going at the door as if launched from a catapult, burst it open, and disappeared also. Lady Florimell gave a shriek of horror, and darted after him. The same moment, the sound of Duncan's pipes as he issued from the town gate, at which he always commenced instead of ending his reveille, now reached her, and bethinking herself of her inability to control the hound, she darted again from the cottage, and flew to meet him, crying aloud, "Mr. MacPhail! Duncan! Duncan, stop your pipes and come here directly!" "And who may be calling me?" asked Duncan, who had not thoroughly distinguished the voice through the near clamour of his instrument. She laid her hand trembling with apprehension on his arm, and began pulling him along. "It's me, Lady Florimell," she said. "Come here directly. Demon has got into a house and is worrying a woman." "God have mercy!" cried Duncan. "Take her pipes, my lady, for fear anything bad should happen to them." She led him hurriedly to the door, but ere he had quite crossed the threshold, he shivered and drew back. "This is an evil house," he said. "She'll not can go in." A great floundering racket was going on above, mingled with growls and shrieks, but there was no howling. "Call the dog, then. He will mind you, perhaps," she cried, knowing what a slow business an argument with Duncan was, and flew to the stair. "Demon! Demon!" cried Duncan, with agitated voice. Whether the dog thought his friend was in trouble next, I cannot tell, but down he came that instant, with a single bound from the top of the stair, right over his mistress's head as she was running up, and leaping out to Duncan, laid a paw upon each of his shoulders, panting with outlawed tongue. But the piper staggered back, pushing the dog from him. "It is blood!" he cried. "The evil woman's blood!" "Keep him out, Duncan, dear," said Lady Florimell. "I will go and see. There, he'll be up again if you don't mind." Very reluctantly, yet obedient, the bard laid hold of the growling animal by the collar, and Lady Florimell was just turning to finish her ascent of the stair, and see what dread thing had come to pass, when to her great joy she heard Malcolm's voice calling from the farther end of the street. "Hey, Daddy, what's happened, and I didn't hear the pipes?" She rushed out, the pipes dangling from her hand, so that the drone trailed on the ground behind her. "Malcolm! "Malcolm!" she cried, and he was by her side in scarcely more time than Demon would have taken. Hurriedly, and rather incoherently, she told him what had taken place. He sprang up the stair, and she followed. In the front garret, with a dormer window looking down into the street, stood Mrs. Catanagh, facing the door, with such a malignant rage in her countenance that it looked demoniacal. Her dog lay at her feet, with his throat torn out. As soon as she saw Malcolm, she broke into a fury of vulgar imprecation, most of it quite outside the pale of artistic record. "Hoots! For shame, Mistress Catanagh!" he cried. "Here's my lady ahind me hearing ilka word. Deil stap her lugs with brunstone. What but a curse would she have from me? I swear by God I should gar her pay for this, or my name's no—" She stopped suddenly. "I thought as muckle," said Malcolm with a keen look. "Ye'll think twice, ye Deil's bookie, or ye think right. What are ye to think? What sud my name be but Bobby Catanagh? Ye're unco upsettin' sin ye turned my lady's flunky. Sorrow take ye both, my dawtet beauty, worried by that hell tyke o' hers." "Gien ye gang on like that, the Marquis'll have ye drummed out o' the town or 2 days beore," said Malcolm. "Wull he then?" she returned with a confident sneer, showing all the teeth she had left. "Ye'll be far ben wi' the Marquis, nae doobt, an' yon dunnert old divil ye call yer grandfather'll be fain eneuch to be drummer, I'll swear. Care's my case." "My lady, she's ower ill-tongued for you to hearken till," said Malcolm, turning to Florimel, who stood in the door, white and trembling. "Just gang down and tell my grandfather to send the dog up. There's surely some gait to gar in her hold her tongue." Mrs. Catanagh threw a terrified glance towards Lady Florimel. "Indeed, I shall do nothing of the kind," replied Florimel. "For shame!" "Hoots, my lady," returned Malcolm, "I only said it to try the effec of it. Seems not that ill." "Ye son of a devil's soul!" cried the woman. "I s' hae amends o' ye for this, gien I should roast my ain heart to get it. 'Deed, but ye're doin' that fine already. That foul brute o' yours has gotten his arrels too. I wonder what he thinks o' Sommon Trout noo, eh, Mim?" "Have done, Malcolm," said Florimel. "I am ashamed of you. If the woman is not hurt, we have no business in her house." "Here, till her," cried Mrs. Catanagh contemptuously. "The woman!" But Lady Florimel took no heed. She had already turned, and was going down the stair. Malcolm followed in silence, nor did another word from Mrs. Catanagh overtake them. Arrived in the street, Florimel restored his pipes to Duncan, who, letting the dog go, at once proceeded to fill the bag, and instead of continuing her way to the harbour, turned back, accompanied by Malcolm, Demon, and Lady Stronach Strathspey. "What a horrible woman that is!" she said with a shudder. "Ay, is she? But I doubt she would be waur gien she didna break out that gait whiles," rejoined Malcolm. "How do you mean?" "It frichts folk at her, an' maybe sometimes puts it oot o' her power to do waur. Gien ever she seek to mak it up wi' ye, my lady, I would have little to say till her, gien I was you." "What could I have to say to a low creature like that?" "Ye wouldna ken what she might be up till, or hoo she might set about it, my lady. I would have you mistrust her a'thegither. My daddy has a fine moral nose for vermin, an' he canna bide her, though he never had a glimp o' the false face of her, an' in truth never spak till her." "I will tell my father of her. A woman like that is not fit to live amongst civilized people." "Ye're right there, my lady. But she would only gang some ither gait among the same. Of course ye maun tell your father, but she's no fit for him to take any notice o'." As they sat at breakfast, Florimel did tell her father. His first emotion, however, at least the first he showed, was vexation with herself. "You must not be going out alone, and at such ridiculous hours," he said. "I shall be compelled to get you a governess." "Really, papa," she returned, "I don't see the good of having a Marquis for a father if I can't go about as safe as one of the Fisher children. And I might just as well be at school if I'm not to do as I like. What if the dog had turned on you?" he said. "If he dared!" exclaimed the girl, and her eyes flashed. Her father looked at her for a moment, said to himself, "There spoke a Colonsay," and pursued the subject no farther. When they passed Mrs. Catanagh's cottage an hour after, on their way to the harbour, they saw the blinds drawn down, as if a dead man lay within. According to after report, she had the brute already laid out like a human being, and sat by the bedside awaiting a coffin, which she had ordered of Watty Witherspale. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 39. Colonsay Castle. The day continued lovely, with a fine breeze. The whole sky and air and sea were alive, with moving clouds, with wind, with waves flashing in the sun. As they stepped on board amidst the little crowd gathered to see, Lady Florimel could hardly keep her delight within the bounds of so-called propriety. It was all she could do to restrain herself from dancing on the little deck, half swept by the tiller. The boat of a schooner which lay at the quay towed them out of the harbour. Then the creature spread her wings like a bird, mainsail and gaff topsail, staysail and jib, leaned away to leeward, and seemed actually to bound over the waves. Malcolm sat at the tiller, and Blue Peter watched the canvas. Lady Florimel turned out to be a good sailor, and her enjoyment was so contagious as even to tighten certain strings about her father's heart, which had long been too slack to vibrate with any simple gladness. Her questions were incessant, first about the sails and rigging, then about the steering. But when Malcolm proceeded to explain how the water reacted on the rudder, she declined to trouble herself with that. "Let me steer first," she said, "and then tell me how things work." "That is whiles the best plan," said Malcolm. "Just lay your hand upon the tiller, my lady, and look out at yon point they call the deadhead yonner. You see, when I turn the tiller this gate, her head falls off the point, and when I turn it this other gate, her head turns till it again. Hold her head just about 2 yards like off of it." Florimel was more delighted than ever when she felt her own hand ruling the cutter. So overjoyed, indeed, that, instead of steering straight, she would keep playing tricks with the rudder, fretting the mouth of the sea palfrey, as it were. Every now and then Malcolm had to expostulate. "No, my lady, ca canny. Dinna steer so wull. Hold her steady. My lord, would ye just say a word to my lady, or I'll be forced to take the tiller frae her." But by and by she grew weary of the attention required, and giving up the helm, began to seek the explanation of its influence, in a way that delighted Malcolm. "Ye'll make a good skipper some day," he said. "You speer the right questions, and that's maist as good as kenning the right answers." At length she threw herself on the cushions Malcolm had brought for her, and while her father smoked his cigar, gazed in silence at the shore. Here, instead of sands, low rocks, infinitely broken and jagged, filled all the tidal space, a region of ceaseless rush and shattered waters. High cliffs of grey and brown rock, orange and green with lichens here and there, and in summer crowned with golden firs, rose behind, untouched by the ordinary tide, but at high water lashed by the waves of a storm. Beyond the headland which they were fast nearing, the cliffs and the sea met at half-tide. The moment they rounded it— "Look there, my lord," cried Malcolm. "There's Colonsay Castle. At your lordship gets your name, I'm thinking, and ony get one of your titles frae. It mun be mony 100 years sin' ever Colonsay bade into it." Well might he say so, for they looked but saw nothing, only cliff beyond cliff, rising from a white-fringed shore. Not a broken tower, not a ragged battlement invaded the horizon. "There's nothing of the sort there," said Lady Florimel. "Ye munna look for tower or pinnacle, my lady, for none will ye see. Their time's long o'er. But just take the sea face of the Skaur in your ee, and travel along it until you come to a bit it looks like mason work. It scarce rises above the Skaur in any but one part, and there it's but a few feet to a wall." Following his direction, Lady Florimel soon found the ruin. The front of a projecting portion of the cliff was faced, from the very water's edge as it seemed, with mason work, while on its side the masonry rested here and there upon jutting masses of the rock, serving as corbels or brackets, the surface of the rock itself completing the wall front. Above, grass-grown heaps and mounds, and one isolated bit of wall pierced with a little window, like an empty eye-socket with no skull behind it, was all that was visible from the sea, of the structure which had once risen lordly on the crest of the cliff. "It is poor for a ruin even," said Lord Lossy. "But just consider how old the place is, my lord. As old as the time of the sea roving Danes, they say. Maybe it's older nor King Alfred. You maun regard it only as a foundation. There's stones enough lying about to show 'at there maun have been a grand superstructure on it once. I some think it has been once disconnected frae the land, and jined on by a drawbridge. Mony a lump o' rock and castle together has rolled down the brae upon all sides, and the ruins may well have filled up the gully at last. It's a wonderful old place, my lord." "What would you do with it if it were yours, Malcolm?" asked Lady Florimel. "I would spend all my spare time patching it up to get it stand out again the weather. It's crummelled away a heaps in a mind." "What would be the good of that? A rickle of old stones," said the Marquis. "It's a growth that there winna be many more like," returned Malcolm. "I wonder at your lordship." He was now steering for the foot of the cliff. As they approached, the ruin expanded and separated, grew more massy and yet more detailed. Still it was a mere root clinging to the soil. "Suppose you were Lord Lossy, Malcolm, what would you do with it?" asked Florimel, seriously, but with fun in her eyes. "I would win at the bottom of it first." "What do you mean by that?" "You'll see when you win into it. There's a heap of vaulted places inside yon blind face. Do you see yon wee bit square winnock? That lets the light intil one of 'em. There may be vaults aneath vaults, for them 'at ye can win intil's half full o' yarden stones. I would have all that cleared out, and syne begin frae the very foundation, biggin' and patchin' and buttressin', till I got it as sound as a wunstone, and when I came to the top of the rock, there the castle should take to growin' again, and grow it should, till there it stood, as near what it was as the wit and the hand o' man could set it." "That would ruin a tolerably rich man," said the Marquis. "Onygait, it's not the way folks ruins themselves nowadays, my lord. They'll pull down an old house ony day to save themselves blastin' pother. There's that grand place they call Huntly Castle, a sucking bairn to this for age, but wi' walls, they tell me, would stand for thousands o' years. Would ye believe it? There's a soulless chiel of a factor there, biggin' park walls and a granary out o' it, as gien 'twere a quarry o' bluestone. And what's 10 times mair extraordinaire, there's the Duke o' Gordon just letting the gype take his wull o' the house o' his grace's ain forebears. I would most as soon let a man speak ill o' my daddy." "But this is past all rebuilding," said his lordship. "It would be barely possible to preserve the remains as they are." "It would be ill to do, my lord, on set it up again. But just think what a grand place it would be to bide in." The Marquis burst out laughing. "A grand place for gulls and kittiwakes and sea-crows," he said. "But where is it, pray, that a fisherman like you gets such extravagant notions? How do you come to think of such things?" "Thought's free, my lord. Gien a thing be good to think, what for should not a fisher lad think it? I hae read a heap about old castles and sic like in the history of Scotland, and there's many an old tale and ballant about them. Just look there, my lady. Ye see yon awful hole in the wall, with the very inside of the hill like rushing out at it. I could tell ye a fearful tale about that same." "Do let us have it," said Florimel eagerly, setting herself to listen. "Better wait till we land," said the Marquis lazily. "Ay, my lord. We're o'er near the shore to begin a story. Slack the main sheet, Peter, and stand by the jib downhole. Dinna rise, my lady. She'll be on the ground in another minute." Almost immediately followed a slight grating noise, which grew loud, and before one could say her speed had slackened, the cutter rested on the pebbles, with the small waves of the just turned tide flowing against her quarter. Malcolm was overboard in a moment. "How the deuce are we to land here?" said the Marquis. "Yes," followed Florimel, half risen on her elbow, "how the deuce are we to land here?" "Hoot, my lady," said Malcolm, "sic words ill become your bonny mouth." The Marquis laughed. "I ask you how we are to get ashore," said Florimel with grave dignity, though an imp was laughing in the shadows of her eyes. "I'll soon let ye see that, my lady," answered Malcolm, and leaning over the low bulwark, he had her in his arms almost before she could utter an objection. Carrying her ashore like a child, indeed, to steady herself she had put an arm round his shoulders, he set her down on the shingle, and turning in the act, left her as if she had been a burden of nets, and waded back to the boat. "And how, pray, am I to go?" asked the Marquis. "Do you fancy you can carry me in that style?" "Ow, now, my lord, that wouldna be dignified for a man. Just loop upon my back." As he spoke, he turned his broad shoulders, stooping. The Marquis accepted the invitation, and rowed ashore like a schoolboy, laughing merrily. They were in a little valley, open only to the sea, one boundary of which was the small promontory whereon the castle stood. The side of it next them, of stone and live rock combined, rose perpendicular from the beach to a great height, whence to gain the summit they had to go a little way back, and ascend by a winding path till they reached the approach to the castle from the landward side. "No, would not this be a grand place to bide at, my lord?" said Malcolm, as they reached the summit. The Marquis breathless, Florimel fresh as a lark. "Just see sic an outlook. The very place for pirates like the old Danes. Nothing could escape the sight of them here. Yon's the hills of Sutherland. You see yon one like a cairn. That's a great friend to the fisher folk to tell them where they are. Yon's the let coast of Caithness, and yonner's the North Pole, only you cannot see so far. Just think, my lord, how grand would be the bluster and blap of the wind about the turrets as you stood at your window on a winter's day, looking out o'er the gurly twist of the waters, the air full of glittering snow, the clouds a mile thick abune your head, and not a living creature but your own folk nearer nor the farm town or the brow yonner." "I don't see anything very attractive in your description," said his lordship. "And where," he added, looking around him, "would be the garden?" "What could you want with a garden? And the sea out afore you there. The sea's bonnier than any garden. A garden's maist aye the same, or it changes so slow, with the one flower gaen in and the other flower coming out, 'at you most dinna notice the odds. But the sea's never 2 days the same. Even Lochan, she never lost twice the same face, and when she sulks, she has 100 ways of sulking." "And how would you get a carriage up here?" said the Marquis. "Fine that, my lord. There's a road up as far as yon nook. And for this brow I would clear away the loose stones, and let the natural girths grow sweet and fine, and turn a lot of bonny Highland sheep onto it. I would keep yon a bit of ones, for though they're rough in the leaf, they blow so golden. Syne I would gather all the bits of drains frae all the sides, till I had a bonny stream of water off the sweet cornland, rowing down here where we stand, and o'er to the castle itsel, and through court and kitchie, gurgling and rinning, and syne out again and down the face of the scar, splashing and loping like mad. I would leave all the lave to nature hersel. It would be a grand place, my lord. And when you was tired of it, you could just run away to Lossy House, and hide ye in the how there for a change. I would like fine to have the sorting of it for your lordship." "I dare say," said the Marquis. "Let's find a nice place for our luncheon, papa, and then we can sit down and hear Malcolm's story," said Florimel. "Dinna you think, my lord, it would be better to get the baskets up first?" interposed Malcolm. "Yes, I think so. Wilson can help you." "Na, my lord, he canna lead the cutter. The tide's rising, and she's o'er near the rocks." "Well, well, we shan't want lunch for an hour yet, so you can take your time. But ye maun take tent, my lord, how ye gang among the ruins. There's awkward kind of holes about the vaults, and just where you think there's none. I dinna altogether like your going wanting me." "Nonsense, go along," said the Marquis. "But I'm not joking," persisted Malcolm. "Yes, yes, we'll be careful," returned his master impatiently, and Malcolm ran down the hill, but not altogether satisfied with the assurance. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 40. The Deil's Winnock. Florimel was disappointed, for she longed to hear Malcolm's tale. But amid such surroundings it was not so very difficult to wait. They set out to have a peep at the ruins, and choose a place for luncheon. From the point where they stood, looking seawards, the ground sunk to the narrow isthmus supposed by Malcolm to fill a cleft formerly crossed by a drawbridge, and beyond it rose again to the grassy mounds in which lay so many of the old bones of the ruined carcass. Passing along the isthmus, where on one side was a steep descent to the shore of the little bay, and on the other the live rock hewn away to a wall, shining and sparkling with crystals of a clear irony brown, they next clambered up a rude ascent of solid rock, and so reached what had been the centre of the seaward portion of the castle. Here they came suddenly upon a small hole at their feet, going right down. Florimel knelt, and peeping in, saw the remains of a small spiral stair. The opening seemed large enough to let her through, and gathering her garments tight about her, she was halfway buried in the earth, before her father, whose attention had been drawn elsewhere, saw what she was about. He thought she had fallen in, but her merry laugh reassured him, and ere he could reach her, she had screwed herself out of sight. He followed her in some anxiety, but after a short descent rejoined her in a small vaulted chamber, where she stood looking from the little square window Malcolm had pointed out to them as they neared the shore. The bare walls around them were of brown stone, wet with the drip of rains, and full of holes where the mortar had yielded and stones had fallen out. Indeed, the mortar had all but vanished. The walls stood, and the vaults hung, chiefly by their own weight. By breaches in the walls, where once might have been doors, Florimel passed from one chamber to another and another, each dark, brown, vaulted, damp, and weather-eaten, while her father stood at the little window she had left, listlessly watching the two men on the beach far below, landing the lunch, and the rippled sea, and the cutter rising and falling with every wave of the flowing tide. At length Florimel found herself on the upper end of a steep sloping ridge of hard, smooth earth, lying along the side of one chamber, and leading across to yet another beyond, which, unlike the rest, was full of light. The passion of exploration being by this time thoroughly roused in her, she descended the slope, half sliding, half creeping. When she thus reached the hole into the bright chamber, she almost sickened with horror, for the slope went off steeper, till it rushed, as it were, out of a huge gap in the wall of the castle, laying bare the void of space, and the gleam of the sea at a frightful depth below. If she had gone 1 foot further, she could not have saved herself from sliding out of the gap. It was the very breach Malcolm had pointed out to them from below, and concerning which he had promised them the terrible tale. She gave a shriek of terror, and laid hold of the broken wall. To heighten her dismay to the limit of mortal endurance, she found at the very first effort, partly, no doubt, from the paralysis of fear, that it was impossible to reascend, and there she lay on the verge of the steeper slope, her head and shoulders in the inner of the 2 chambers, and the rest of her body in the outer, with the hideous vacancy staring at her. In a few moments it had fascinated her, so that she dared not close her eyes, lest it should leap upon her. The wonder was that she did not lose her consciousness, and fall at once to the bottom of the cliff. Her cry brought her father in terror to the top of the slope. "Are you hurt, child?" he cried, not seeing the danger she was in. "It's so steep. I can't get up again," she said faintly. "I'll soon get you up," he returned cheerily, and began to descend. "Oh, papa," she cried, "don't come a step nearer. If you should slip, we should go to the bottom of the rock together. Indeed, there is great danger. Do run for Malcolm." Thoroughly alarmed, yet mastering the signs of his fear, he enjoined her to keep perfectly still while he was gone, and hurried to the little window. Thence he shouted to the men below, but in vain, for the wind prevented his voice from reaching them. He rushed from the vaults, and began to descend at the first practicable spot he could find, shouting as he went. The sound of his voice cheered Florimel a little, as she lay forsaken in her misery. Her whole effort now was to keep herself from fainting, and for this end to abstract her mind from the terrors of her situation. In this she was aided by a new shock, which, had her position been a less critical one, would itself have caused her a deadly dismay. A curious little sound came to her, apparently from somewhere in the dusky chamber in which her head lay. She fancied it made by some little animal, and thought of the wild cats and otters of which Malcolm had spoken as haunting the caves. But while the new fear mitigated the former, the greater fear subdued the less. It came a little louder, then again a little louder, growing like a hurried whisper, but without seeming to approach her. Louder still it grew, and yet was but an inarticulate whispering. Then it began to divide into some resemblance of articulate sounds. Presently, to her utter astonishment, she heard herself called by name. "Lady Florimel, Lady Florimel," said the sound plainly enough. "Who's there?" she faltered, with her heart in her throat, hardly knowing whether she spoke or not. "There's nobody here," answered the voice. "I'm in my own bedroom at home, where your dog killed mine." It was the voice of Mrs. Cadenaugh, but both words and tone were almost English. Anger, and the sense of a human presence, although an evil one, restored Lady Florimell's speech. "How dare you talk such nonsense?" she said.
"Don't anger me again," returned the voice. "I tell you the truth. I'm sorry I spoke to your ladyship as I did this morning. It was the sight of my poor dog that drove me mad."
"I couldn't help it. I tried to keep mine off him, as you know."
"I do know it, my lady, and that's why I beg your pardon."
"Then there's nothing more to be said."
"Yes, there is, my lady. I want to make you some amends. I know more than most people, and I know a secret that some would give their ears for. Will you trust me?"
"I will hear what you've got to say."
"Well, I don't care whether you believe me or not. I shall tell you nothing but the truth. What do you think of Malcolm MacPhail, my lady?"
"What do you mean by asking me such a question?"
"Only to tell you that by birth he is a gentleman, and comes of an old family."
"But why do you tell me?" said Florimell. "What have I to do with it?"
"Nothing, my lady, or himself either. I hold the handle of the business. But you needn't think it's from any favour for him. I don't care what comes of him. There's no love lost between him and me. You heard yourself this very day how he abused both me and my poor dog, who is now lying dead on the bed beside me."
"You don't expect me to believe such nonsense as that," said Lady Florimell. There was no reply. The voice had departed, and the terrors of her position returned with gathered force in the desolation of redoubled silence that closes around an unanswered question. A trembling seized her, and she could hardly persuade herself that she was not slipping by slow inches down the incline. Minutes that seemed hours passed. At length she heard feet and voices, and presently her father called her name. But she was too agitated to reply except with a moan. A voice she was yet more glad to hear followed, the voice of Malcolm, ringing confident and clear. "Hold away, my lord," it said, "and let me come at her." "You're not going down so," said the Marquis angrily. "You'll slip to a certainty and send her to the bottom."
"My lord," returned Malcolm, "I ken what I'm about, and ye dinna. I beg 'at ye'll hold out by, and no upset the lassie, for something maun depend upon hersel'. Just gang away back into that ither vault, my lord. I insist upon it." His lordship obeyed, and Malcolm, who had been pulling off his boots as he spoke, now addressed Mare. "Here, Peter," he said, "hold on to the tail of that rope like grim death. Na, I dinna want it round me, it's to gang round her. But dinna ye haul, for it might hurt her, and she'll lip into me and come up o' hersel'. Dinna be feared, my bonny lady, there's nae danger, not one grain. I'm comin'." With the rope in his hand, he walked down the incline, and kneeling by Florimell, close to the broken wall, proceeded to pass the rope under and round her waist, talking to her, as he did so, in the tone of one encouraging a child. "Now, my lady, now, my bonny lady, 1 minute, and ye're as safe as gin ye lay in your minnie's lap." "I daren't get up, Malcolm. I daren't turn my back to it. I shall drop right down into it if I do," she faltered, beginning to sob. "Na fear o' that. There, ye canna fall noo, for Blue Peter has the other end, and Peter's as strong as 2 ponies. I'm going to take off your shoon next."
So saying, he lowered himself a little through the breach, holding on by the broken wall with one hand, while he gently removed her sandal shoes with the other. Drawing himself up again, he rose to his feet, and taking her hand, said,
"Noo, my lady, take a good grip o' my hand, and as I lift ye, give a scramble wi' your 2 bit feet, and as soon as ye find them aneath ye, just gang up as gin ye were climbing a grey stane brae," rather steep ascent. "Ye couldna fall gin ye tried your worst." At the grasp of his strong hand, the girl felt a great gush of confidence rise in her heart. She did exactly as he told her, scrambled to her feet, and walked up the slippery way without one slide, holding fast by Malcolm's hand, while Joseph kept just feeling her waist with the loop of the rope as he drew it in. When she reached the top, she fell almost fainting into her father's arms, but was recalled to herself by an exclamation from Blue Peter.
Just as Malcolm relinquished her hand, his foot slipped. But he slid down to the side of the mound only, some 6 or 7 feet to the bottom of the chamber, whence his voice came cheerily, saying he would be with them in a moment. When, however, ascending by another way, he rejoined them, they were shocked to see blood pouring from his foot. He had lighted amongst broken glass, and had felt a sting, but only now was aware that the cut was a serious one. He made little of it, however, bound it up, and as the Marquis would not now hear of bringing the luncheon to the top, having, he said, had more than enough of the place, limped painfully after them down to the shore. Knowing whither they were bound, and even better acquainted with the place than Malcolm herself, Mrs. Catanagh, the moment she had drawn down her blinds in mourning for her dog, had put her breakfast in her pocket, and set out from her back door, contriving mischief on her way. Arrived at the castle, she waited a long time before they made their appearance, but was rewarded for her patience, as she said to herself, by the luck which had so wonderfully seconded her cunning. From a broken loophole in the foundation of a round tower, she now watched them go down the hill. The moment they were out of sight, she crept like a fox from his earth, and having actually crawled beyond danger of discovery, hurried away inland, to reach Portlassy by footpaths and byways, and there show herself on her own doorstep. The woman's consuming ambition was to possess power over others, power to hurt them if she chose, power to pull hidden strings fastened to their hearts or consciences, or history, or foibles, or crimes, and so reduce them, in her knowledge, if not in theirs, to the condition of being, more or less, her slaves. Hence she pounced upon a secret as one would on a diamond in the dust. Any fact even was precious, for it might be allied to some secret, might, in combination with other facts, become potent. How far this vice may have had its origin in the fact that she had secrets of her own, might be an interesting question. As to the mysterious communication she had made to her, Lady Florimel was not able to turn her mind to it, nor indeed for some time was she able to think of anything. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 41. The Clouded Sapphires. Before they reached the bottom of the hill, however, Florimel had recovered her spirits a little, and had even attempted a laugh at the ridiculousness of her late situation. But she continued very pale. They sat down beside the baskets, on some great stones, fallen from the building above. Because of his foot, they would not allow Malcolm to serve them, but told Mare and him to have their dinner near, and called the former when they wanted anything. Lady Florimel revived still more after she had had a morsel of partridge and a glass of wine, but every now and then she shuddered. Evidently she was haunted by the terror of her late position, and with the gladness of a discoverer, the Marquis bethought himself of Malcolm's promised tale, as a means of turning her thoughts aside from it. As soon, therefore, as they had finished their meal, he called Malcolm, and told him they wanted his story. "It's some fearsome," said Malcolm, looking anxiously at the pale face of Lady Florimel. "Nonsense," returned the Marquis, for he thought, and perhaps rightly, that if such it would only serve his purpose the better. "I would rather tell it in a gloam and round a winter fire," said Malcolm, with another anxious look at Lady Florimel. "Do go on," she said. "I want so much to hear it." "Go on," said the Marquis, and Malcolm, seating himself near them, began. I need not again tell my reader that he may take a short cut if he pleases. "There was once a great nobleman, like yoursel, my lord, only na so douce, and he had a great following, and was thought muckle of in all the country, frae John o' Groats to the Mull o' Galloway. But he was terrible proud, and thought nobody was to compare with him, nor anything anybody had to compare with anything he had. His horse were aye swifter, and his kye aye better milkers nor other folks. There were no deer so big, nor had sic muckle horns as the red deer on its Highland hills, no gillies so strong as his gillies, and no castles so well biggit or so old as his. It may hae been all very true for anything I ken,
or anything the story says to the contrary. But it wasna humble or Christian-like o' him to be aye at it o'er and o'er, aye gloryin', as gin he had all things sae by ordinary, 'cause he was by ordinary himself, and they all came till him by the very nature o' things. There was but one thing in which he was na favoured, and that was, that he had no son to take up what he left. But it mattered the less, that the title, as well as the lands, would, as the tale tells, gang all the same till a lass bairn, and a lass bairn he had. "That is the case in the Lossy family," said the Marquis. "That's how I hae heard the tale, my lord, but I would be sorry should all it contains meet with like corroboration. As I say, a daughter there was, and gin all was surpassin', she was surpassin' all. The family piper, or Senecky as they called him, I wouldna wonder, my lord, gin the grand pipes your bounty gae my grandfather had been his. He said in one of his songs, 'at the sun blinkit whenever she showed hersel at the house door.' I se warrant one thing, 'at all the lads blinkit when she looked at them, gin so be she could ever be said to condescend so far as to look at ony. For gin ever she set eye upon one, she never lot it rest. Her eye just slippit ower a face as gin the face might or might not be there. She didna ken or care. A'body said she had sic a haughty look as was never seen on human face afore, and for friendly look she had none for living creature, 'cep it was her ain father, or her ain horse that she rode upon. Her mither was dead. Her father would fain hae seen her married afore he died, but the pride he had given her was like to be the end of all, for she counted it nothing less than a disgrace to part with maiden liberty. There's no man, she would say, when her father would be pressing upon the subject, there's no mortal man but yoursel worth the turn o' my eye. And the father, poor man, was ower well pleased with the flattery to be so angry with her as he would fain ha' looked. So time gaed on, till frae a bonny lassie she had grown a grand lady, and could win up the hill no forder, but bode to gang down on the other side, and her father was just near hand daft with anxiety to see her wed. But no, never one would she hearken till. At last there came to the house, that's Colonsay Castle up there, one day a young man frae Norway, the son o' a great nobleman o' that country, and with him she was some taken. He was a fine man to look at, and he put them all to shame at anything that not strength or skill. But he was as humble as he was fit, and never took any credit till himself for anything that he did or was, and this she was ill pleased with, though she couldna help liking him, and made no bones of letting him see it he wasna altogether a scunner till her. Well, one morning, very ear, she gaed out into her garden, and looked o'er the hedge, and what should she see but this same young nobleman take the bairn frae a poor travelling body, help her o'er a dyke, and give her bairn again. He was at her own side in another minute, but he was just that minute ahind his tryst, and she was in a cold rage at him. He tried to turn her hurt, saying, would she ha' had him not help the poor thing o'er the dyke, her bairnie being but a fortnight old, and hersel unco weak like. But my lady made a mow as gin she was scunnered to hear such things made mention of. And was she to stand looking o'er the hedge, and him convoying a bigger wife and her brat? And syne to come to her, oon ever washing his hands? Hoot, my lady, says he, the poor thing was a human creature. Gin she had been a God's angel, says she, ye had no right to keep me waiting. Gin she had been an angel, says he, there would have been little occasion, but the woman stood in want of help. Gin it had been to save her life, ye sudna have keep me waiting, says she. The lad was scairt at that, as well he might, and taking off his bonnet, he louted lech and left her. But this didna suit my lady. She wasna to be left afore she said gang. So she cried him back, and he came, bonnet in hand, and she loch, and made as gin she had been but trying the smeddum of him, and thought him a true knecht. The poor fellow plucked up at this, and down he fell upon his knees, and out with all that was in his heart. How he loved her mair nor tongue could tell, and gin she would have him, he would be her slave for ever. Ye so be that, says she, and lach him to scorn. Gang after your beggar wife, she says, I'm sick o' ye. He rase, and took up his bonnet, and loped the hedge, and gave a blast upon his horn, and gathered his men and stepped aboard his boat, o'er by the puffy head yonder, and away to Norway o'er the faem, and was never heard tell o' in Scotland again. And the lady was haughtier, and carried her head higher nor ever, maybe to hide a scum she had ta'en for all her pride. So things got on as afore, till at length the tide of her time was well past the turn, and a streak of the snow in her coal-black hair. For as the old song says, her hair was like the crow, and her blade was like the snow, and her bow-bended lip was like the rose-hip, and her eye was like the lightning, glorious and frightening. But all that would soon be o'er. About this time, one day in the gloaming, there came on sic an awful storm, that the folk of the castle were frighted most out of their wits. The lightning came out of the yard, and no frae the lift at all. The wind roared as gin it had been an incarnate rage. The thunder rattled and cracked, as gin the moon and all the stars had been made kettle drums of for the occasion. But never a drop of rain or a stone of hail fell. Nothing broke out but blue light and roaring wind. But the strangest thing was that the sea lay all the time as unconcerned as a sleeping bairn. The wind got no more grip o' it, nor gin all the angels had been pouring ile out of widows' crosses upon it. The very tide came up quieter nor ordinary, and the folk were sair perplexed as well as frighted. Just as the clock of the castle chapped the dead of the night, the clamour of voices was heard through the thunder and the wind, and the warder, looking down frae the high bartizan of the Muckle tower, saw in the fire floats a company of riders approaching the castle, all upon grand horses, he said, that sprang this gate and that, and shot fire frae their een. At the drawbridge they blew a horn and routed like all the bulls of Bashan, and when the warder challenged them, claimed horse room for the night. Nobody had ever heard the place they came frae. It was so far away that as soon as a body heard the name o' it, he forgot it again. But their beasts were as fresh and as full of smidden as I tell ye, and not a hair o' one of them turnt. There was just a deil's dozen o' them, and wherever ye begin to count them, the 13th had aye a red beard. When the news was ta'en to the Marquis, the Jarl, I should say, he gave orders to let them in at once, for whatever faults he had, neither fear nor hainin was among them. So in they came, clattering o'er the drawbridge that gaed up and down aneath them, as gin it would ha' cast them. Right framed folk they looked when they came into the courtyard, all spangled with bonny bright stones o' all colours. They were like no folk 'at ever the Jarl had seen, and he had been to Jerusalem in his day, and had foughten with the Saracens. But they were courteous men and well bred, and mostly well fared too, ilk one looking like a lord's son at the least. They had not a single serving man with them, and would allow none of the folk about the place to lay hand upon their beasts. And ilk one, as he said na, would gie the stallion aneath him a dig with his spurs, or a kick in the ribs, gin he was off his back, with the steel toe of his boot. And the brute would lay his lugs in the haw of his neck, and turn his head asclant, with one white eye glayin' out of it, and lift a hind leg with a glinting shoe turned back, and look like Satan himsel' when he darna. Well, my lord and my lady were sitting in the muckle hall, for they could not gang to their beds in sic a bious storm, when him 'at was the chief of them was ushered in by the seneschal, that's the Stewart like, bowing afore him, and calling him the prince, and no more, for he couldna mind the name o' his place long enough to say it o'er again. And so a prince he was, and forby that, just a man by himsel' to look at. In the prime o' life, maybe, but not freely in the first o' it, for he had the look as gin he had had a hard time o' it, and had a white streak and a craw's foot here and there, the likelier to please my lady, who looked down upon a body younger nor hersel'. He had a commanding, maybe some o'erbearing look, one 'at a man might have bristled up at, but a lady like my lady would welcome as worth bringing down. He was dressed as never man had appeared in Scotland afore, glorious without, no like the lady in the Psalms, for your eye could light nowhere but there was a glitter of a stone, so that he flashed all o'er, ilka motion he made. He carried a short sword at his side, no muckle longer nor my daddy's dirk, as gin he never fought but at close quarters. The whilk had 3 sapphires, blue stones, they tell me, and muckle ones, lowen in the sheath of it, and a muckler one still in the heft, only they were some drumly, clouded, the lady thought, being a judge o' hingers at lugs, earrings, and sic vanities. That may be as it may, but in came the prince, with a leich bow, and a grand upstraightening again, and though, as I say, he was flashing all o'er, his manner was quiet as the moonlight, just grace itsel'. He professed himself unco indebted for the shelter accorded him, and his een aye sought the ladies, and his admiration o'er was plain in ilka look and gesture, and though his words were few, they all meant mair nor they said. Afore his supper came in, her heart was at his wool. They say that when a woman's late a fallen in love, ye'll ken, my lord, I ken nothing about it, it's the mair likely to be an unreasoning and uncontrollable fancy. In sic matters it seems wisdom comes now with grey hairs. Within 1 hour the lady was enamoured of the stranger in a fearful way. She poured out his wine till him with her own hand, and the moment he put the glass to his lips, the wind fell, and the lightning devilled ceased. She set herself to put questions till him, sic as she thought he would like to answer, all about himsel and what he had come through, and sic stories as he telt. She attent till him as she had never done to guest afore, and her father saw it she was sair ta'en with the man. But he wasna altogether so well pleased, for there was something about him, he couldna say what, it garred him shudder. He wasna a man to have fancies, or stand upon fraights, but he could not help the creep that gaed down his backbone ilka time as I encountered that of the prince. It was aye sic a strange look the prince cast upon him, a look as gin him and the Yerl had been already o'er well acquaint, though the Yerl couldna mind it ever he had set eye upon him. All the time, however, he had a kind of a suspicion that they bode to be old acquaintances, and sair he sought to make 'em out. But the prince would never let a body get a glimpse of his een, 'cept the body he was speaking till. That is, gin he could help it, for the Yerl did get 2 or 3 glimpses of them as they spak till his daughter, and he declared efterhind to the king's commissioner that a pale blue kind of a light came from them, the whilk the body he was conversing with and looking straight at never saw. Well, the short and the long of it that night was that they gaed all to their beds. In the morning, when the Marquis, the Yerl, I should say, and his daughter came down the stair, the whole many company was away. Never a horse was in the stable but the Yerl's own beasts, not one hair left behind to show that they had been there, and in the chambers allotted to their riders, never a pair of sheets had been slipped in. The Yerl and my lady sat down to break their fast, no freely in the same humour the two of them, as ye may well believe. When they were about half through, who should come striding in, some door and ill-pleased like, but the prince himsel'. Both Yerl and lady started up. At they should have sitten down till a meal, on even advertised their visitor that sic was their purpose. They made muckle ado with apologies and explanations, but the prince aye bowed, and said so little, that they thought him mortal angered. The whilk was a great vex to my lady, ye may be sure. He had a withered-like look, and the very diamonds in his clothes were duff-like. Altogether he had a brunt-out kind of acy look, ashy. At length the butler came in, and the prince signed till him, and he gaed near, and the prince drew him down, and took mooted in his lug, and his breath, the old man said, was like the grave. He hadna had his morning, he said, and telled him to put the whisky upon the table. The butler did as he was told, and set down the decanter and a glass aside it, but the prince bant him just fearful, and ordered him to take away that playock and fess a tumbler. "I'm thinking, my lord, that maun be a modern touch," remarked Malcolm here, interrupting himself. "There wasn't glass in the times, was there?" "What do I know?" said the Marquis. "Go on with your story." "But there's mair into it than that," persisted Malcolm. "I don't ken there was any whisky in the times either, for I heard a gentleman say the other day at how he had tasted the first whisky that was ever distilled in Scotland, and horrible stuff it was, he said, though it was most as old as the 45. "Confound your long wind! Go on," said the Marquis, peremptorily. "We so call it whisky then, onygate," said Malcolm, and resumed. The butler did again as he was bidden, and fess a tumbler, or mair likely a siller cup, and the prince took the decanter, or what it might be, and filled it to the verra brim. The butler's een maist started frae his head, but naebody said nothing. He lifted it, greedy-like, and drank off the whisky as gin it had been water. "That's middlin'," he said, as he set it on the table again. They looked to see him fall down dead, but in place of that he begoed to gather himsel' a bit, and says he, "We brew the same drink in my country, but a wee mair powerful." Syne he asked for a slice of boar ham and a raw apple, and that was all he ate.
But he took another wacht of the whisky, and his een grew brighter, and the stones about him began to flash again, and my lady admired him the mair, that what would have failed any other man only wakened him up a bit. And syne he telled him how, laith to be fashious, he had gi'en orders till his menie to be aff afore the morning break, and wait at the next change house till he joined them. "Where," said the lady, "I trust ye'll let them wait, or I'll send for them." But the yerl sat and said never a word. The prince gae him one glower, and declared that his lady's word was law to him, and he would bide till she willed him to gang. At this her een shot fire maist like his ain, and she smiled as she had never smiled afore, and the yerl couldna bide the sight o't, but darna interfere. He rose and left the room and them together. What passed atwixt the two there was none to tell, but or an hour was by, they came out upon the garden terrace together, hand in hand, looking baith of them as grand and as well pleased as gin they had been king and queen. The lang and the short of it was, at the same day at night the two was married. Neither of them would hear of a priest. Say what the old yerl could, they would not hear a sic a thing, and the lady was most mair set again nor the prince. She would be married according to Scots law, she said, and would hae nae other ceremony, say aught he liked. A grand feast was got ready, and just the minute afore it was carried to the hall, the great bell of the castle yowled out, and all the folk of the house was gathered in the courtyard, and out came the two afore them, hand in hand, declaring themselves married folk, the whilk, according to Scots law, was but o'er good marriage. Syne they sat down to their dinner, and there they sat, not drinking muckle, they say, but merrily enjoying themselves, the ladies singing a song now and again, and the prince saying he once could sing, but had forgotten the gate o't, but never a prayer, nor a blessing asked, until the clock chapped 12, whereupon the prince and princess raised to gang to their bed, in a room where the king himself aye sleeped when he came to see them. But there was not one of the men or the maids that would have dared be their lawns with that man, prince as he called himself. A minute, or barely two, was o'er, when a cry came frae the king's room, a fearful cry, a long, long scree. The men and the maids looked at one another with awesome looks, and "He's killing her!" they all gasped at once. No, she was never a favourite with any one of her own folk, but still they couldna hear sic a cry frae her, on run to the yerl. They found him pacing up and down the hall, and looking like a dead man in a rage of fear. But when they telled him, he only laughed at them, and called them ill names, and said he hadna heard a cheep. So they took nothing by that, and gaed back trimlin'. Two of them, a man and a maid to hold heart in one another, gaed up to the door of the trance that led to the king's room, but for a while they heard nothing. Syne came the sound like a moaning and grating and praying. The next minute they were back again among the lave, looking like two corpses. They had opened the door of the trance to hearken closer, and what should they see there but the fiery een and the white teeth of the prince's horse, lying athwart the door of the king's room, with his head atween his forefeet, and keeping watch like a tyke dog. Ere long they bethought themselves, and two of them set out and off together for the priory. That's where your ain house Lossie now stands, my lord, to face a priest. It would be a good 2 hour or they wan back, and all that time, ilka now and then, the moaning and the begging and the crying would come again. And the warder upon the high tower declared that ever sin midnight the prince's menie, the hale 12 of them, was careering about the castle, round and round, with the een of their beasts lowing, and their heads out and their manes up, and their tails fleeing ahint them. He aye lost sight of them when they went to the edge of the scar, but round they aye came again upon the other side, as gin there had been a road where there wasna even a ledge. The moment the priest's horse set foot upon the drawbridge, the poor lady gae another ugsome cry, a hantle waur nor the first, and up gat a sudden roar and a blast o' wind that most carried the castle there off of the cliff into the water, and syne came a flash of blue light and a rumbling. After that, all was quiet. It was all o'er afore the priest went athwart the courtyard and up the stair, for he crossed himsel' and gaed straight for the bridal chamber. By this time the earl had come up, and followed cowering ahind the priest. Never a horse was in the trance, and the priest, First laying the cross that hang frae his belt again the door of the chamber, flang it open without any ceremony, for ye'll allow there was room for none. And what think ye was the first thing the Earl saw? A great hole in the wall of the room, and the starry pluch looking in at it, and the sea lying far down afore him, as quiet as the bride upon the bed, but a hantle bonnier to look at, for ilka stick that had been on her was burnt off, and the bonny body of her was lying all rumpled, and as black as a coal frae head to foot, and the reek it rose fra it was hideous. I needna say the bridegroom wasna there. Some folk thought it was a good sign that he hadna carried the body with him, but maybe he was o'er sudden scairt by the foot of the priest's horse upon the drawbridge, and daurdna bide his uncome. So the 4-foot stone wall had to flee afore him, for a throughgang to the prince of the power of the air, and yon's the verra hole to this day, that he was so near or weel acquaint with yoursel, my lady. For the Earl left the castle, and never a Colonsay has made his abode there since syne. But some say the reason the castle came to be deserted altogether was, that as often as they biggit up the hole, it fell out again, as sure as the day of the year came round when first it happened. They say that at 12 o'clock that same night, the door of that room aye gaed to, and that nobody dared touch it, for the heat of the handle o' it, and syne came the screechin' and the moanin', and the fearsome skellach at the last, and a rumble like thunder, and in the mornin' there was the wall out. The hole's bigger noo, for all the decay the castle has ta'en to slidin' out at it, and doubtless it'll spread and spread till the hale structure vanishes. At least so they say, my lord. But I would have a try at the holding of it together for all that. I didn't see at the Deil should have it all his own gait, as gin we were all flate at him. Folk a threep it upon me that there in the gloamin' they ha' seen an awesome face looking in upon them through that slap in the wall. But I never believed it was anything but their ain fancy, though for all that I ken it may ha' been something not canny. Still I say, who's feart? The ill man has no power 'cept o'er his ain kin. We're telt to resist him, and he'll flee frae us.
A good story, and well told, said the Marquis kindly. Don't you think so, Florimel? Yes, papa, Lady Florimel answered, only he kept us waiting too long for the end of it.
Some folk, my lady, said Malcolm, would aye be at the hinder end of a thing, but for mysel, the mair pleased I was to be gane any gait, the mair I would spin out the road till it.
How much of the story may be your own invention now? Said the Marquis.
Oh, not that muckle, my lord. Just a few extras and particulars, it might well have been, with an adjective or an adverb or sic like here and there. I made a mistake, though. Gin it was yon hole yonner, they bode till again down, and not up the stair to their chamber.
His lordship laughed, and again commending the tale, rose. It was time to re-embark, an operation less arduous than before, for in the present state of the tide it was easy to bring the cutter so close to a low rock that even Lady Florimel could step on board. As they had now to beat to windward, Malcolm kept the tiller in his own hand. But indeed, Lady Florimel did not want to steer. She was so much occupied with her thoughts that her hands must remain idle. Partly to turn them away from the more terrible portion of her adventure, she began to reflect upon her interview with Mrs. Catanagh, if interview it could be called, where she had seen no one. At first she was sorry that she had not told her father of it, and had the ruins searched. But when she thought of the communication the woman had made to her, she came to the conclusion that it was, for various reasons, not to mention the probability that he would have set it all down to the workings of an unavoidably excited nervous condition, better that she should mention it to no one but Duncan MacPhail. When they arrived at the harbour quay, they found the carriage waiting, but neither the Marquis nor Lady Florimel thought of Malcolm's foot, and he was left to limp painfully home. As he passed Mrs. Catanagh's cottage, he looked up. There were the blinds still drawn down. The door was shut, and the place was silent as the grave. By the time he reached Lossy House, his foot was very much swollen. When Mrs. Courthope saw it, she sent him to bed at once, and applied a poultice. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 42. Duncan's Disclosure. The night long, Malcolm kept dreaming of his fall, and his dreams were worse than the reality, inasmuch as they invariably sent him sliding out of the breach to receive the cut on the rocks below. Very oddly, this catastrophe was always occasioned by the grasp of a hand on his ankle. Invariably also, just as he slipped, the face of the prince appeared in the breach, but it was at the same time the face of Mrs. Catanagh. The next morning, Mrs. Courthope found him feverish, and insisted on his remaining in bed. No small trial to one who had never been an hour ill in his life. But he was suffering so much that he made little resistance. In the enforced quiescence, and under the excitements of pain and fever, Malcolm first became aware how much the idea of Lady Florimel had at length possessed him. But even in his own thought, he never once came upon the phrase, "in love," as representing his condition in regard of her. He only knew that he worshipped her, and would be overjoyed to die for her. The youth had about as little vanity as could well consist with individual coherence. If he was vain at all, it was neither of his intellectual nor personal endowments, but of the few tunes he could play on his grandfather's pipes. He could run and swim, rare accomplishments amongst the fishermen, and was said to be the best dancer of them all, but he never thought of such comparison himself. The rescue of Lady Florimel made him very happy. He had been of service to her. But so far was he from cherishing a shadow of presumption, that as he lay there he felt it would be utter content to live serving her forever, even when he was old and wrinkled and grey like his grandfather. He never dreamed of her growing old and wrinkled and grey. A single sudden thought sufficed to scatter, not the devotion, but its peace. Of course, she would marry some day, and what then? He looked the inevitable in the face, but as he looked, that face grew an ugly one. He broke into a laugh. His soul had settled like a brooding cloud over the gulf that lay between a fisher lad and the daughter of a peer. But although he was no coxcomb, neither had fed himself on romances, as Lady Florimel had been doing of late, and although the laugh was quite honestly laughed at himself, it was nevertheless a bitter one. For again came the question, why should an absurdity be a possibility? It was absurd, and yet possible. There was the point. In mathematics it was not so. There, of two opposites, to prove one an absurdity was to prove the other a fact. Neither in metaphysics was it so. There also an impossibility and an absurdity were one and the same thing. But here, in a region of infinitely more import to the human life than an eternity of mathematical truth, there was at least one absurdity which was yet inevitable. An absurdity, yet with a villainous attendance of direst heat, marrow-freezing cold, faintings and ravings, and demoniacal laughter. Had it been a purely logical question he was dealing with, he might not have been quite puzzled. But to apply logic here, as he was attempting to do, was not like attacking a fortification with a penknife, for a penknife might win its way through the granite ribs of Kronstadt. It was like attacking an eclipse with a broomstick. There was a solution to the difficulty, but as the difficulty itself was deeper than he knew, so the answer to it lay higher than he could reach, was in fact at once grander and finer than he was yet capable of understanding. His disjointed meditations were interrupted quite by the entrance of the man to whom alone of all men he could at the time have given a hearty welcome. The schoolmaster seated himself by his bedside, and they had a long talk. I had set down this talk, but came to the conclusion I had better not print it. Ranging both high and wide, and touching on points of vital importance, it was yet so odd that it would have been to too many of my readers but a chimera tumbling in a vacuum, as they will readily allow when I tell them that it started from the question, which had arisen in Malcolm's mind so long ago, but which he had not hitherto propounded to his friend, as to the consequences of a man's marrying a mermaid, and that Malcolm, reversing its relations, proposed next the consequences of a man's being in love with a ghost or an angel,
"I'm dreadful tired o' lying here in my bed," said Malcolm at length, when, neither desiring to carry the conversation further, a pause had intervened. "I dinna ken what I want. Whiles I think it's the sun, whiles the wind, and whiles the water, but I canna rest. Hanna ye a bit ballant you could say till me, Mr. Graham? There's naething would quiet me like a ballant." The schoolmaster thought for a few minutes, and then said, "I'll give you one of my own, if you like, Malcolm. I made it some 20 or 30 years ago." "That would be a treat, sir," returned Malcolm, and the master, with perfect rhythm, and a modulation amounting almost to melody, repeated the following verses: "The water ran down frae the high hopade, wi' a rain burnie rin. It wimpled and waggled and sang a screed, a nonsense and would not blin, wi' its rin burnie rin. Frae the heart o' the whirl, with a swirl and a sway, and a rin burnie rin. That water lap clear frae the dark till the day, and singing away did spin, wi' its rin burnie rin. A wee bit mile frae the high hopade, wi' a rin burnie rin. 'Ming her yows and her lambs the herd lassie stood, and she loot a tear fa' in, wi' a rin burnie rin. Frae the heart o' the maiden that tear drap rose, wi' a rin burnie rin. Wearily climbing up narrow ways, there was but a drop to fa' in, sae slow did that burnie rin. Twa wee bit miles frae the high hopade, wi' a rin burnie rin. Doon creepit a cow'rin streaky a red, and melted away within, wi' a rin burnie rin. Frae the heart o' a youth came the tricklin' red, wi' a rin burnie rin. It ran and ran till it left him dead, and syne it dried up in the win', and that burnie nae mair did rin. When the wimplin' burn that frae 3 hearts gaed, wi' a rin burnie rin, came to the lip o' the sea sae braid, it curled and grewed wi' pain o' sin, but it took that burnie in. "It's a bonny, bonny song," said Malcolm, "but I canna say I altogether like it." "Why not?" asked Mr. Graham, with an inquiring smile. "Because the ocean sudna make a mow at the poor earth burnie that couldna help what ran intil it. It took it in, though, and made it clean, for all the pain it couldn't help either." "Well, gien you look at it that gait," said Malcolm. In the evening his grandfather came to see him, and sat down by his bedside, full of a tender anxiety which he was soon able to alleviate. "Wounded in the hand and in the foot," said the seer. "What can it mean? It must mean something, Malcolm, my son." "Well, Daddy, we maun just bide till we see," said Malcolm cheerfully. A little talk followed, in the course of which it came into Malcolm's head to tell his grandfather the dream he had had so much of, the first night he had slept in that room. But more for the sake of something to talk about that would interest one who believed in all kinds of prefigurations, than for any other reason. Duncan sat moodily silent for some time, and then, with a great heave of his broad chest, lifted up his head, like one who had formed a resolution, and said, "The hour has come. She has long been afraid to meet it, but it has come, and Alister will meet it. She'll not be your grandfather, my son." He spoke the words with perfect composure, but as soon as they were uttered, burst into a wail, and sobbed like a child. "You'll be my ain father, then?" said Malcolm. "No, no, my son. She'll not be anything that's your own at all." And the tears flowed down his channeled cheeks. For one moment Malcolm was silent, utterly bewildered. But he must comfort the old man first, and think about what he had said afterwards. "Ye're my ain daddy, whatever ye are," he said. "Tell me all about it, Daddy." "She'll tell you all she'll be knowing, my son, and she never told a lie even to a camel." He began his story in haste, as if anxious to have it over, but had to pause often from fresh outbursts of grief. It contained nothing more of the essential than I have already recorded, and Malcolm was perplexed to think why what he had known all the time should affect him so much in the telling. But when he ended with the bitter cry, "And now you'll be loving her no more, my boy, my child, my Malcolm," he understood it. "Daddy, Daddy!" he cried, throwing his arms round his neck and kissing him. "I love you better nor ever, and well I may." But how can you, when you've got none of the blood in you, my son? Persisted Duncan. I have as muckle as ever I had, Daddy. Yes, but you didn't know. But ye did, Daddy. Yes, and indeed she cannot tell why she'll be loving you so much herself all the time. Well, Daddy, gin ye could love me so well, kennin' me no blood's blood o' your ain, I canna help it. I maun love you, mair nor ever, now 'at I ken it too. Daddy, Daddy, I had no claim upon ye, and ye have been father and grandfather and all to me. What could she do, Malcolm, my boy? The child had no one, and she had no one, and so it was. You must be her own boy after all, and she'll not be wondering, but it might be. Yes, indeed not. His voice sank to the murmurs of a half-uttered soliloquy, and as he murmured, he stroked Malcolm's cheek. "What are ye after now, Daddy?" asked Malcolm. The only sign that Duncan heard the question was the complete silence that followed. When Malcolm repeated it, he said something in Gaelic, but finished the sentence thus, apparently unaware of the change of language. "Only how else should she be loving you so much, Malcolm, my son?" "I ken what Maester Graham would say, Daddy," rejoined Malcolm at a half-guess. "What would he say, my son? He's a good man, your Master Graham. It could not be without the same fathers and the same chief." "He would say it was 'cause we were all one blood, 'cause we all had one father." "Oh, yes, no doubt. We all come from the same first parents, but that will be a very long way off, before the clans got together. It'll not be holding very well now, my son. That was before the camels." "That's not what Master Graham would mean, Daddy," said Malcolm. "He would mean that God was the father of us all, and so we couldn't help loving one another." "No, that cannot be right, Malcolm, for then we should have to love everybody. Now she loves you, my son, and she hates Commel of Glenlyon. She loves Mistress Parton when she'll not be too rude to her, and she hates that Mistress Catanagh. She's a bad woman, that, she'll be certain sure, though she'll never saw her to speak to her. She'll have claws to her bosoms." "Weel, Daddy, there was nothing ither to gar ye love me. I was just a helpless human being, and so for that, and nae ither reason, you took all that fash with me. And for mysel', I'm dead sure I couldna love you better nor ye was twice my grandfather." "He's her own boy," cried the piper, much comforted, and his hand sought his head and lighted gently upon it. "But maybe," he went on, "she might not have loved you so much if she hadn't been thinking sometimes." He checked himself. Malcolm's questions brought no conclusion to the sentence, and a long silence followed. "Supposin' I was to turn out a Commel," said Malcolm at length. The hand that was fondling his curls withdrew as if a serpent had bit it, and Duncan rose from his chair. "Was it her own son to be speaking such an evil thing?" he said, in a tone of injured and sad expostulation. "For anything ye ken, Daddy. Ye cannot tell but it might be." "Don't breathe it, my son," cried Duncan in a voice of agony, as if he saw unfolding a fearful game the arch-enemy had been playing for his soul. "But it cannot be," he resumed instantly, "for then how should she be loving you, my son?" "'Cause ye was in for that afore ye kent what the poor beastie was." "The darling child! She could not have loved him if he had been a Commel. Her soul would have jumped back from him as from the snake in the tree. The hate in her heart to the blood of a Commel would have killed the child of Commel blood. No, Malcolm, no, my son." "You wouldna hae me believe, Daddy, that gin ye had kent by mark of hoof and horn that the creature they laid in your lap was a Commel, you would have risen up and loten it lie where it fell? No, Malcolm, I would have put my foot upon it as I would on the young viper in the heather." "Gin I was to turn out one of that ill race, you would hate me then, Daddy, after all." "Oh, hone, Daddy, you would be well pleased to think how you stuck your dirk through the ill hand o' me, and wouldn't rest till you had it through the waur heart. I doubt I had better up and away, Daddy, for who kens what you may not do to me." Malcolm made a movement to rise, and Duncan's quick ears understood it. He sat down again by his bedside and threw his arms over him. Lie down, my boy. If you get up, that will be you are a Commel. No, no, my son, you are very cruel to your own old daddy. She would be too much sorry for her boy to hate him. It will be so dreadful to be a Commel." No, no, my boy. She would take you to her bosom, and that would drive the camel out of you. But don't speak of it any more, my son, for it cannot be. She must go now, for her pipes will be waiting for her.
Malcolm feared he had ventured too far, for never before had his grandfather left him except for work. But the possibility he had started might do something to soften the dire endurance of his hatred. His thoughts turned to the new darkness let in upon his history and prospects. All at once the cry of the mad Laird rang in his mind's ear. "I dinna ken where I cam frae." Duncan's revelation brought with it nothing to be done, hardly anything to be thought, merely room for most shadowy, most unfounded conjecture. Nay, not conjecture, nothing but the vaguest of castle-building. In merry mood, he would henceforth be the son of some mighty man, with a boundless future of sunshine opening before him. In sad mood, the son of some strolling gypsy or worse, his very origin better forgotten, a disgrace to the existence for his share in which he had hitherto been peacefully thankful. Like a lurking phantom shroud, the sad mood leaped from the field of his speculation and wrapped him in its folds. Sure enough, he was but a beggar's brat. How henceforth was he to look Lady Florimel in the face? Humble as he had believed his origin, he had hitherto been proud of it. With such a high-minded sire as he deemed his own, how could he be other? But now, never more could he look one of his old companions in the face. They were all honourable men, he a base-born foundling. He would tell Mr. Graham, of course. But what could Mr. Graham say to it? The fact remained. He must leave Portlassy. His mind went on brooding, speculating, devising. The evening sunk into the night, but he never knew he was in the dark until the housekeeper brought him a light. After a cup of tea, his thoughts found pleasanter paths. One thing was certain. He must lay himself out, as he had never done before, to make Duncan MacPhail happy. With this one thing clear to both heart and mind, he fell fast asleep. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 43. The Wizard's Chamber. He woke in the dark, with that strange feeling of bewilderment which accompanies the consciousness of having been waked. Is it that the brain wakes before the mind, and like a servant unexpectedly summoned does not know what to do with its master from home? Or is it that the master wakes first, and the servant is too sleepy to answer his call? Quickly coming to himself, however, he sought the cause of the perturbation now slowly ebbing. But the dark into which he stared could tell nothing. Therefore he abandoned his eyes, took his station in his ears, and thence sent out his messengers. But neither, for some moments, could the scouts of hearing come upon any sign. At length, something seemed doubtfully to touch the sense. The faintest suspicion of a noise in the next room. The wizard's chamber. It was enough to set Malcolm on the floor. Forgetting his wounded foot and lighting upon it, the agony it caused him dropped him at once on his hands and knees, and in this posture he crept into the passage. As soon as his head was outside his own door, he saw a faint gleam of light coming from beneath that of the next room. Advancing noiselessly, and softly feeling for the latch, his hand encountered a bunch of keys depending from the lock, but happily did not set them jingling. As softly, he lifted the latch, when almost of itself the door opened a couple of inches, and with bated breath he saw the back of a figure he could not mistake, that of Mrs. Catanagh. She was stooping by the side of a tent bed much like his own, fumbling with the bottom hem of one of the check curtains, which she was holding towards the light of a lantern on a chair. Suddenly she turned her face to the door, as if apprehending a presence. As suddenly he closed it, and turned the key in the lock. To do so he had to use considerable force, and concluded its grating sound had been what waked him. Having thus secured the prowler, he crept back to his room, considering what he should do next. The speedy result of his cogitations was, that he endued his nether garments, though with difficulty from the size of his foot, thrust his head and arms through a jersey, and set out on his hands and knees for an awkward crawl to Lord Lossie's bedroom. It was a painful journey, especially down the 2 spiral stone stairs which led from the first floor where it lay. As he went, Malcolm resolved, in order to avoid rousing needless observers, to enter the room, if possible, before waking the Marquis. The door opened noiselessly. A night light, afloat in a crystal cup, revealed the bed, and his master asleep, with one arm lying on the crimson quilt. He crept in, closed the door behind him, advanced halfway to the bed, and in a low voice called the Marquis. Lord Lossie started up on his elbow, and without a moment's consideration seized one of a brace of pistols which lay on a table by his side, and fired. The ball went with a sharp thud into the thick mahogany door. "My lord! My lord!" cried Malcolm. "It's only me." "And who the devil are you?" returned the Marquis, catching up the second pistol. "Malcolm, your ain henchman, my lord." "Damn you, what are you about then? Get up. What are you after there, crawling like a thief?" As he spoke, he leaped from the bed, and seized Malcolm by the back of the neck. "It's a mercy I wasna mair like an honest man," said Malcolm, "or that bullet would have been through the harns o' me. Your lordship's a ween ower rash." "Rash, you rascal!" cried Lord Lossie. "When a fellow comes into my room on his hands and knees in the middle of the night! Get up, and tell me what you are after, or by Jove I'll break every bone in your body." A kick from his bare foot in Malcolm's rib fitly closed the sentence. "Ye are ower rash, my lord," persisted Malcolm. "I canna get up. I have a foot the size of a small buoy." "Speak then, you rascal," said his lordship, loosening his hold, and retreating a few steps, with the pistol cocked in his hand. "Dinna you think it would be better to lock the door, for fear the shot should bring any of the folk?" suggested Malcolm, as he rose to his knees and leaned his hands on a chair. "You're bent on murdering me, are you then?" said the Marquis, beginning to come to himself and see the ludicrousness of the situation. "Gin I had been that, my lord, I wouldna hae wakened ye up first." "Well, what the devil is it all about? You needn't think any of the men will come. They're a pack of the greatest cowards ever breathed." "Well, my lord, I hae grippit her at last, and I bode to come and tell ye." "Leave your beastly gibberish. You can speak what at least resembles English when you like." "Well, my lord, I have her under lock and key." "Who, in the name of Satan?" "Mistress Catanagh, my lord." "Damn her eyes, what's she to me that I should be waked out of a good sleep for her?" "That's what I would fain your lordship kent. I dinna." "None of your riddles. Explain yourself, and make haste. I want to go to bed again." "'Deed, your lordship mun just put on your clothes and come wi' me." "Where to?" "To the warlock's chamber, my lord, where that ill woman remains in durance vile, as Spenser would say, but no so vile as hersel, I doubt." Thus arrived at length, with a clear road before him at the opening of his case, Malcolm told in few words what had fallen out. As he went on, the Marquis grew interested, and by the time he had finished, had got himself into dressing-gown and slippers. "Wadna ye take your pistol?" suggested Malcolm slyly. "What, to meet a woman?" said his lordship. "Oh, na, but who kens there might not be another murderer about? There might be 2 in one night." Impertinent as was Malcolm's humour, his master did not take it amiss. He lighted a candle, told him to lead the way, and took his revenge by making joke after joke upon him as he crawled along. With the upper regions of his house, the Marquis was as little acquainted as with those of his nature, and required a guide. Arrived at length at the wizard's chamber, they listened at the door for a moment, but heard nothing. Neither was there any light visible at its lines of junction. Malcolm turned the key, and the Marquis stood close behind, ready to enter. But the moment the door was unlocked, it was pulled open violently, and Mrs. Catanagh, looking too high to see Malcolm, who was on his knees, aimed a good blow at the face she did see, in the hope, no doubt, of thus making her escape. But it fell short, being countered by Malcolm's head in the softest part of her person, with the result of a clear entrance. The Marquis burst out laughing, and stepped into the room with a rough joke. Malcolm remained in the doorway. "My lord," said Mrs. Catanagh, gathering herself together, and rising little the worse, save in temper, for the treatment he had commented upon. "I have a word for your lordship's own ear." "Your right to be there does stand in need of explanation," said the Marquis. She walked up to him with confidence.
You shall have an explanation, my lord, she said, such as shall be my full quittance for intrusion even at this untimely hour of the night.
Say on, then, returned his lordship.
Send that boy away, then, my lord.
I prefer having him stay, said the Marquis.
Not a word shall cross my lips till he's gone, persisted Mrs. Catanagh. I know him too well. Away wi' ye Deil's buckie, she continued, turning to Malcolm. I ken mair about you nor you ken about yoursel, and Deil have it I ken a good to you o' yours, but I se gar ye loch on the wrong side of your mouth yet, my man.
Malcolm, who had seated himself on the threshold, only laughed and looked reference to his master.
Your lordship was never in the way of being frightened at a woman, said Mrs. Catanagh, with an ugly expression of insinuation.
The Marquis shrugged his shoulders. That depends, he said. Then turning to Malcolm, go along, he added. Only keep within call, I may want you.
None of ye are hearkening at the keyhole, though, or I shall lug mark ye. Ye, said Mrs. Catanagh,
finishing the sentence none the more mildly that she did it only in her heart.
I wouldna hae you believe all 'at she says, my lord, said Malcolm,
with a significant smile, as he turned to creep away. He closed the door behind him, and lest Mrs. Catanagh should repossess herself of the key, drew it from the lock, and removing a few yards, sat down in the passage by his own door. A good many minutes passed, during which he heard not a sound. At length the door opened, and his lordship came out. Malcolm looked up, and saw the light of the candle the Marquis carried, reflected from a face like that of a corpse. Different as they were, Malcolm could not help thinking of the only dead face he had ever seen. It terrified him for the moment in which it passed him without looking at him.
My lord, said Malcolm gently.
His master made no reply. My lord, cried Malcolm, hurriedly pursuing him with his voice, am I to leave the keys wi' yon harden, and let her open what doors she likes? Go to bed, said the Marquis angrily, and leave the woman alone. With which words he turned into the adjoining passage and disappeared. Mrs. Catanagh had not come out of the wizard's chamber, and for a moment Malcolm felt strongly tempted to lock her in once more. But he reflected that he had no right to do so after what his lordship had said. Else, he declared to himself, he would have given her at least a good affright as she seemed to have given his master, to whom he had no doubt she had been telling some horrible lies. He withdrew, therefore, into his room, to lie pondering again for a wakeful while. This horrible woman claimed then to know more concerning him than his so-called grandfather, and from her profession it was likely enough. But information from her was hopeless, at least until her own evil time came. And then how was anyone to believe what she might choose to say? So long, however, as she did not claim him for her own, she could, he thought, do him no hurt he would be afraid to meet. But what could she be about in that room still? She might have gone, though, without the fall of her soft, fat foot once betraying her. Again he got out of bed, and crept to the wizard's door and listened. But all was still. He tried to open it, but could not. Mrs. Catanagh was doubtless spending the night there, and perhaps at that moment lay, evil conscience and all, fast asleep in the tent-bed. He withdrew once more, wondering whether she was aware that he occupied the next room, and having for the first time taken care to fasten his own door, got into bed, finally this time, and fell asleep. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 44. The Hermit. Malcolm had flattered himself that he would at least be able to visit his grandfather the next day. But instead of that, he did not even make an attempt to rise, head as well as foot aching so much that he felt unfit for the least exertion, a phase of being he had never hitherto known. Mrs. Courthope insisted on advice, and the result was that a whole week passed before he was allowed to leave his room. In the meantime, a whisper awoke and passed from mouth to mouth in all directions through the little burgh, whence arising only one could tell, for even her mouthpiece, Miss Horne's Jean,
was such a mere tool in the midwife's hands that she never doubted but Mrs. Catanagh was, as she said, only telling the tale as it was told to her. Mrs. Catanagh, moreover, absolutely certain that no threats would render Jean capable of holding her tongue, had so impressed upon her the terrible consequences of repeating what she had told her, that the moment the echo of her own utterances began to return to her own ears, she began to profess an utter disbelief in the whole matter. The precise result Mrs. Catanagh had foreseen and intended. Now she lay unsuspected behind Jean, as behind a wall whose door was built up. For she had so graduated her threats, gathering the fullest and vaguest terrors of her supernatural powers about her name, that while Jean dared, with many misgivings, to tamper with the secret itself, she dared not once mention Mrs. Catanagh in connection with it. For Mrs. Catanagh herself, she never alluded to the subject, and indeed, when it was mentioned in her hearing, pretended to avoid it. But at the same time, she took good care that her silence should be not only eloquent, but discreetly so, that is, implying neither more nor less than she wished to be believed. The whisper, in its first germinal sprout, was merely that Malcolm was not a MacPhail, and even in its second stage it only amounted to this, that neither was he the grandson of old Duncan. In the third stage of its development, it became the assertion that Malcolm was the son of somebody of consequence, and in the fourth, that a certain person, not yet named, lay under shrewd suspicion. The fifth and final form it took was, that Malcolm was the son of Mrs. Stewart of Gursfell, who had been led to believe that he died within a few days of his birth, whereas he had in fact been carried off and committed to the care of Duncan MacPhail, who drew a secret annual stipend of no small amount in consequence, whence indeed his well-known riches. Concerning this final form of the whisper, a few of the women of the Burrow believed or thought or fancied they remembered both the birth and reported death of the child in question. Also certain rumours afloat at the time, which cast an air of probability over the new reading of his fate. In circles more remote from authentic sources, the general reports met with remarkable embellishments, but the framework of the rumour, what I may call the bones of it, remained undisputed. From Mrs. Catanagh's behaviour, everyone believed that she knew all about the affair, but no one had a suspicion that she was the hidden fountain and prime mover of the report. So far to the contrary was it, that people generally anticipated a frightful result for her when the truth came to be known, for that Mrs. Stewart would follow her with all the vengeance of a bereaved tigress. Some indeed there were who fancied that the mother, if not in full complicity with the midwife, had at least given her consent to the arrangement. But these were not a little shaken in their opinion, when at length Mrs. Stewart herself began to figure more immediately in the affair, and it was witnessed that she had herself begun to search into the report. Certain it was that she had dashed into the town in a carriage and pair, the horses covered with foam, and had hurried, quite raised-like, from house to house, prosecuting inquiries. It was said that, finding at length, after much labour, that she could arrive at no certainty even as to the first promulgator of the assertion, she had a terrible fit of crying, and professed herself unable, much as she would have wished it, to believe a word of the report. It was far too good news to be true, no such luck ever fell to her share, and so on. That she did not go near Duncan MacPhail was accounted for by the reflection that, on the supposition itself, he was of the opposite party, and the truth was not to be looked for from him. At length it came to be known that, strongly urged, and battling with a repugnance all but invincible, she had gone to see Mrs. Catanagh, and had issued absolutely radiant with joy, declaring that she was now absolutely satisfied, and as soon as she had communicated with the young man himself, would, without compromising anyone, take what legal steps might be necessary to his recognition as her son. Although, however, these things had been going on all the week that Malcolm was confined to his room, they had not reached this last point until after he was out again, and meantime not a whisper of them had come to his or Duncan's ears. Had they been still in the Seaton, one or other of the travelling ripples of talk must have found them, but Duncan had come and gone between his cottage and Malcolm's bedside,
without a single downy feather from the still widening flap of the wings of fame ever dropping on him. And the only persons who visited Malcolm besides were the doctor, too discreet in his office to mix himself up with gossip, Mr. Graham, to whom nobody, except it had been Miss Horne, whom he had not seen for a fortnight, would have dreamed of mentioning such a subject, and Mrs. Courthope, not only discreet like the doctor, but shy of such discourse as any reference to the rumour must usher in its train. At length he was sufficiently recovered to walk to his grandfather's cottage. But only now, for the first time, had he a notion of how far bodily condition can reach in the oppression and overclouding of the spiritual atmosphere. "Gin I be like this," he said to himself, "what mun the weather be like aneath yon hump o' the Laird's?" Now also for the first time he understood what Mr. Graham had meant, when he told him that he only was a strong man who was strong in weakness. He only a brave man who, inhabiting trembling, yet faced his foe. He only a true man who, tempted by good, yet abstained. Duncan received him with delight, made him sit in his own old chair, got him a cup of tea, and waited upon him with the tenderness of a woman. While he drank his tea, Malcolm recounted his last adventure in connection with the wizard's chamber. "That will be the bed she'll saw in her vision," said Duncan, whose very eyes seemed to listen to the tale. When Malcolm came to Mrs. Cattenaugh's assertion that she knew more of him than he did himself, "Then she believes the woman does, my boy. We are all both of us in the evil woman's power," said Duncan sadly. "Never a hair, Daddy," cried Malcolm. "All power's in the hands o' one, and that's not her maister. Ken she what she likes, she cannot part you and me, Daddy." "God forbid," responded Duncan, "but we must be on our guard." Close by the cottage stood an ivy-grown bridge, of old leading the King's Highway across the burn to the old Tone, but now leading only to the flower garden. Eager for the open air of which he had been so long deprived, and hoping he might meet the Marquis or Lady Florimel, Malcolm would have had his grandfather accompany him thither. But Duncan declined, for he had not yet attended to the lamps, and Malcolm therefore went alone. He was slowly wandering, where never wind blew, betwixt rows of stately hollyhocks, on which his eyes fed, while his ears were filled with the sweet noises of a little fountain, issuing from the upturned beak of a marble swan, which a marble urchin sought in vain to check by squeezing the long throat of the bird, when the sounds of its many-toned fall in the granite basin seemed suddenly centupled on every side, and Malcolm found himself caught in a tremendous shower. Prudent enough to avoid getting wet in the present state of his health, he made for an arbour he saw near by, on the steep side of the valley, one he had never before happened to notice. Now it chanced that Lord Lossy himself was in the garden, and caught also by the rain, while feeding some pet goldfishes in a pond, betook himself to the same summer house, following Malcolm. Entering the arbour, Malcolm was about to seat himself until the shower should be over, when, perceiving a mossy arched entrance to a gloomy recess in the rock behind, he went to peep into it, curious to see what sort of a place it was. Now the foolish whim of a past generation had, in the farthest corner of the recess, and sideways from the door, seated the figure of a hermit, whose jointed limbs were so furnished with springs, and so connected with the stone that floored the entrance, that as soon as a foot pressed the threshold, he rose, advanced a step, and held out his hand. The moment, therefore, that Malcolm stepped in, up rose a pale, hollow-cheeked, emaciated man, with eyes that stared glassily, made a long skeleton-like stride toward him, and held out a huge bony hand, rather, as it seemed, with the intent of clutching than of greeting him. An unaccountable horror seized him. With a gasp which had nearly become a cry, he staggered backwards out of the cave. It seemed to add to his horror that the man did not follow, remained lurking in the obscurity behind. In the arbour Malcolm turned to flee, though why or from what he had scarce an idea. But when he turned, he encountered the Marquis, who was just entering the arbour. "Well, MacPhail," he said kindly, "I'm glad—" But his glance became fixed in a stare. He changed colour, and did not finish his sentence.
"I beg your lordship's pardon," said Malcolm, wondering through all his perturbation at the look he had brought on his master's face. "I dinna ken ye was at han." "What the devil makes you look like that?" said the Marquis, plainly with an effort to recover himself. Malcolm gave a hurried glance over his shoulder. "Ah, I see," said his lordship, with a mechanical kind of smile, very unlike his usual one. "You've never been in there before." "No, my lord." "And you got a fright?" "Ken ye who's that in there, my lord?" "You booby. It's nothing but a dummy, with springs and all damned tomfoolery." While he spoke, his mouth twitched oddly, but instead of his bursting into the laugh of enjoyment natural to him at the discomfiture of another, his mouth kept on twitching, and his eyes staring. "Ye maun ha' seen him yoursel' ower my shoulder, my lord," hinted Malcolm. "I saw your face, and that was enough to—" But the Marquis did not finish the sentence. "Weel, sip it was the unnatural look o' the thing. No human, and yet sae dooms like it. I ken not account for the grue or the tremble it came ower me, my lord. I never found anything like it in my life afore, and even now 'at I understand what it is, I kenna what would gar me look the body in the face again." "Go in at once," said the Marquis fiercely. Malcolm looked him full in the eyes. "Ye mean what ye say, my lord?" "Yes, by God," said the Marquis, with an expression I can describe only as of almost savage solemnity. Malcolm stood silent for one moment. "Do you think I'll have a man about me that has no more courage than a woman?" said his master, concluding with an effort. "I was just turning ower an old question, my lord, whether it be lawful to obey a tyrant. But it's na worth standing out upon. I se gang." He turned to the arch, placed a hand on each side of it, and leaning forward with outstretched neck, peeped cautiously in, as if it were the den of a wild beast. The moment he saw the figure, seated on a stool, he was seized with the same unaccountable agitation, and drew back shivering. "Go in!" shouted the Marquis. Most Britons would count obedience to such a command slavish. But Malcolm's idea of liberty differed so far from that of most Britons, that he felt if now he refused to obey the Marquis, he might be a slave forever. For he had already learned to recognize and abhor that slavery, which is not the less the root of all other slaveries that it remains occult in proportion to its potency. Self-slavery. He must and would conquer this whim, antipathy, or whatever the loathing might be. It was a grand chance given him of proving his will supreme, that is, himself a free man. He drew himself up, with a full breath, and stepped within the arch. Up rose the horror again, jerked itself towards him with a clank, and held out its hand. Malcolm seized it with such a gripe that its fingers came off in his grasp. "Will that do, my lord?" he said calmly, turning a face rigid with hidden conflict, and gleaming white from the framework of the arch upon his master, whose eyes seemed to devour him. "Come out," said the Marquis, in a voice that seemed to belong to someone else. "I ha' blooded your playock, my lord," said Malcolm ruefully, as he stepped from the cave and held out the fingers. Lord Lassy turned and left the arbour. Had Malcolm followed his inclination, he would have fled from it, but he mastered himself still, and walked quietly out. The Marquis was pacing, with down-bent head and hasty strides, up the garden. Malcolm turned the other way. The shower was over, and the sun was drawing out millions of mimic suns from the drops that hung, for a moment ere they fell, from flower and bush and great tree. But Malcolm saw nothing. Perplexed with himself, and more perplexed yet with the behaviour of his master, he went back to his grandfather's cottage, and as soon as he came in, recounted to him the whole occurrence. "He had a vision," said the bard, with wide eyes. "He comes of a race that sees." "What could the vision have been, Daddy?" "That she knows not, for the vision did not come to her," said the piper solemnly. Had the Marquis had his vision in London, he would have gone straight to his study, as he called it, not without a sense of the absurdity involved, opened a certain cabinet, and drawn out a certain hidden drawer. Being at Lossy, he walked up the glen of the burn to the bare hill, overlooking the house, the royal burgh, the great sea, and his own lands lying far and wide around him. But all the time he saw nothing of these. He saw but the low, white forehead of his vision, a mouth of sweetness, and hazel eyes that looked into his very soul. Malcolm walked back to the house, clomb the narrow duct of an ancient stone stair that went screwing like a great auger through the pile from top to bottom, sought the wide, lonely garret, flung himself upon his bed, and from his pillow gazed through the little dormer window on the pale blue skies, flecked with cold white clouds, while in his mind's eye he saw the foliage beneath burning in the flames of slow decay, diverse as if each of the 7 in the prismatic cord had chosen and seared its own. The first nor'easter that drove the flocks of Neptune on the sands would sweep its ashes away. Life, he said to himself, was but a poor, grey kind of thing after all. The peacock summer had folded its gorgeous train, and the soul within him had lost its purple and green, its gold and blue. He never thought of asking how much of the sadness was owing to bodily conditions with which he was little acquainted, and to compelled idleness in one accustomed to an active life. But if he had, the sorrowful probabilities of life would have seemed just the same. And indeed, he might have argued that to be subject to any evil from a cause inadequate only involves an absurdity that embitters the pain by its mockery. He had yet to learn what faith can do, in the revelation of the moodless, for the subjugation of mood to will. As he lay thus, weighed upon rather than pondering, his eye fell on the bunch of keys which he had taken from the door of the wizard's chamber, and he wondered that Mrs. Courthope had not seen and taken them, apparently had not missed them, and the chamber, doomed to perpetual desertion, lying all the time open to any stray foot. Once more, at least, he must go and turn the key in the lock. As he went, the desire awoke to look again into the chamber, for that night he had had neither light nor time enough to gain other than the vaguest impression of it. But for no lifting of the latch would the door open. How could the woman, witch she must be, have locked it? He proceeded to unlock it. He tried one key, then another. He went over the whole bunch. Mystery upon mystery, not one of them would turn. Bethinking himself, he began to try them the other way, and soon found one to throw the bolt on. He turned it in the contrary direction, and it threw the bolt off. Still the door remained immovable. It must then, awful thought, be fast on the inside. Was the woman's body lying there behind those check curtains? Would it lie there until it vanished, like that of the wizard? Vanished utterly, bones and all, to a little dust, which one day a housemaid might sweep up in a pan? On the other hand, if she had got shut in, would she not have made noise enough to be heard? He had been day and night in the next room. But it was not a spring lock, and how could that have happened? Or would she not have been missed, and inquiry made after her? Only such an inquiry might well have never turned in the direction of Lossy House, and he might never have heard of it if it had. Anyhow, he must do something, and the first rational movement would clearly be to find out quietly for himself whether the woman was actually missing or not. Tired as he was, he set out at once for the Burrow, and the first person he saw was Mrs. Catanagh, standing on her doorstep, and shading her eyes with her hand, as she looked away out to the horizon over the roofs of the Seton. He went no farther. In the evening he found an opportunity of telling his master how the room was strangely closed, but his lordship pooh-poohed, and said something must have gone wrong with the clumsy old lock. With vague foresight, Malcolm took its key from the bunch, and watching his opportunity, unseen hung the rest on their proper nail in the housekeeper's room. Then, having made sure that the door of the wizard's chamber was locked, he laid the key away in his own chest. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 45. Mr. Cairns and the Marquis. The religious movement amongst the fisher folk was still going on. Their meeting was now held often during the week, and at the same hour on the Sunday as other people met at church. Nor was it any wonder that, having participated in the fervour which pervaded their gatherings in the cave, they should have come to feel the so-called divine service in the churches of their respective parishes a dull, cold, lifeless, and therefore unhelpful ordinance, and at length regarding it as composed of beggarly elements breathing of bondage, to fill the Baillies Barn 3 times every Sunday, a reverential and eager congregation. Now, had they confined their prayers and exhortations to those which, from an ecclesiastical point of view, constitute the unholy days of the week, Mr. Cairns would have neither condescended nor presumed to take any notice of them. But when the bird's-eye view from his pulpit began to show patches of bare board where human forms had wont to appear, and when these plague spots had not only lasted through successive Sundays, but had begun to spread more rapidly, he began to think it time to put a stop to such fanatical aberrations, the result of pride and spiritual presumption, hostile towards God and rebellious towards their lawful rulers and instructors. For what an absurdity it was that the Spirit of Truth should have anything to communicate to illiterate and vulgar persons, except through the mouths of those to whom had been committed the dispensation of the means of grace. Whatever wind might blow except from their bellows, was, to Mr. Cairns at least, not even of doubtful origin. Indeed, the priests of every religion, taken in class, have been the slowest to recognize the wind of the Spirit, and the quickest to tell whence the blowing came and whither it went, even should it have blown first on their side of the hedge. And how could it be otherwise? How should they recognize as a revival the motions of life unfelt in their own hearts, where it was most required? What could they know of doubts and fears, terrors and humiliations, agonies of prayer, ecstasies of relief and thanksgiving, who regarded their high calling as a profession, with social claims and ecclesiastical rights, and even as such had so little respect for it that they talked of it themselves as the cloth? How could such a man as Mr. Cairns, looking down from the height of his great soberness and the dignity of possessing the oracles and the ordinances, do other than contemn the enthusiasms and excitements of ignorant repentance? How could such as he recognize in the babble of babes the slightest indication of the revealing of truths hid from the wise and prudent, especially since their rejoicing also was that of babes, hence carnal, and accompanied by all the weaknesses and some of the vices which it had required the utmost energy of the Prince of Apostles to purge, from one at least of the early churches? He might, however, have sought some foundation for a true judgment, in a personal knowledge of their doctrine and collective behaviour. But instead of going to hear what the babblers had to say, and thus satisfying himself whether the leaders of the movement spoke the words of truth and soberness, or of discord and denial, whether their teaching and their prayers were on the side of order and law, or tending to sedition, he turned a ready ear to all reports afloat concerning them, and misjudging them utterly, made up his mind to use all lawful means for putting an end to their devotions and exhortations. One fact he either had not heard or made no account of, that the public houses in the villages whence these assemblies were chiefly gathered had already come to be all but deserted. Alone then, and unsupported by one of his brethren of the presbytery, even of those who suffered like himself, he repaired to Lossy House, and laid before the Marquis the whole matter from his point of view, that the tabernacles of the Lord were deserted for dens and caves of the earth, that fellows so void of learning as not to be able to put a sentence together or talk decent English, a censure at which Lord Lossy smiled, for his ears were accustomed to a different quality of English from that which now invaded them, took upon themselves to expound the Scriptures, that they taught antinomianism, for which assertion, it must be confessed, there was some apparent ground, and were at the same time suspected of Arminianism and Anabaptism, that, in a word, they were a terrible disgrace to the godly and hitherto sober-minded parishes in which the sect, if it might be dignified with even such a name, had sprung up. The Marquis listened with much indifference and some impatience. What did he or any other gentleman care about such things? Besides, he had a friendly feeling towards the fisher folk, and a decided disinclination to meddle with their liberty, either of action or utterance. Footnote. Ill from all artistic points of view as such a note comes in, I must, for reasons paramount to artistic considerations, remind my readers that not only is the date of my story half a century or so back, But dealing with principles has hardly anything to do with actual events, and nothing at all with persons. The local skeleton of the story alone is taken from the real, and I had not a model, not to say an original, for one of the characters in it, except indeed Mrs. Cattenaugh's dog. End of footnote. But what have I to do with it, Mr. Cairns? He said, when the stream of the parson's utterance had at length ceased to flow. I am not a theologian, and if I were, I do not see how that even would give me a right to interfere. In such times of insubordination as these, my lord, said Mr. Cairns, when every cadger thinks himself as good as an earl, it is more than desirable that not a single foothold should be lost. There must be a general election soon, my lord. Besides, these men abuse your lordship's late hospitality, declaring it has had the worst possible influence on the morals of the people. A shadow of truth rendered this assertion the worse misrepresentation. No blame to the Marquis had even been hinted at. The speakers had only animadverted on the fisherman who had got drunk on the occasion. Still, said the Marquis, smiling, for the reported libel did not wound him very deeply, what ground of right have I to interfere? The shore is your property, my lord, every rock and every bucky upon it. The caves are your own, every stone and pebble of them. You can prohibit all such assemblies. And what good would that do? They would only curse me and go somewhere else. Where could they go where the same law wouldn't hold, my lord? The coast is yours for miles and miles on both sides. I don't know that it should be. Why not, my lord? It has belonged to your family from time immemorial, and will belong to it, I trust, while the moon endureth. They used to say, said the Marquis thoughtfully, as if he were recalling something he had heard long ago, that the earth was the Lord's. This part of it is Lord Lossey's, said Mr. Cairns, combining the jocular with the complimentary in one irreverence. But as if to atone for the freedom he had taken, the deity has committed it to the great ones of the earth to rule for him, he added, with a devout obeisance to the delegate. Lord Lossey laughed inwardly. You can even turn them out of their houses if you please, my lord, he superadded. God forbid, said the Marquis. A threat, the merest hint of such a measure is all that would be necessary. But are you certain of the truth of these accusations? My lord, of course you believe them or you would not repeat them, but it does not follow that they are fact. They are matter of common report, my lord. What I have stated is in everyone's mouth. But you have not yourself heard any of their sermons, or what do they call them? No, my lord, said Mr. Cairns, holding up his white hands in repudiation of the idea. It would scarcely accord with my position to act the spy. So, to keep yourself immaculate, you take all against them for granted. I have no such scruples, however. I will go and see, or rather hear, what they are about. After that, I shall be in a position to judge. Your lordship's presence will put them on their guard. If the mere sight of me is a check, returned the Marquis, extreme measures will hardly be necessary. He spoke definitively, and made a slight movement which his visitor accepted as his dismissal. He laughed aloud when the door closed, for the spirit of what the Germans call schadenfreude was never far from his elbow, and he rejoiced in the parson's discomfiture. It was in virtue of his simplicity, precluding discomfiture, that Malcolm could hold his own with him so well. For him he now sent. Well, MacPhail, he said kindly, as the youth entered, how is that foot of yours getting on? Brawly, my lord. There's nothing muckle the matter with it or me either, no it were up. But I was just near hand dead o'er muckle bed. Hadn't you better come down out of that cockloft? Said the Marquis, dropping his eyes. Na, my lord, I dinna care about parting with my neighbour yet. What neighbour? Oh, the old warlock, or whatever it may be it holds the reamish there. What, is he troublesome next? Oh, na, I'm no thinking it. But deed I dinna ken, my lord, said Malcolm. What do you mean, then? Gin your lordship would allow me to force yon door, I would be better able to tell ye. Then the old man is not quiet? There is something no quiet. Nonsense. It's all your imagination, depend on it. I do not think it. What do you think, then? You're not afraid of ghosts, surely? No, muckle. I hae naething mair upon my conscience nor I can bide in the deadest of the night. Then you think ghosts come of a bad conscience? A kind of moral delirium tremens, eh? I dinna ken, my lord, but that's the only kind of ghost I would be flayed at least that I would run frae. I would a heap rather have a ghost in my house nor one farer ben. An ill man, or woman, like Mistress Catanagh, for instance, that's all body, 'cept whatever is devil. Nonsense, said the Marquis angrily, but Malcolm went on. Mun be just full o' ghosts. And for anything I ken, that'll be what makes ghosts o' themselves after they're dead, setting them walking, as they call it. It's full waur nor being possessed with devils, and mun be a hantle mair uncomfortable. But I would have yon door opened, my lord. Nonsense, exclaimed the Marquis once more, and shrugged his shoulders. You must leave that room. If I hear anything more about noises or that sort of rubbish, I shall insist upon it. I sent for you now, however, to ask you about these clandestine meetings of the fisher-folk. Clandestine, my lord? There's no clam about them, but the clams upon the rocks. The Marquis was not etymologist enough to understand Malcolm's poor pun, and doubtless thought it worse than it was. I don't want any fooling, he said. Of course you know these people. Ilka man, woman, and bairn of them, answered Malcolm. And what sort are they? Sick like as ye might expect. That's not a very luminous answer. Well, they're nae waur nor ither folk, to begin with, and gin this holds, they'll be better nor many. What sort are their leaders? Good, respectable folk, my lord. Then there's not much harm in them. There's none but what they would fain be rid of. I cannot say as muckle for all that hangs on to them. There's of them, nae doubt, who would fain win to heaven and left their sins ahind them, but they get nae encouragement frae Master MacLeod. Blue Peter, 'at gangs out with us in your lordship's boat, he's one of their best men, though he never gangs ayont prayin', I'm told. Which is far enough, surely, said his lordship, who, belonging to the Episcopal Church, had a different idea concerning the relative dignities of preaching and praying. Ay, for a body's sell, surely, but maybe no aye enough for ither folk, answered Malcolm, always ready after his clumsy fashion. Have you been to any of these meetings? I was at the first two, my lord. Why not more? I dinna care muckle about them, and I have aye plenty to do. Besides, I can get mair out of Maister Graham with 2 words of a question nor the hale crew of them could tell me atween this and eternity. Well, I am going to trust you, said the Marquis slowly, with an air of question rather than of statement. You may do that, my lord. You mean I may with safety? I do mean that same, my lord. You can hold your tongue, then. I can and I will, my lord, said Malcolm, but added in haste, "'cept it interfere with any foregone agreement or natural obligation." It must be borne in mind that Malcolm was in the habit of discussing all sorts of questions with Mr. Graham. Some of the formulae wrought out between them he had made himself thoroughly master of. "By Jupiter!" exclaimed the Marquis, with a pause of amusement. "Well," he went on, "I suppose I must take you on your own terms. They've been asking me to put a stop to these conventicles." "Who has, my lord?" "That's my business." "Let it be nae other body's, my lord." "That's my intention. I told him I would go and judge for myself." "Just like your lordship." "What do you mean by that?" "I was aye sure he was for fair play, my lord." "It's little enough I've ever had," said the Marquis. "So long as we give plenty, my lord, it matters less how muckle we get. A'body likes to get it." "That doctrine won't carry you far, my lad." "Far enough, gin it carry me through, my lord." "How absolute the knave is," said his lordship good-humouredly. "Well, but," he resumed, "about these fishermen. I'm only afraid Mr. Cairns was right." "What said he, my lord?" "That when they saw me there, they would fit their words to my ears. I ken them better nor any black coat atween Cromarty and Peterhead, and I can tell your lordship there winna be a word o' differ for your being there." "If only I could be there, and not there, both at once. There's no other sure mode of testing your assertion. What a pity the only thorough way should be an impossible one." "To all practical purpose it's easy enough, my lord. Just gang on be seen the first night, and the next gang in a coach and four. Sign compare." "Quite satisfactory, no doubt, if I could bring myself to do it. But though I said I would, I don't like to interfere so far even as to go at all." "At any public meeting, my lord, ye have as good a right to be present as the poorest body in the land. And forby that, as lord of the place, ye have a right to ken what's going on. I dinna ken how far the right to interfere in gangs. That's another thing altogether." "I see you're a thorough-going rebel yourself." "Nothing of the kind, my lord. I'm only so far your lordship's mind that I like fair play, gin a body could only be aye right sure what was fair play." Yes, there's the very point. Certainly, at least, when the question comes to be of eavesdropping. Not to mention that I could never condescend to play the spy. What a body has a right to hear, he may hear as he likes, either showing himself or hiding himself. And it's the only plan that's fair to them, my lord. It's not as gin your lordship was lying in wait to do them a mischief. You want rather to do them a kindness and take their part. I don't know that, Malcolm. It depends. It's plain your lordship's prejudiced in their favour. Onygate, I'm certain it's fair play you want, and I canna for the life of me see a hair wrong with your lordship's going in a cog, as old Tammy Deister calls it. For at the worst, you could only interdict them, and that you could do all the same whether you good or no. And gin you be so wold, I can take you and my lady where you'll hear ilka word it's uttered, and not a body get a glimp o' you, mair nor gin you was sitting at your own fireside as you are the noo. That does make a difference, said the Marquis, a great part of whose unwillingness arose from the dread of discovery. It would be very amusing. I'll not promise you that, returned Malcolm. I do not ken about that. There's just one objection, however. You would have to gang a good hour afore they be good to gather. And there's aye ladies about the place, and they turned it into a kirk, he added thoughtfully. But, he resumed, we could manage them. How? I would get my grandfather to strike up with a spring upon the pipes, on the other side of the board craig, or let off a shot of the swivel. They would all run to sea, and in the meantime we could land you frae the cutter. We would have you in and out of sight in a moment, Blue Peter and me, as quiet as gin you were ghosts, and the hour midnight. The Marquis was persuaded, but objected to the cutter. They would walk there, he said. So it was arranged that Malcolm should take him and Lady Florimel to the Baillies Barn the very next time the fishermen had a meeting. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 46. The Baillies Barn. Lady Florimel was delighted at the prospect of such an adventure. The evening arrived. An hour before the time appointed for the meeting, the three issued from the tunnel and passed along the landward side of the dune, towards the promontory. There sat the piper on the swivel, ready to sound a pibroch the moment they should have reached the shelter of the board craig, his signal being Malcolm's whistle. The plan answered perfectly. In a few minutes, all the children within hearing were gathered about Duncan, a rarer sight to them than heretofore, and the way was clear to enter unseen. It was already dusk, and the cave was quite dark, but Malcolm lighted a candle, and with a little difficulty got them up into the wider part of the cleft, where he had arranged comfortable seats with plaids and cushions. As soon as they were placed, he extinguished the light. "I wish you would tell us another story, Malcolm," said Lady Florimel. "Do," said the Marquis. "The place is not consecrated yet." "Did ye ever hear the tale of the old warlock, my lady?" asked Malcolm. "Only my lord kens it," he added. "I don't," said Lady Florimel. "It's great nonsense," said the Marquis. "Do let us have it, papa." "Very well. I don't mind hearing it again." He wanted to see how Malcolm would embellish it. "It seems to me," said Malcolm, "that this one about Lossy House and yon one about Colonsay Castle are very likely but two stocks frae the same root. Onygate, this one about the warlock mun be the oldest of the two. Used to have it sic as I had it mysel'. Mistress Courthope told it to me." It was after his own more picturesque fashion, however, that he recounted the tale of Lord Gurnon. As the last words left his lips, Lady Florimel gave a startled cry, seized him by the arm, and crept close to him. The Marquis jumped to his feet, knocked his head against the rock, uttered an oath, and sat down again. "What ails you, my lady?" said Malcolm. "There's nothing here to hurt ye." "I saw a face," she said. "A white face." "Where?" "Beyond you, a little way, near the ground," she answered in a tremulous whisper. "It's as dark as pick," said Malcolm, as if thinking it to himself. He knew well enough that it must be the Laird or Feemy, but he was anxious the Marquis should not learn the secret of the Laird's refuge. "I saw a face, anyhow," said Florimel. "It gleamed white for one moment, and then vanished." "I wonder you did not cry out where, my lady," said Malcolm, peering into the darkness. "I was too frightened. It looked so ghastly, not more than a foot from the ground." "Could it have been a flash like, frae your ain een?" "No, I am sure it was a face." How much is there of this cursed hole? Asked the Marquis, rubbing the top of his head. A heap, answered Malcolm. The ground gangs down like a brae behind us, until You don't mean right behind us, cried the Marquis. Na just close, my lord. We're sitting in the mouth o' it like, with the thrapple o' it behind us, and a muckle stomach ayont that. I hope there's no danger, said the Marquis. None I ken of. No water at the bottom? None, my lord. That is, nothing but a bonny spring in the rock side. Come away, papa, cried Florimel. I don't like it. I've had enough of this kind of thing. Nonsense, said the Marquis, still rubbing his head. You would spoil all, my lady. It's o'er late forby, said Malcolm. I hear a foot. He rose and peeped out, but drew back instantly, saying in a whisper, It's Mistress Catenow with a lantern. Hold your tongue, my bonny lady. You ken well she's no moose. Dinna try to look, my lord. She might get a glimp o' you. She's terrible gleg. I hae been hearing mair yet about her. Your lordship's ill to convince, but depend upon it, whatever that woman is, there's mischief. Where she takes a scunner at a body, she hates like the very devil. She winna aye let them ken it, but takes time to do her ill turns. And it's not that only, but gin she gets a hold of anything again anybody, she'll save it up upon the chance of their gieing her some offence afore they die. She never loses hold of the tail o' a thing, and at her own proper time she's in her nature bound to make the worst use o' it. Malcolm was anxious both to keep them still and to turn aside any further inquiry as to the face Florimel had seen. Again he peeped out. What is she after now? She's come in this gate, he went on, in a succession of whispers, turning his head back over his shoulder when he spoke. Gin she thought there was a hole in the parish she didn't ken all the outs and ins o', it would hold her own sleepit. Whisht, whisht, here she comes, he concluded, after a listening pause, in the silence of which he could hear her step approaching. He stretched out his neck over the ledge, and saw her coming straight for the back of the cave, looking right before her with slow-moving, keen, wicked eyes. It was impossible to say what made them look wicked. Neither in form, colour, motion, nor light were they ugly. Yet in every one of these they looked wicked, as her lantern, which, being of horn, she had opened for more light, now and then as it swung in her hand, shone up on her pale, pulpy, evil countenance. Gin she tries to come up, I'll have to call her down, he said to himself, and I dinna like it, for she's a woman after all, though a divilish kind o' a one. But there's my lady. I ha' brought her into it, and I maun see her safe out o' it. But if Mrs. Catenow was bent on an exploration, she was for the time prevented from prosecuting it by the approach of the first of the worshippers, whose voices they now plainly heard. She retreated towards the middle of the cave, and sat down in a dark corner, closing her lantern and hiding it with the skirt of her long cloak. Presently a good many entered at once, some carrying lanterns, and most of them tallow candles, which they quickly lighted and disposed about the walls. The rest of the congregation, with its leaders, came trooping in so fast that in 10 minutes or so the service began. As soon as the singing commenced, Malcolm whispered to Lady Florimel, Was it a man's face, or a lassie's ye saw, my lady? A man's face, the same we saw in the storm, she answered, and Malcolm felt her shudder as she spoke. It's nothing but the mad Laird, he said. He's better nor harmless. Dinna say a word to your father, my lady. I dinna like to say that, but I'll tell ye all what for afterhine. But Florimel, knowing that her father had a horror of lunatics, was willing enough to be silent. No sooner was her terror thus assuaged than the oddities of the singing laid hold upon her, stirring up a most tyrannous impulse to laughter. The prayer that followed made it worse. In itself the prayer was perfectly reverent, and yet, for dread of irreverence, I must not attempt a representation of the forms of its embodiment, or the manner of its utterance. So uncontrollable did her inclination to merriment become, that she found at last the only way to keep from bursting into loud laughter was to slacken the curb and go off at a canter. I mean, to laugh freely, but gently. This so infected her father that he straightway accompanied her, but with more noise. Malcolm sat in misery, from the fear not so much of discovery, though that would be awkward enough, as of the loss to the Laird of his best refuge. But when he reflected, he doubted much whether it was even now a safe one.
and anyhow knew it would be as vain to remonstrate as to try to stop the noise of a brook by casting pebbles into it. When it came to the sermon, however, things went better, for MacLeod was the preacher, an eloquent man after his kind, in virtue of the genuine earnestness of which he was full. If his anxiety for others appeared to be rather to save them from the consequences of their sins, his main desire for himself certainly was to be delivered from evil. The growth of his spiritual nature, while it rendered him more and more dissatisfied with himself, had long left behind all fear save of doing wrong. His sermon this evening was founded on the text, "The natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God." He spoke fervently and persuasively, nor, although his tone and accent were odd, and his Celtic modes and phrases to those Saxon ears outlandish, did these peculiarities in the least injure the influence of the man. Even from Florimel was the demon of laughter driven, and the Marquis, although not a single notion of what the man intended passed through the doors of his understanding, sat quiet and disapproved of nothing. Possibly, had he been alone as he listened, he too, like one of old, might have heard in the dark cave the still small voice of a presence urging him forth to the light. But as it was, the whole utterance passed without a single word or phrase or sentence having roused a thought, or suggested a doubt, or moved a question, or hinted an objection or a need of explanation. That the people present should interest themselves in such things only set before him the folly of mankind. The text and the preacher both kept telling him that such as he could by no possibility have the slightest notion what such things were. But not the less did he, as if he knew all about them, wonder how the deluded fisher-folk could sit and listen. The more tired he grew, the more angry he got with the parson who had sent him there with his foolery, and the more convinced that the men who prayed and preached were as honest as they were silly, and that the thing to die of itself had only to be let alone. He heard the amen of the benediction with a sigh of relief, and rose at once, cautiously this time. "Ye maunna gang yet, my lord," said Malcolm. "They maun be all out first." "I don't care who sees me," protested the weary man. "But your lordship wouldna like to be descried scrambling down after the back like the bear in Robinson Crusoe." The Marquis grumbled, and yielded impatiently. At length Malcolm, concluding from the silence that the meeting had thoroughly scaled, peeped cautiously out to make sure. But after a moment he drew back, saying in a regretful whisper, "I'm sorry ye cannot gang yet, my lord. There's some half a dozen of ill-looking childs, cards I'm thinking, gypsies, or maybe waur, congregate down there, and it's my opinion they're after no good, my lord." "How do you know that?" "Anybody would ken that 'at got a glimp o' them." "Let me look." "Na, my lord, ye dinna understand the lie o' the stones enough to hold out o' sight." "How long do you mean to keep us here?" asked the Marquis impatiently. "Till it's safe to gang, my lord. For anything I ken, they may be after coming up here. They may be used to the place, though I dinna think it." "In that case we must go down at once. We must not let them find us here." "They would take us one by one as we gaed down, my lord, and we wouldna have a chance. Think o' my lady there." Florimel heard all, but with the courage of her race. "This is a fine position you have brought us into, MacPhail," said his master, now thoroughly uneasy for his daughter's sake. "No waur nor I'll take ye out o', gin ye lippen to me, my lord, and no speak a word." "If you tell them who Papa is," said Florimel, "they won't do us any harm, surely." "I'm none so sure o' that. They might want to ripe his pouches, search his pockets. And my lord would ill stand that, I'm thinking. Na, just stand ye back, my lord, my lady, and dinna speak a word. I saw set o' them. They're sic villains, there's no terms to be holden with them." His lordship was far from satisfied, but a light shining up into the crevice at the moment gave powerful support to Malcolm's authority. He took Florimel's hand and drew her a little farther from the mouth of the cave. "Don't you wish we had Demon with us?" whispered the girl. "I was thinking how I never went without a dagger in Venice," said the Marquis, "and never once had occasion to use it. Now I haven't even a penknife about me. It looks very awkward." "Please don't talk like that," said Florimel. "Can't you trust Malcolm, Papa?" "Oh yes, perfectly," he answered, but the tone was hardly up to the words. They could see the dim figure of Malcolm, outlined in fits of the approaching light, all but filling the narrow entrance, as he bent forward to listen. Presently he laid himself down, leaning on his left elbow with his right shoulder only a little above the level of the passage. The light came nearer, and they heard the sound of scrambling on the rock, but no voice. Then for one moment the light shone clear upon the roof of the cleft. The next came the sound of a dull blow, the light vanished, and the noise of a heavy fall came from beneath. "One of them, my lord," said Malcolm in a sharp whisper over his shoulder. A confusion of voices arose. "You booby," said one. "You climb like a calf. I'll go next." Evidently they thought he had slipped and fallen, and he was unable to set them right. Malcolm heard them drag him out of the way. The second ascended more rapidly, and met his fate the sooner. As he delivered the blow, Malcolm recognized one of the laird's assailants, and was now perfectly at his ease. "Two of them, my lord," he said. "Gin we had one mare down, we could manage the lave." The second, however, had not lost his speech, and amidst the confused talk that followed, Malcolm heard the words, "Run down to the coble for the gun," and immediately after the sound of feet hurrying from the cave. He rose quietly, leaped into the midst of them, came down upon one, and struck out right and left. 2 ran, and 3 lay where they were. "Gin one of ye move hand or foot, I'll brain him with his ain stick," he cried, as he wrenched a cudgel from the grasp of one of them. Then catching up a lantern, and hurrying behind the projecting rock, "Haste ye, and come," he shouted. "The way's clear, but only for a minute." Florimel appeared, and Malcolm got her down. "Mind that fellow!" cried the Marquis from above. Malcolm turned quickly, and saw the gleam of a knife in the grasp of his old enemy, who had risen and crept behind him to the recess. He flung the lantern in his face, following it with a blow in which were concentrated all the weight and energy of his frame. The man went down again heavily, and Malcolm instantly trampled all their lanterns to pieces. "No," he said to himself, "they winna ken but it's the Laird and Feemy with me." Then turning, and taking Florimel by the arm, he hurried her out of the cave, followed by the Marquis. They emerged in the liquid darkness of a starry night. Lady Florimel clung to both her father and Malcolm. It was a rough way for some little distance, but at length they reached the hard, wet sand, and the Marquis would have stopped to take breath, but Malcolm was uneasy and hurried them on. "What are you frightened at now?" asked his lordship. "Nothing," answered Malcolm, adding to himself, however, "I'm fleyt at nothing. I'm fleyt for the Laird." As they approached the tunnel, he fell behind. "Why don't you come on?" said his lordship. "I'm gaen back, now 'at you're safe," said Malcolm. "Going back? What for?" asked the Marquis. "I maun see what the villains are up till," answered Malcolm. "Not alone, surely," exclaimed the Marquis. "At least get some of your people to go with you." "There's na time, my lord. Dinna be fleyt for me. I s' take care o' mysel'." He was already yards ahead, running at full speed. The Marquis shouted after him, but Malcolm would not hear. When he reached the Baillies Barn once more, all was still. He groped his way in and found his own lantern where they had been sitting, and having lighted it, descended and followed the windings of the cavern a long way, but saw nothing of the Laird or Feemy. Coming at length to a spot where he heard the rushing of a stream, he found he could go no farther. The roof of the cave had fallen, and blocked up the way with huge masses of stone and earth. He had come a good distance, certainly, but by no means as far as Feemy's imagination had represented the reach of the cavern. He might, however, have missed a turn, he thought. The sound he heard was that of the Lossy burn, flowing along in the starlight through the grounds of the house. Of this he satisfied himself afterwards, and then it seemed to him not unlikely that in ancient times the river had found its way to the sea along the cave, for throughout its length the action of water was plainly visible. But perhaps the sea itself had used to go roaring along the great duct. Malcolm was no geologist, and could not tell. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 47. Mrs. Stewart's Claim. The weather became unsettled with the approach of winter, and the Marquis had a boat-house built at the west end of the Seaton. There the little cutter was laid up, well wrapped in tarpaulins, like a butterfly returned to the golden coffin of her internatal chrysalis. A great part of his resulting leisure Malcolm spent with Mr. Graham, to whom he had, as a matter of course, unfolded the trouble caused him by Duncan's communication. The more thoughtful a man is, and the more conscious of what is going on within himself, the more interest will he take in what he can know of his progenitors, to the remotest generations. And a regard to ancestral honours, however contemptible the forms which the appropriation of them often assumes, is a plant rooted in the deepest soil of humanity. The high-souled labourer will yield to none in his respect for the dignity of his origin, and Malcolm had been as proud of the humble descent he supposed his own, as Lord Laussie was of his mighty ancestry. Malcolm had indeed a loftier sense of resulting dignity than his master. He reverenced Duncan, both for his uprightness and for a certain grandeur of spirit, which, however ridiculous to the common eye, would have been glorious in the eyes of the chivalry of old. He looked up to him with admiration because of his gifts in poetry and music, and loved him endlessly for his unfailing goodness and tenderness to himself. Even the hatred of the grand old man had an element of unselfishness in its retroaction, of power in its persistency, and of greatness in its absolute contempt of compromise. At the same time, he was the only human being to whom Malcolm's heart had gone forth as to his own. And now, with the knowledge of yet deeper cause for loving him, he had to part with the sense of a filial relation to him. And this involved more, for so thoroughly had the old man come to regard the boy as his offspring, that he had nourished in him his own pride of family, and it added a sting of mortification to Malcolm's sorrow that the greatness of the legendary descent in which he had believed, and the honourableness of the mournful history with which his thoughts of himself had been so closely associated, were swept from him utterly. Nor was this all, even yet. In losing these, he had had, as it were, to let go his hold, not of his clan merely, but of his race. Every link of kin that bound him to humanity had melted away from his grasp. Suddenly he would become aware that his heart was sinking within him, and questioning it why, would learn anew that he was alone in the world, a being without parents, without sister or brother, with none to whom he might look in the lovely confidence of a right bequeathed by some common mother, near or afar. He had waked into being, but all around him was dark, for there was no window, that is, no kindred eye, by which the light of the world whence he had come, entering, might console him. But a gulf of blackness was about to open at his feet, against which the darkness he now lamented would show purple and grey. One afternoon, as he passed through the Seaton from the harbour to have a look at the cutter, he heard the partness calling after him.
"Well, you're a sight for sair een. Know'd you like to turn out something worth looking at," she cried, as he approached with his usual friendly smile.
"What do you mean by that, Mistress Findlay?" asked Malcolm, carelessly adding, "Is your man in?"
"Aye," she went on, without heeding either question. "Ye'll be grand set up noo. Ye'll not be having a fine day to fling at your old friends, the poor fisher folk, or long. Well, it's the way of the world. Hech, sirs."
"What on earth set you off like that, Mistress Findlay?" said Malcolm.
"It's nae such a furious grand thing to be my lord's skipper, or henchman as my daddy would have it, surely. It's a heap grander like to be a free fisherman, with a boat of your own like the parton. Hoots, none of your clevers. Ye ken well enough what I mean, as well as ilka ither created soul o' Port Lossie. And gin ye dinna choose to let on about it till an old friend, 'cause she's naething but a fisher wife, it's done ye more skaith already nor I thought it wad to the lang last, Malcolm. For it's in your ain name I s' call ye yet, gin ye were 10 times a laird. Didna I gie ye the breast when ye could do nothing in the world but suck? And well ye sucked, poor innocent, that ye was."
"As sure as we're baith alive," asseverated Malcolm, "I ken nae mair nor a salted herring what ye're driving at."
"Tell me it, ye dinna ken what all the country kens, and hear about your ain sale," screamed the partness.
"I tell ye I ken naething, and gin ye dinna tell me what ye're after directly, I shall hold away to Mistress Allison. She'll tell me." This was a threat sufficiently prevailing.
"It's not in nature," she cried. "Here's Mistress Stewart o' the Gersfell been cawin' like mad about the place and her carriage and how many horse I dinna ken, declarin', aye, swearin', they tell me, 'at one commonly called Malcolm MacPhail is neither mair nor less nor the son born o' her ain body in honest wedlock. And tell me ye ken naething about it. What are ye standin' like that for? As grey-mouthed as a dayin' skate."
For the first time in his life, Malcolm, young and strong as he was, felt sick.
Sea and sky grew dim before him, and the earth seemed to reel under him. "I dinna believe it," he faltered, and turned away. "Ye dinna believe what I tell ye!" screeched the wrathful partness. "Ye dared to say the word!" But Malcolm did not care to reply. He wandered away, half unconscious of where he was, his head hanging, and his eyes creeping over the ground. The words of the woman kept ringing in his ears, but ever and anon, behind them as it were in the depth of his soul, he heard the voice of the mad Laird, with its one lamentation, "I dinna ken where I come frae." Finding himself at length at Mr. Graham's door, he wondered how he had got there. It was Saturday afternoon, and the master was in the churchyard. Startled by Malcolm's look, he gazed at him in grave, silent enquiry. "Ha' ye heard the ill news, sir?" said the youth. "No, I'm sorry to hear there is any." "They tell me Mr. Stewart's rinnin' about the town claiming me." "Claiming you? How do you mean?" "For her ain." "Not for her son?" "Ay, sir, that's what they say." "But ye hanna heard of it?" "Not a word." "Then I believe it's all havers," cried Malcolm energetically. "It was sair eneuch upon me already to ken less o' where I come frae than the poor laird himsel', but to come from where he came frae was a thought ower sair." "You don't surely despise the poor fellow so much as to scorn to have the same parents with him?" said Mr. Graham. "The verra contrair, sir. But a woman who would so misguide the son of her own body, and for nothing but that, as she had brought him forth, sick as he was, it's not to be lightly believed, nor lightly endured. I saw away to Miss Horne, and see whether she's heard any sic layin' clashes." But as Malcolm uttered her name, his heart sank within him, for their talk the night he had sought her hospitality for the laird came back to his memory, burning like an acrid poison. "You can't do better," said Mr. Graham. "The report itself may be false, or true, and the lady mistaken." "She'll have to prove it well afore I say hold," rejoined Malcolm. "And suppose she does?" "In that case," said Malcolm, with a composure almost ghastly, "a man maun take what mither it pleases God to gie him. But faith, she winna do with me as with the poor laird. Gien she takes me up, she'll repent it she didn't let me lie. She'll be as little pleased with the tane o' her sons as the tither, I can tell her unprophesied." "But think what you might do between mother and son," suggested the master, willing to reconcile him to the possible worst. "It's ower late for that," he answered. "The poor man's therms are a hingin' loose, and there's no grip enough in the pegs to sit them up again. He would but think I had gone ower to the enemy, and hold out o' my gate as eident as he holds out o' hers. Na, it would do naething for him. Gien it were not for what I see in him, I would have a grand rebuttor to reclaim. For how could any woman's ain son have sic a scunner at her as I have in my heart and brain and verra stomach? Gien she were my ain mother, there bod to be some natural drawin' atween us, a body would think. But it winna hold, for there's the laird. The verra name o' mither gars him stick his lugs and run." "Still, if she be your mother, it's for better for worse as much as if she had been your own choice." "I kenna weel how it could be for waur," said Malcolm, who did not yet, even from his recollection of the things Miss Horne had said, comprehend what worse threatened him. "It does seem strange," said the master thoughtfully, after a pause, "that some women should be allowed to be mothers, that through them sons and daughters of God should come into the world. Thief babies, say, human parasites with no choice but feed on the social body. I wonder what God thinks about it all. Gars a body speir whether he cares or no," said Malcolm gloomily. "It does," responded Mr. Graham solemnly. "Div ye allow that, sir?" returned Malcolm, aghast. "That soon as gien all thing were rushin' thegither back to the old chaos." "I should not be surprised," continued the master, apparently heedless of Malcolm's consternation, "if the day should come when well-meaning men, excellent in the commonplace, but of dwarfed imagination, refuse to believe in a God on the ground of apparent injustice in the very frame and constitution of things. Such would argue that there might be either an omnipotent being who did not care, or a good being who could not help, but that there could not be a being both all good and omnipotent, for such would never have suffered things to be as they are." "What would the clergy say to hear ye, sir?" said Malcolm, himself almost trembling at the words of his master. "Nothing to the purpose, I fear. They would never face the question. I know what they would do if they could. Burn me as their spiritual ancestor Calvin would have done, whose shoe latchet they are yet not worthy to unloose. But mind, my boy, you've not heard me speak my thought on the matter at all. But wouldna it be better to believe in 2 gods nor none of all? Propounded Malcolm. One a good, doing the best for as he could, the other a ill, but as powerful as the good one, and for ever and aye a fight atween them, whiles one getting the worst o' it, and whiles the other. It would quiet your heart, ony gate, and the battle o' Armageddon would gang on as grand as ever. 2 gods there could not be, said Mr. Graham. Of the 2 beings supposed, the evil one must be called Devil, were he 10 times the more powerful. With all my heart, responded Malcolm. But I agree with you, the master went on, that Manichaeism is unspeakably better than atheism, and unthinkably better than believing in an unjust God. But I am not driven to such a theory. Hae ye one o' your ain 'at'll fit, sir? If I knew of a theory in which was never an uncompleted arch or turret, in whose circling wall was never a ragged breach, that theory I should know but to avoid. Such gaps are the eternal windows, through which the dawn shall look in. A complete theory is a vault of stone around the theorist, whose very being yet depends on room to grow. Well, I would like to hear what you have again Manichaeism. The main objection of theologians would be, I presume, that it did not present a God perfect in power as in goodness. But I think it a far more objectionable point that it presents evil as possessing power in itself. My chief objection, however, would be a far deeper one, namely, that its good being cannot be absolutely good. For if he knew himself unable to ensure the well-being of his creatures, if he could not avoid exposing them to such foreign attack, had he a right to create them? Would he have chosen such a doubtful existence for one whom he meant to love absolutely? Either then he did not love like a god, or he would not have created. He might ken himself sure to win in the long run. Grant the same to the God of the Bible, and we come back to where we were before. Does that satisfy yourself, Mr. Graham? Asked Malcolm, looking deep into the eyes of his teacher. Not at all, answered the master. Does anything? Yes, but I will not say more on the subject now. The time may come when I shall have to speak that which I have learned, but it is not yet. All I will say now is, that I am at peace concerning the question. Indeed, so utterly do I feel myself the offspring of the one, that it would be enough for my peace now, I don't say it would have been always, to know my mind troubled on a matter. What troubled me would trouble God. My trouble at the seeming wrong must have its being in the right existent in him. In him, supposing I could find none, I should yet say there must lie a lucent, harmonious, eternal, not merely consoling, but absolutely satisfying solution. Wouldn't you tell me all that's in your heart about it, sir? Not now, my boy. You have got one thing to mind now, before all other things, namely, that you give this woman, whatever she be, fair play. If she be your mother, as such you must take her, that is, as such you must treat her. You're right, sir, returned Malcolm, and rose. Come back to me, said Mr. Graham, with whatever news you gather. I will, sir, answered Malcolm, and went to find Miss Horne. He was shown into the little parlour, which, for all the grander things he had been amongst of late, had lost nothing of its first charm. There sat Miss Horne. Sit down, Malcolm, she said gruffly. Ha' ye heard anything, mem? Asked Malcolm, standing. Aye, o'er muckle, answered Miss Horne, with all but a scowl. Ye been o'er to Gersfell, I reckon. Forbid it, answered Malcolm. Never till us o'er, or at most it's not two, sin I heard the first cheep o't, and that was frae Mig Parton. To no human soul hae I made mention o't yet, except Master Graham. To him I gaed direct. Ye couldna ha' done better, said the grim woman, with relaxing visage. And here I am the noo, straight for him, to beg o' you, Miss Horne, to tell me the truth of the matter. What ken I about it? She returned angrily. What should I ken? Ye might ken whether the woman's been saying it or no. Who has any doubt about that? Mistress Stewart has been saying she's my mither, then? Aye, what for no? Returned Miss Horne, with a piercing glower at the youth. God forfend, exclaimed Malcolm. Say ye that, laddie? Cried Miss Horne, and starting up, she grasped his arm and stood gazing in his face. What other should I say? Rejoined Malcolm, surprised. God be lauded, exclaimed Miss Horne. The limmer may say it she likes, no?" "Ye dinna believe it then, mem?" cried Malcolm. "Tell me ye dinna, and hold me own cursed like a cadger." "I dinna believe a word of it, laddie," answered Miss Horne eagerly. "Who could believe sic a fine lad come o' sic a false mother?" "She might be anybody's mither, and false too," said Malcolm gloomily. "That's true, laddie, and the mair mither the falser. There's a whirl o' witness in your face again she be your mither, the Marquis, and no poor honest hen peckit John Stewart was the father o' ye." "The Lord forgie me! What am I saying?" adjected Miss Horne, with a cry of self-accusation, when she saw the pallor that overspread the countenance of the youth, and his head drop upon his bosom. The last arrow had sunk to the feather. "It's all havers anygate," she quickly resumed. "I do not believe ye have a drop o' her blood in the body o' ye, man. But," she hurried on, as if eager to obliterate the scoring impression of her late words, "that she's been saying it there can be no manner o' doubt. I saw her mysel' runnin' about the town, frae one till anither, with her lang hair down the lang back o' her, and fleein' in the wind like a body demented. The only question is whether or not she believes it hersel'. What could gar her say it gien she dinna believe it? Folk say as she expects that way to get a grip o' things out o' the hands o' the poor laird's trustees. Ye would be a son o' her ain, capable o' managin' them. But ye dinna tell me she's never been at yoursel' about it. Never a blink o' the e'e has passed atween us since that day I gaed till Gersfell, as I tell't ye, with a letter frae the Marquis. I thought I was ower money for her then. I wonder she daur be at me again. She's daurt her God ere now, and may weel daur you. But what says your grandfather till it now? He hasna heard a chuckie's cheep o' it. What are we haverin' at then? Canna he settle the matter off-hand?" Miss Horne eyed him keenly as she spoke. "He kens nae mair about whaur I come frae, mem, nor your Jean, who's hearkening at the keyhole this verra minute." The quick ear of Malcolm had caught a slight sound of the handle, whose proximity to the keyhole was no doubt often troublesome to Jean. Miss Horne seemed to reach the door with one spang. Jean was ascending the last step of the stair with a message on her lips concerning butter and eggs. Miss Horne received it, and went back to Malcolm. "Na, Jean winna do that," she said quietly. But she was wrong, for hearing Malcolm's words, Jean had retreated one step down the stair, and turned. "But what's this you tell me about your grandfather, honest man?" Miss Horne continued. "Duncan MacPhail's no blood o' mine, the mair's the pity," said Malcolm sadly, and told her all he knew. Miss Horne's visage went through wonderful changes as he spoke. "Well, it is a mercy I had nae feelings," she said when he had done. "Ony woman can lay a claim till me it likes, ye see," said Malcolm. "She may lay it she likes, but is no ilka egg laid has a chuckie intil it," answered Miss Horne sententiously. "Jist ye gang hame to auld Duncan, and tell him to turn the thing ower in his mind till he's able to swear to the verra night he found the bairn in his lap. But not one word maun he say to living soul about it afore it's required o' him. I would be the son o' the poorest fisherwife in the Seaton rather nor hers," said Malcolm gloomily. "And it shows ye're better bred," said Miss Horne. "But she'll be at you ere long, and take ye tent what ye say. Dinna fly in her face, let her jaw away and mark her words. She may let a streak o' light out o' her dark lantern unawares." Malcolm returned to Mr. Graham. They agreed there was nothing for it but to wait. He went next to his grandfather, and gave him Miss Horne's message. The old man fell a-thinking, but could not be certain even of the year in which he had left his home. The clouds hung very black around Malcolm's horizon. Since the adventure in the Baillies Barn, Lady Florimell had been on a visit in Morayshire. She heard nothing of the report until she returned. "So you're a gentleman after all, Malcolm," she said the next time she saw him. The expression in her eyes appeared to him different from any he had encountered there before. The blood rushed to his face. He dropped his head, and saying merely, "It maun be as it maun," pursued the occupation of the moment. But her words sent a new wind blowing into the fog. A gentleman, she had said. Gentlemen married ladies. Could it be that a glory it was madness to dream of was yet a possibility? One moment, and his honest heart recoiled from the thought. Not even for Lady Florimell could he consent to be the son of that woman. Yet the thought, especially in Lady Florimell's presence, would return, would linger, would whisper, would tempt. In Florimell's mind also, a small demon of romance was at work. Uncorrupted as yet by social influences, it would not have seemed to her absurd that an heiress of rank should marry a poor country gentleman. But the thought of marriage never entered her head. She only felt that the discovery justified a nearer approach from both sides. She had nothing, not even a flirtation, in view. Flirt she might, likely enough, but she did not foremean it. Had Malcolm been a schemer, he would have tried to make something of his position. But even the growth of his love for his young mistress was held in check by the fear of what that love tempted him to desire. Lady Florimel had by this time got so used to his tone and dialect, hearing it on all sides of her, that its quaintness had ceased to affect her, and its coarseness had begun to influence her repulsively. There were still to be found in Scotland old-fashioned gentlefolk speaking the language of the country with purity and refinement. But Florimel had never met any of them, or she might possibly have been a little less repelled by Malcolm's speech. Within a day or two of her return, Mrs. Stewart called at Lossy House, and had a long talk with her, in the course of which she found no difficulty in gaining her to promise her influence with Malcolm. From his behaviour on the occasion of their sole interview, she stood in a vague awe of him, and indeed could not recall it without a feeling of rebuke, a feeling which must either turn her aside from her purpose, or render her the more anxious to secure his favour. Hence it came that she had not yet sought him. She would have the certainty first that he was kindly disposed towards her claim, a thing she would never have doubted but for the glimpse she had had of him. One Saturday afternoon, about this time, Mr. Stewart put his head in at the door of the schoolroom, as he had done so often already, and seeing the master seated alone at his desk, walked in, saying once more with a polite bow, "I dinna ken where I come frae. I want to come to the school." Mr. Graham assured him of welcome as cordially as if it had been the first time he came with the request, and yet again offered him a chair. But the laird, as usual, declined it, and walked down the room to find a seat with his companion scholars. He stopped midway, however, and returned to the desk, where, standing on tiptoe, he whispered in the master's ear, "I cannot come upon the door." Then, turning away again, he crept dejectedly to a seat where some of the girls had made room for him. There he took a slate, and began drawing what might seem an attempt at a door. But ever as he drew he blotted out, and nothing that could be called a door was the result. Meantime, Mr. Graham was pondering at intervals what he had said. School being over, the laird was modestly leaving with the rest, when the master gently called him, and requested the favour of a moment more of his company. As soon as they were alone, he took a Bible from his desk, and read the words, "I am the door. By me, if any man enter in, he shall be saved, and shall go in and out, and find pasture." Without comment, he closed the book and put it away. Mr. Stewart stood staring up at him for a moment, then turned, and gently murmuring, "I canna win at the door," walked from the schoolhouse. It was refuge the poor fellow sought. Whether from temporal or spiritual foes will matter little to him who believes that the only shelter from the one is the only shelter from the other also. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 48. The Baillies Barn again. It began to be whispered about Portlassy that the Marquis had been present at one of the fishermen's meetings, a report which variously affected the minds of those in the habit of composing them. Some regarded it as an act of espial, and much foolish talk arose about the Covenanters and persecution and martyrdom. Others, especially the less worthy of those capable of public utterance, who were by this time, in virtue of that sole gift, gaining an influence of which they were altogether unworthy, attributed it to the spreading renown of the preaching and praying members of the community, and each longed for an opportunity of exercising his individual gift upon the conscience of the Marquis. The soberer portion took it for an act of mere curiosity, unlikely to be repeated. Malcolm saw that the only way of setting things right was that the Marquis should go again, openly, but it was with much difficulty that he persuaded him to present himself in the assembly.
Again accompanied by his daughter and Malcolm, he did, however, once more cross the links to the Baillies Barn. Being early, they had a choice of seats, and Florimel placed herself beside a pretty young woman of gentle and troubled countenance, who sat leaning against the side of the cavern. The preacher on this occasion was the sickly young student, more pale and haggard than ever, and halfway nearer the grave since his first sermon. He still set himself to frighten the sheep into the fold by wolfish cries, but it must be allowed that in this sermon at least, his representations of the miseries of the lost were not by any means so gross as those usually favoured by preachers of his kind. His imagination was sensitive enough to be roused by the words of Scripture themselves, and was not dependent for stimulus upon those of Virgil, Dante, or Milton. Having taken for his text the 14th verse of the 59th Psalm, and at evening let them return, and let them make a noise like a dog, and go round about the city, he dwelt first upon the condition and character of the Eastern dog as contrasted with those of our dogs, pointing out to his hearers that so far from being valued for use or beauty or rarity, they were, except swine, of all animals the most despised by the Jews, the vile outcasts of the borderland separating animals domestic and ferine, filthy, dangerous, and hated. Then associating with his text that passage in the Revelation, "Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have the right to the tree of life, and may enter in through the gates into the city, for without are dogs." He propounded, or rather asserted, that it described one variety of the many punishments of the wicked, showing at least a portion of them condemned to rush howling forever about the walls of the New Jerusalem, haunting the gates they durst not enter. "See them through the fog, steaming up from the shores of their Phlegethon," he cried, warming into eloquence. "See the horrid troop afar from the crystal walls, if indeed ye stand on those heights of glory, and course not around them with the dogs. Hear them howl and bark as they scour along. Gaze at them more earnestly as they draw nigher. See upon the dog heads of them the signs and symbols of rank and authority which they wore when they walked erect, men, aye, women too, among men and women. See the crown jewels flash over the hanging ears, the tiara tower thrice circled over the hungry eyes. See the plumes and the coronets, the hoods and the veils." Here, unhappily for his eloquence, he slid off into the catalogue of women's finery, given by the prophet Isaiah, at the close of which he naturally found the oratorical impulse gone, and had to sit down in the mud of an anticlimax. Presently, however, he recovered himself, and spreading his wings, once more swung himself aloft into the empyrean of an eloquence, which, whatever else it might or might not be, was at least genuine. "Could they but surmount those walls, whose inherent radiance is the artillery of their defence, those walls, high uplifted, whose lowest foundations are such stones as make the glory of earthly crowns. Could they overleap those gates of pearl, and enter the golden streets, what think ye they would do there? Think ye they would rage hither and thither at will, making horrid havoc amongst the white-robed inhabitants of the sinless capital? Nay, verily. For in the gold transparent as glass, they would see their own vile forms in truth-telling reflex, and turning in agony would rush yelling back, out again into the darkness, the outer darkness, to go round and round the city again and forevermore, tenfold tortured henceforth with the memory of their visioned selves." Here the girl beside Lady Florimel gave a loud cry, and fell backwards from her seat. On all sides arose noises, loud or suppressed, mingled with murmurs of expostulation. Even Lady Florimel, invaded by shrieks, had to bite her lips hard to keep herself from responding with like outcry. For scream will call forth scream, as vibrant string from its neighbour will draw the answering tone. "Deep calleth unto deep. The wind is blowing on the slain. The Spirit is breathing on the dry bones," shouted the preacher in an ecstasy. But one who rose from behind Lizzy Findlay had arrived at another theory regarding the origin of the commotion, and doubtless had a right to her theory, inasmuch as she was a woman of experience, being no other than Mrs. Cadenaugh. At the sound of her voice seeking to soothe the girl, Malcolm shuddered, but the next moment, from one of those freaks of suggestion which defy analysis, he burst into laughter.
He had a glimpse of a she-dog in Mrs. Catnaw's Sunday bonnet, bringing up the rear of the preacher's canine company, and his horror of the woman found relief in an involuntary outbreak that did not spring altogether from merriment. It attracted no attention. The cries increased, for the preacher continued to play on the harp nerves of his hearers, in the firm belief that the spirit was being poured out upon them. The Marquis, looking very pale, for he could never endure the cry of a woman even in a play, rose, and taking Florimel by the arm, turned to leave the place. Malcolm hurried to the front to make way for them. But the preacher caught sight of the movement, and filled with a fury which seemed to him sacred, rushed to the rescue of souls. "Stop!" he shouted. "Go not hence, I charge you! On your lives I charge you! Turn ye! Turn ye! Why will ye die? There is no fleeing from Satan. You must resist the devil. He that flies is lost. If you turn your backs upon Apollyon, he will never slacken pace until he has driven you into the troop of his dogs, to go howling about the walls of the city. Stop them, friends of the cross, ere they step beyond the sound of mercy, for alas, the voice of him who is sent cannot reach beyond the particle of time wherein he speaks. Now, this one solitary moment, gleaming out of the eternity before us, only to be lost in the eternity behind us. This now is the accepted time. This now and no other is the moment of salvation." Most of the men recognized the Marquis. Some near the entrance saw only Malcolm clearing the way. Marquis or Fisher, it was all the same when souls were at stake. They crowded with one consent to oppose their exit. Yet another chance they must have, whether they would or not. These men were in the mood to give, not their own, but those other men's bodies to be burnt on the poorest chance of saving their souls from the everlasting burnings. Malcolm would have been ready enough for a fight, had he and the Marquis been alone, but the presence of Lady Florimel put it out of the question. Looking round, he sought the eye of his master. Had Lord Lossy been wise, he would at once have yielded, and sat down to endure to the end. But he jumped on the form next him, and appealed to the common sense of the assembly. "Don't you see the man is mad?" he said, pointing to the preacher. "He is foaming at the mouth. For God's sake, look after your women. He will have them all in hysterics in another 5 minutes. I wonder any man of sense would countenance such things." As to hysterics, the fisher folk had never heard of them. And though the words of the preacher were not those of soberness, they yet believed them the words of truth, and himself a far saner man than the Marquis. "Gin a body comes to our meetin'," cried one of them, a fine specimen of the argle-bargling Scotchman, a creature known and detested over the habitable globe, "he maun just do as we do and sit it out. It's for your soul's good." The preacher, checked in full career, was standing with open mouth, ready to burst forth in a fresh flood of oratory so soon as the open channels of hearing ears should again be granted him. But all were now intent on the duel between the Marquis and Jamie Ladle. "If the next time you came you found the entrance barricaded," said the Marquis, "what would you say to that?" "We would just take down the sticks," answered Ladle. "You would call it persecution, wouldn't you?" "Aye, it would be that." "And what do you call it now, when you prevent a man from going his own way after he has had enough of your foolery?" "We call it discipline," answered the fellow. The Marquis got down, annoyed, but laughing at his own discomfiture. "I've stopped the screaming anyhow," he said. Ere the preacher, the tap of whose eloquence presently began to yield again, but at first ran very slow, had gathered way enough to carry his audience with him, a woman rushed up to the mouth of the cave, the borders of her cap flapping, and her grey hair flying like an old Maenad's. Brandishing in her hand a spurtle with which she had been making the porridge for supper, she cried in a voice that reached every ear, "What's this I hear it? Come out o' that, Lizzy, ye limmer. Are ye going for a ill to word in the divil's name?" It was Meg Parton. She sent the congregation right and left from her, as a ship before the wind sends a wave from each side of her bows. Men and women gave place to her, and she went surging into the midst of the assembly. "Where's that lass o' mine?" she cried, looking about her in aggravated wrath at failing to pounce right upon her. "She's no very well, Mistress Findlay," cried Mrs. Catnaugh, in a loud whisper, laden with an insinuating tone of intercession. "She'll be better in a minute. The minister's just o'er powerful the night." Mrs. Findlay made a long reach, caught Lizzy by the arm, and dragged her forth, looking scared and white, with a red spot upon one cheek. No one dared debar Meg's exit with her prize, and the Marquis, with Lady Florimel and Malcolm, took advantage of the opening she made, and following in her wake, soon reached the open air. Mrs. Findlay was one of the few of the fisherwomen who did not approve of conventicles, being a great stickler for every authority in the country except that of husbands, in which she declared she did not believe. A report had reached her that Lizzy was one of the lawless that evening, and in hot haste she had left the porridge on the fire to drag her home. "This is the second predicament you have got us into, MacPhail," said his lordship, as they walked along the Boar's Tail, the name by which some designated the dune, taking the name of the rock at the end of it to be the Boar's Crag, and the last word to mean, as it often does, not crag, but neck, like the German kragen, and perhaps the English scrag. "I'm sorry for it, my lord," said Malcolm, "but I'm sure your lordship had the worth o' it and fun." "I can't deny that," returned the Marquis. "And I can't get that horrid shriek out of my ears," said Lady Florimel. "Which of them?" said her father. "There was no end to the shrieking. It nearly drove me wild." "I mean the poor girls who sat beside us, papa. Such a pretty nice-looking creature, too. And that horrid woman close behind us all the time. I hope you won't go again, papa. They'll convert you if you do, and never ask your leave. You wouldn't like that, I know." "What do you say to shutting up the place altogether?" "Do, papa. It's shocking. Vulgar and horrid." "I would think twice, my lord, afore I would serve them as ill as they served me." "Did I ask your advice?" said the Marquis sternly. "It's none the water it's gien unsought," said Malcolm. "It's the right thing I gate." "You presume on this foolish report about you, I suppose, MacPhail," said his lordship, "but that won't do." "God forgie you, my lord, for I have ill doing it," said Malcolm. He left them, and walked down to the foamy lip of the tide, which was just waking up from its faint recession. A cold glimmer, which seemed to come from nothing but its wetness, was all the sea had to say for itself. But the Marquis smiled, and turned his face towards the wind which was blowing from the south. In a few moments Malcolm came back, but to follow behind them, and say nothing more that night. The Marquis did not interfere with the fishermen. Having heard of their rudeness, Mr. Cairns called again, and pressed him to end the whole thing, but he said they would only be after something worse, and refused. The turn things had taken that night determined their after course. Cryings out and faintings grew common, and fits began to appear. A few laid claim to visions, bearing, it must be remarked, a strong resemblance to the similitudes, metaphors, and more extended poetic figures employed by the young preacher, becoming at length a little more original, and a good deal more grotesque. They took to dancing at last, not by any means the least healthful mode of working off their excitement. It was, however, hardly more than a dull beating of time to the monotonous chanting of a few religious phrases, rendered painfully commonplace by senseless repetition. I would not be supposed to deny the genuineness of the emotion, or even of the religion, in many who thus gave show to their feelings. But neither those who were good before, nor those who were excited now, were much the better for this and like modes of playing off the mental electricity generated by the revolving cylinder of intercourse. Naturally, such men as Joseph Maire now grew shy of the assemblies they had helped to originate, and withdrew, at least into the background. The reins slipped from the hands of the first leaders, and such windbags as Ladle got up to drive the chariot of the gospel, with the results that could not fail to follow. At the same time it must be granted that the improvement of their habits, in so far as strong drink was concerned, continued. It became almost a test of faith with them whether or not a man was a total abstainer. Hence their moral manners, so to say, improved greatly. There were no more public-house orgies, no fighting in the streets, very little of what they called breaking of the Sabbath, and altogether there was a marked improvement in the look of things along a good many miles of that northern shore. Strange as it may seem, however, morality in the deeper sense remained very much at the same low ebb as before. It is much easier to persuade men that God cares for certain observances than that he cares for simple honesty and truth and gentleness and loving kindness.
The man who would shudder at the idea of a rough word of the description commonly called swearing will not have even a twinge of conscience after a whole morning of ill-tempered sullenness, capricious scolding, villainously unfair animadversion, or surly cross-grained treatment generally of wife and children. Such a man will omit neither family worship nor a sneer at his neighbour. He will neither milk his cow on the first day of the week without a Sabbath mask on his face, nor remove it while he waters the milk for his customers. Yet he may not be an absolute hypocrite. What can be done for him, however, hell itself may have to determine. Notwithstanding their spiritual experiences, it was, for instance, no easier to get them to pay their debts than heretofore. Of course there were, and had always been, thoroughly honest men and women amongst them, but there were others who took prominent part in their observances, who seemed to have no remotest suspicion that religion had anything to do with money or money's worth. Not to know that God cared whether a child of his met his obligations or not. Such fulfilled the injunction to owe nothing by acknowledging nothing. One man, when pressed, gave as a reason for his refusal that Christ had paid all his debts. Possibly this contemptible state of feeling had been fostered by an old superstition that it was unlucky to pay up everything, whence they had always been in the habit of leaving at least a few shillings of their shop bills to be carried forward to the settlement after the next fishing season. But when a widow whose husband had left property would acknowledge no obligation to discharge his debts, it came to be rather more than a whim. Evidently the religion of many of them was as yet of a poor sort, precisely like that of the Negroes, whose devotion so far outstrips their morality. If there had been but some one of themselves to teach that the true outlet and sedative of overstrained feeling is right action, that the performance of an unpleasant duty, say the paying of their debts, was a far more effectual as well as more especially religious mode of working off their excitement than dancing, that feeling is but the servant of character until it becomes its child, or rather, that feeling is but a mere vapour until condensed into character, that the only process through which it can be thus consolidated is well-doing, the putting forth of the right thing according to the conscience universal and individual, and that thus, and thus only, can the veil be withdrawn from between the man and his God, and the man be saved in beholding the face of his Father. But have patience, give them time, said Mr. Graham, who had watched the whole thing from the beginning. If their religion is religion, it will work till it purifies. If it is not, it will show itself for what it is, by plunging them into open vice. The mere excitement and its extravagance, the mode in which their gladness breaks out, means nothing either way. The man is the willing, performing being, not the feeling, shouting, singing being. In the latter there may be no individuality, nothing more than receptivity of the movement of the mass. But when a man gets up and goes out and discharges an obligation, he is an individual. To him God has spoken, and he has opened his ears to hear. God and that man are henceforth in communion. These doings, however, gave, how should they fail to give, a strong handle to the grasp of those who cared for nothing in religion but its respectability, who went to church Sunday after Sunday for the sake of example, as they said, the most arrogant of pharisaical reasons. Many a screeching, dancing fisher lass in the Seton was far nearer the kingdom of heaven than the most respectable of such respectable people. I would unspeakably rather dance with the wildest of fanatics rejoicing over a change in their own spirits, than sit in the seat of the dull of heart, to whom the old story is an outworn tale. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 49. Mount Pisgah. The intercourse between Florimel and Malcolm grew gradually more familiar, until at length it was often hardly to be distinguished from such as takes place between equals, and Florimel was by degrees forgetting the present condition in the possible future of the young man. But Malcolm, on the other hand, as often as the thought of that possible future arose in her presence, flung it from him in horror,
lest the wild dream of winning her should make him for a moment desire its realization. The claim that hung over him haunted his very life, turning the currents of his thought into channels of speculation unknown before. Imagine a young fisherman meditating as he wandered with bent head through the wilder woods on the steep banks of the burn, or the little green levels which it overflowed in winter. Of all possible subjects, what analogy there might be betwixt the body and the soul in respect of derivation, whether the soul was traduced as well as the body. As his material form came from the forms of his father and mother, did his soul come from their souls? Or did the Maker, as at the first he breathed his breath into the form of Adam, still at some crisis unknown in its creation, breathe into each form the breath of individual being? If the latter theory were the true, then, be his earthly origin what it might, he had but to shuffle off this mortal coil to walk forth a clean thing, as a prince might cast off the rags of an enforced disguise, and set out for the land of his birth. If the former were the true, then the wellspring of his being was polluted, nor might he by any death fling aside his degradation, or show himself other than defiled in the eyes of the old dwellers in those high countries, where all things seem as they are, and are as they seem. One day, when, these questions fighting in his heart, he had for the 100th time arrived thus far, all at once it seemed as if a soundless voice in the depth of his soul replied, "Even then, should the wellspring of thy life be polluted with vilest horrors, such as, in Persian legends, the lips of the lost are doomed to drink with loathings inconceivable, the well is but the utterance of the water, not the source of its existence. The rain is its father, and comes from the sweet heavens. Thy soul, however it became known to itself, is from the pure heart of God, whose thought of thee is older than thy being, is its first and eldest cause. Thy essence cannot be defiled, for in him it is eternal." Even with the thought, the horizon of his life began to clear. A light came out on the far edge of its ocean, a dull and sombre yellow, it is true, and the clouds hung yet heavy over sea and land, while miles of vapour hid the sky. But he could now believe there might be a blue beyond, in which the sun lorded it with majesty. He had been rambling on the waste hill in which the grounds of Lossy House, as it were, dissipated. It had a far outlook, but he had beheld neither sky nor ocean. The suitors of Cromarty had all the time sat on their stools large in his view. The hills of Sutherland had invited his gaze, rising faint and clear over the darkened water at their base, less solid than the sky in which they were set, and less a fact than the clouds that crossed their breasts. The land of Caithness had lain lowly and afar, as if, weary of great things, it had crept away in tired humility to the rigours of the north. And east and west his own rugged shore had gone lengthening out, fringed with the white burst of the dark sea. But none of all these things had he noted. Lady Florimell suddenly encountered him on his way home, and was startled by his look. "Where have you been, Malcolm?" she exclaimed. "I hardly ken, my lady. Somewhere about the feet o' Mount Pisgah, I'm thinking, if not freely upon the head o' it." "That's not the name of the hill up there." "Oh, na, yon's the bin." "What have you been about? Looking at things in general, I suppose?" "Na, they've been looking at me, I daresay. But I didna heed them, and they didna fash me." "You look so strangely bright," she said, "as if you had seen something both marvellous and beautiful." The words revealed a quality of insight not hitherto manifested by Florimell. In truth, Malcolm's whole being was irradiated by the flash of inward peace that had visited him, a statement intelligible and therefore credible enough to the mind accustomed to look over the battlements of the walls that clasped the fair windows of the senses. But Florimell's insight had reached its limit, and her judgment, vainly endeavouring to penetrate farther, fell floundering in the mud. "I know," she went on, "you've been to see your lady mother." Malcolm's face turned white as if blasted with leprosy. The same scourge that had maddened the poor Laird fell hissing on his soul, and its knotted sting was the same word, mother. He turned and walked slowly away, fighting a tyrannous impulse to thrust his fingers in his ears and run and shriek. "Where are your manners?" cried the girl after him, but he never stayed his slow foot or turned his bowed head, and Florimel wondered. For the moment his new-found peace had vanished. Even if the old nobility of heaven might regard him without a shadow of condescension, that self-righteous form of contempt, what could he do with a mother whom he could neither honour nor love? Love! If he could but cease to hate her! There was no question yet of loving. But might she not repent? Ah, then, indeed! And might he not help her to repent? He would not avoid her. How was it that she had never yet sought him? As he brooded thus, on his way to Duncan's cottage, and heedless of the sound of coming wheels, was crossing the road which went along the bottom of the glen, he was nearly run over by a carriage coming round the corner of a high bank at a fast trot. Catching one glimpse of the face of its occupant, as it passed within a yard of his own, he turned and fled back through the woods, with again a horrible impulse to howl to the winds the cry of the mad Laird, "I dinna ken where I come frae." When he came to himself, he found his hands pressed hard on his ears, and for a moment felt a sickening certainty that he too was a son of the Lady of Gersfell. When he returned at length to the house, Mrs. Courthope informed him that Mrs. Stewart had called, and seen both the Marquis and Lady Florimel. Meantime he had grown again a little anxious about the Laird, but as Phemy plainly avoided him, had concluded that he had found another concealment, and that the child preferred not being questioned concerning it. With the library of Lossy House at his disposal, and almost nothing to do, it might now have been a grand time for Malcolm's studies. But alas, he too often found it all but impossible to keep his thoughts on the track of a thought through a single sentence of any length. The autumn now hung over the verge of its grave. Hoarfrost, thick on the fields, made its mornings look as if they had turned grey with fear. But when the sun arose, greyness and fear vanished. The back-thrown smile of the departing glory was enough to turn old age into a memory of youth. Summer was indeed gone, and winter was nigh with its storms and its fogs and its rotting rains and its drifting snows. But the sun was yet in the heavens, and changed as was his manner towards her, would yet have many a half-smile for the poor old earth, enough to keep her alive until he returned, bringing her youth with him. To the man who believes that the winter is but for the sake of the summer, exists only in virtue of the summer at its heart, no winter, outside or in, can be unendurable. But Malcolm sorely missed the ministrations of compulsion. He lacked labour, the most helpful and most healing of all God's holy things, of which we so often lose the heavenly benefit by labouring inordinately that we may rise above the earthly need of it. How many sighs are wasted over the toil of the sickly, a toil which perhaps lifts off half the weight of their sickness, elevates their inner life, and makes the outer pass with tenfold rapidity. Of those who honestly pity such, many would themselves be far less pitiable were they compelled to share in the toil they behold with compassion. They are unaware of the healing virtue which the thing they would not pity at all were it a matter of choice, gains from the compulsion of necessity. All over the house, big fires were glowing and blazing. Nothing pleased the Marquis worst than the least appearance of stinting the consumption of coal. In the library, 2 huge gratefuls were burning from dawn to midnight. Well for the books, anyhow, if their owner seldom showed his face amongst them. There were days during which, except the servant whose duty it was to attend to the fires, not a creature entered the room but Malcolm. To him it was as the cave of Aladdin to the worshipper of Mammon, and yet now he would often sit down indifferent to its hoarded splendours and gather no jewels. But one morning, as he sat there alone, in an oriel looking seawards, there lay on a table before him a thin folio, containing the chief works of Sir Thomas Browne. Amongst the rest, his well-known Religio Medici, from which he had just read the following passage. When I take a full view and circle of myself, without this reasonable moderator and equal piece of justice, death, I do conceive myself the most miserablest person extant. Were there not another life that I hoped for, all the vanities of this world should not entreat a moment's breath from me. Could the devil work my belief to imagine I could never die, I would not outlive that very thought. I have so abject a conceit of this common way of existence, this retaining to the sun and elements, I cannot think this is to be a man, or to live according to the dignity of humanity. In expectation of a better, I can with patience embrace this life, yet in my best meditations do often desire death. I honour any man that contemns it, nor can I highly love any that is afraid of it. This makes me naturally love a soldier, and honour those tattered and contemptible regiments that will die at the command of a sergeant. These words so fell in with the prevailing mood of his mind, that having gathered them they grew upon him, and as he pondered them he sat gazing out on the bright blowing autumn day. The sky was dimmed with a clear pallor, across which small white clouds were driving. The yellow leaves that yet clave to the twigs were few, and the wind swept through the branches with a hiss. The far-off sea was alive with multitudinous white, the rush of the jubilant oversea across the blue plain. All without was merry, healthy, radiant, strong. In his mind brooded a single haunting thought that already had almost filled his horizon, threatening by exclusion to become madness. Why should he not leave the place, and the horrors of his history with it? Then the hideous hydra might unfold itself as it pleased. He would find at least a better fortune than his birth had endowed him withal. Lady Florimell entered in search of something to read. To her surprise, for she had heard of no arrival, in one of the windows sat a Highland gentleman, looking out on the landscape. She was on the point of retiring again, when a slight movement revealed Malcolm. The explanation was that the Marquis, their seafaring over, had at length persuaded Malcolm to don the Highland attire. It was an old custom of the house of Lossy that its lord's henchmen should be thus distinguished, and the Marquis himself wore the kilt when on his western estates in the summer, also as often as he went to court. Would indeed have worn it always, but that he was no longer hardy enough. He would not have succeeded with Malcolm, however, but for the youth's love to Duncan, the fervent heat of which vaporized the dark, heavy stone of obligation into the purple vapour of gratitude, and enhanced the desire of pleasing him until it became almost a passion. Obligation is a ponderous roll of canvas, which love spreads aloft into a tent wherein he delights to dwell. This was his first appearance in the garments of Duncan's race. It was no little trial to him to assume them in the changed aspect of his circumstances, for alas, he wore them in right of service only, not of birth, and the tartan of his lord's family was all he could claim. He had not heard Lady Florimell enter. She went softly up behind him, and laid her hand on his shoulder. He started to his feet. "A penny for your thoughts," she said, retreating a step or two. "I would give two to be rid of them," he returned, shaking his bushy head as if to scare the invisible ravens hovering about it. "How fine you are," Florimell went on, regarding him with an approbation too open to be altogether gratifying. "The dress suits you thoroughly. I didn't know you at first. I thought it must be some friend of Papa's. Now I remember he said once you must wear the proper dress for a henchman. How do you like it?" "That's all one to me," said Malcolm. "I dinna care what I wear. Gin only I had a right till it," he added with a sigh. "It is too bad of you, Malcolm," rejoined Florimell in a tone of rebuke. "The moment fortune offers you favour, you fall out with her. Won't give her a single smile. You don't deserve your good luck." Malcolm was silent. "There's something on your mind," Florimell went on, partly from willingness to serve Mrs. Stewart, partly enticed by the romance of being Malcolm's comforter, or perhaps confessor. "Aye, is there, my lady." "What is it? Tell me. You can trust me." "I could trust ye, but I cannot tell ye. I darena. I mauna." "I see you will not trust me," said Florimell with a half-pretended, half-real offence. "I would lay down my life, what there is o' it, for ye, my lady, but the very nature o' my trouble will not be told. I maun bear it my lane." It flashed across Lady Florimell's brain that the cause of his misery, the thing he dared not confess, was love of herself. Now Malcolm, standing before her in his present dress, and interpreted by the knowledge she believed she had of his history, was a very different person indeed from the former Malcolm in the guise of fisherman or sailor, and she felt as well as saw the difference. If she was the cause of his misery, why should she not comfort him a little? Why should she not be kind to him? Of course, anything more was out of the question, but a little confession and consolation would hurt neither of them. Besides, Mrs. Stewart had begged her influence, and this would open a new channel for its exercise. Indeed, if he was unhappy through her, she ought to do what she might for him. A gentle word or two would cost her nothing, and might help to heal a broken heart. She was hardly aware, however, how little she wanted it healed, all at once. From the potency of a thought, it is perhaps even better that it should not be logically displayed to the intellect. Anyhow, the germ of all this, undeveloped into the definite forms I have given, sufficed to the determining of Florimell's behaviour. I do not mean that she had more than the natural tendency of womankind to enjoy the emotions of which she was the object, but besides the one in the fable, there are many women with a tendency to mousing, and the idea of deriving pleasure from the sufferings of a handsome youth was not quite so repulsive to her as it ought to have been. At the same time, as there cannot be many cats capable of understanding the agonies of the mice within reach of their waving whiskers, probably many cat-women are not quite so cruel as they seem. "Can't you trust me, Malcolm?" she said, looking in his eyes very sweetly, and bending a little towards him. "Can't you trust me?" At the words and the look, it seemed as if his frame melted to ether. He dropped on his knees, and his heart half stifled in the confluence of the tides of love and misery, sighed out between the pulses in his throat. "There's nothing I can not tell ye 'at ever I thought or did in my life, my lady. But it's ither folk, my lady. It's like to burn a hole in my heart, and yet I dare not open my mouth." There was a half-angelic, half-dog-like entreaty in his up-looking hazel eyes that seemed to draw hers down into his. She must put a stop to that. "Get up, Malcolm," she said kindly. "What would my father or Mrs. Courthope think?" "I dinnot ken, and I most dinnot care. Atween one thing and another, I'm near hand distracked," answered Malcolm, rising slowly, but not taking his eyes from her face. "And there's my daddy," he went on, "maist won over to the enemy, and I dare not tell him what for I cannot bide it. Ye ha not been saying anything till him, have you, my lady?" "I don't quite understand you," returned Florimell, rather guilty, for she had spoken on the subject to Duncan. "Saying anything to your grandfather? About what?" About her, ye ken, my lady." "What her?" asked Florimell. "Her at the Lady of Gersfell." "And why, what of her? Why, Malcolm, what can have possessed you? You seem actually to dislike her." "I canna bide her," said Malcolm, with the calm earnestness of one who is merely stating an incontrovertible fact, and for a moment his eyes, at once troubled and solemn, kept looking wistfully in hers, as if searching for a comfort too good to be found, then slowly sank and sought the floor at her feet. "And why?" "I canna tell ye." She supposed it an unreasoned antipathy. "But that is very wrong," she said, almost as if rebuking a child. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself. What, dislike your own mother?" "Dinnot say the word, my lady," cried Malcolm in a tone of agony, "or ye'll gar me skirl and run like the mad Laird. He's not a hair madder nor I would be wi' sic a mother." He would have passed her to leave the room. But Lady Florimell could not bear defeat. In any contest she must win or be shamed in her own eyes, and was she to gain absolutely nothing in such a passage with a fisher lad? Was the billow of her persuasion to fall back from such a rock, self-beaten into poorest foam? She would, she must subdue him. Perhaps she did not know how much the sides of her intent were pricked by the nettling discovery that she was not the cause of his unhappiness. "You're not going to leave me so?" she exclaimed in a tone of injury. "I'll gang or bide as you will, my lady," answered Malcolm resignedly. "Bide then," she returned. "I haven't half done with you yet." "You maunot just tear my heart out," he rejoined, with a sad half-smile, and another of his dog-like looks. "That's what you would do to your mother," said Florimell severely. "Say no ill o' my mither," cried Malcolm, suddenly changing almost to fierceness. "Why, Malcolm," said Florimel, bewildered, "what ill was I saying of her?" "It's nothing less than an insult to my mother to call yon woman by her name," he replied with set teeth. It was to him an offence against the idea of motherhood, against the mother he had so often imagined luminous against the dull blank of memory, to call such a woman his mother. "She's a very ladylike, handsome woman, handsome enough to be your mother even, Mr. Malcolm Stewart." Florimel could not have dared the words, but for the distance between them. But then, neither would she have said them while the distance was greater. They were lost on Malcolm, though, for never in his life having started the question whether he was handsome or not, he merely supposed her making game of him, and drew himself together in silence, with the air of one bracing himself to hear and endure the worst. "Even if she should not be your mother," his tormentor resumed, "to show such a dislike to any woman is nothing less than cruelty." "She maun prove it," murmured Malcolm, not the less emphatically that the words were but just audible. "Of course she will do that. She has abundance of proof. She gave me a whole hour of proof." "Lang's not strang," returned Malcolm. "There's comfort in that. Gang on, my lady." "Poor woman, it was hard enough to lose her son, but to find him again such as you seem likely to turn out, I should think 10 times worse." "Nae doubt, nae doubt. But there's one thing waur." "What is that?" "To come upon a mother at—" He stopped abruptly. His eyes went wandering about the room, and the muscles of his face worked convulsively. Florimel saw that she had been driving against a stone wall. She paused a moment, and then resumed. "Anyhow, if she is your mother," she said, "nothing you can do will alter it." "She maun prove it," was all Malcolm's dogged reply. "Just so. And if she can't," said Florimel, "you'll be no worse than you were before." "And no better," she added with a sigh. Malcolm lifted his questioning to her searching eyes. "Don't you see," she went on very softly, and lowering her look, from the half-conscious shame of half-unconscious falseness, "I can't be all my life here at Lossy. We shall have to say good-bye to each other, never to meet again, most likely. But if you should turn out to be of good family, you know—" Florimel saw neither the paling of his brown cheek, nor the great surge of red that followed, but glancing up to spy the effect of her argument, did see the lightning that broke from the darkened hazel of his eyes, and again cast down her own. "Then there might be some chance," she went on, "of our meeting somewhere, in London or perhaps in Edinburgh, and I could ask you to my house, after I was married, you know." Heaven and earth seemed to close with a snap around his brain. The next moment they had receded an immeasurable distance, and in limitless wastes of exhausted being he stood alone. What time had passed when he came to himself he had not an idea. It might have been hours for anything his consciousness was able to tell him. But although he recalled nothing of what she had been urging, he grew aware that Lady Florimel's voice, which was now in his ears, had been sounding in them all the time. He was standing before her like a marble statue with a dumb thrill in its helpless heart of stone. He must end this. Parting was bad enough, but an endless parting was unendurable. To know that measureless, impassable leagues lay between them, and yet to be forever in the shroud of a cold leave-taking. To look in her eyes and know that she was not there. A parting that never broke the bodily presence. That was the form of agony which the infinite moment assumed. As to the possibility she would bribe him with, it was not even the promise of a glimpse of Abraham's bosom from the heart of hell. With such an effort as breaks the bonds of a nightmare dream, he turned from her, and heedless of her recall, went slowly, steadily out of the house. While she was talking, his eyes had been resting with glassy gaze upon the far-off waters. The moment he stepped into the open air and felt the wind on his face, he knew that their turmoil was the travailing of sympathy, and that the ocean had been drawing him all the time. He walked straight to his little boat, lying dead on the sands of the harbour, launched it alive into the smooth water within the piers, rove his halyard, stepped his mast, hoisted a few inches of sail, pulled beyond the sheltering sea walls, and was tossing amidst the torn waters, whose jagged edges were twisted in the loose flying threads of the northern gale. A moment more, and he was sitting on the windward gunwale of his spoon of a boat, with the tiller in one hand and the sheet in the other, as she danced like a cork over the broken tops of the waves. For help in his sore need, instinct had led him to danger. Half-way to the point of Scournose, he came round on the other tack, and stood for the death-head. Glancing from the wallowing floor beneath him, and the one wing that bore him skimming over its million deaths, away to the house of Lossy, where it stood steady in its woods, he distinguished the very window whence, hardly an hour ago, from the centre of the calm companionship of books, he had gazed out upon the wind-swept waste, as upon a dream. How strange, he thought, to find myself now in the midst of what I then but saw. This reeling ocean was but a picture to me then, a picture framed in the window. It is now alive, and I toss like a toy on its wild commotion. Then I but saw from afar the flashing of the white out of the blue water, and the blue sky overhead, which no winds can rend into pallid panes. Now I have to keep eye and hand together in one consent to shun death. I meet wind and wave on their own terms, and humour the one into an evasion of the other. The wind, that then revealed itself only in white blots and streaks, now lashes my hair into my eyes, and only the lift of my bows is betwixt me and the throat that swallows the whales and the krakens. Will it be so with death? It looks strange and far off now, but it draws nigh noiselessly, and one day I meet it face to face in the grapple. Shall I rejoice in that wrestle, as I rejoice in this? Will not my heart grow sick within me? Shall I not be faint and fearful? And yet I could almost wish it were at hand. I wonder how death and this wan water here look to God. To him is it like a dream, a picture? Water cannot wet him, death cannot touch him. Yet Jesus could have let the water wet him, and he granted power to death when he bowed his head and gave up the ghost. God knows how things look to us both far off and near. He also can see them so when he pleases. What they look to him is what they are. We cannot see them so, but we see them as he meant us to see them, therefore truly according to the measure of the created. Made in the image of God, we see things in the image of his sight. Thoughts like these, only in yet cruder forms, swept through the mind of Malcolm as he tossed on that autumn sea. But what we call crude forms are often in reality germinal forms, and one or other of these flowered at once into the practical conclusion that God must know all his trouble, and would work for him a worthy peace. Ere he turned again towards the harbour, he had reascended the cloud-haunted Pisgah, whence the words of Lady Florimel had hurled him. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 50. Lizzy Findlay. Leaving his boat again on the dry sand that sloped steep into the harbour, Malcolm took his way homeward along the shore. Presently he spied, at some little distance in front of him, a woman sitting on the sand, with her head bowed upon her knees. She had no shawl, though the wind was cold and strong, blowing her hair about wildly. Her attitude and whole appearance were the very picture of misery. He drew near and recognized her. "What on earth's gone wrong with you, Lizzy?" he asked. "Oh, nothing," she murmured, without lifting her head. The brief reply was broken by a sob. "That cannot be," persisted Malcolm, trouble of whose own had never yet rendered him indifferent to that of another. "Is it anything a body could stand by ye in?" Another sob was the only answer. "I'm in a peck o' troubles mysel'," said Malcolm. "I would fain help a body gin I could." "Nobody can help me," returned the girl, with an agonized burst, as if the words were driven from her by a convulsion of her inner world, and therewith she gave way, weeping and sobbing aloud. "I don't I'll have to drown mysel'," she added with a wail, as he stood in compassionate silence until the gust should blow over. And as she said it, she lifted a face tear-stained and all white, save where 5 fingers had branded their shapes in red. Her eyes scarcely encountered his.
Again she buried her face in her hands and rocked herself to and fro, moaning in fresh agony. "Your mother's been sair upon you, I doubt," he said, "but it'll soon blow ower. She cools as fast as she heats." As he spoke, he set himself down on the sand beside her. But Lizzy started to her feet, crying, "Dinna come near me, Malcolm. I'm not fit for honest man to come nigh me. Stand away, I hae the plague." She laughed, but it was a pitiful laugh, and she looked wildly about, as if for some place to run to. "I wouldna be sorry to take it mysel', Lizzy. At any rate, I'm ower old a friend to be driven frae you that gait," said Malcolm, who could not bear the thought of leaving her on the border of the solitary sea, with the waves barking at her all the cold winterly gloamin'. Who could tell what she might do after the dark came down? He rose and would have taken her hand to draw it from her face, but she turned her back quickly, saying in a hard, forced voice, "A man cannot help a woman, 'cept it be till her grave." Then turning suddenly, she laid her hands on his shoulders and cried, "For the love of God, Malcolm, leave me this moment. Gin I could tell ony man what ailed me, I would tell you. But I canna. Rin, laddie, rin and leave me." It was impossible to resist her anguished entreaty and agonized look. Sore at heart and puzzled in brain, Malcolm, yielding, turned from her, and with eyes on the ground, thoughtfully pursued his slow walk towards the Seton. At the corner of the first house in the village stood 3 women, whom he saluted as he passed. The tone of their reply struck him a little, but not having observed how they watched him as he approached, he presently forgot it. The moment his back was turned to them, they turned to each other and interchanged looks. "Fine feathers make fine birds," said one of them. "Ay, but he looks bowed down," said another. "And well he may. What'll his leddy mother say to sic a ploy? She'll no serve her being made a granny of after sic a fashion as yon," said the third. "'Deed, lass, there's few ought to think less o't," returned the first. Although they took little pains to lower their voices, Malcolm was far too much preoccupied to hear what they said. Perceiving plainly enough that the girl's trouble was much greater than a passing quarrel with her mother would account for, and knowing that any intercession on his part would only rouse to loftier flames the coal pits of maternal wrath, he resolved at length to take counsel with Blue Peter and his wife, and therefore, passing the sea-gate, continued his walk along the shore, and up the red path to the village of Scournose. He found them sitting at their afternoon meal of tea and oatcake. A peat fire smouldered hot upon the hearth. A large kettle hung from a chain over it. Fountain of plenty, whence the great china teapot, splendid in red flowers and green leaves, had just been filled. The mantelpiece was crowded with the gayest of crockery, including the never-absent half-shaved poodles, and the rarer Gothic castle, from the topmost story of whose keep bloomed a few late autumn flowers. Feemy, too, was at the table. She rose as if to leave the room, but apparently changed her mind, for she sat down again instantly. "Man, ye're unco braw the day, in your kilt and tartan hose," remarked Mare, as he welcomed him. "I pat them on to please my daddy and the Marquis," said Malcolm, with a half-shamefaced laugh. "Arena you some cold about the knees?" asked the good wife. "Na that cold. I kennet they're there, but I'll soon be used till it. Well, sit ye down and take a cup o' tea with us." "I haena muckle time to spare," said Malcolm, "but I'll take a cup o' tea with ye. Gin it warna for wee bit luggies small ears. I would fain speir your advice about one 'at wants a woman friend, I'm thinking." Feemy, who had been regarding him with compressed lips and suspended operations, deposited her bread and butter on the table, and slipped from her chair. "Where are ye goin', Feemy?" said her mother. "Takin' away my lugs," returned Feemy. "Ye cratur!" exclaimed Malcolm, "ye're ower wise. Who would ha' thought ye so gleg at the uptake?" "When folk winna lippen to me," said Feemy, and ceased. "What can ye expec?" returned Malcolm, while father and mother listened with amused faces. "When ye winna lippen to folk? Feemy, whaur's the mad laird?" A light flush rose to her cheeks, but whether from embarrassment or anger could not be told from her reply. "I ken none o' that name," she said. "Whaur's the Laird o' Kirkbyres, then?" "Whaur ye s' never lay hand upon him," returned the child, her cheeks now rosy red and her eyes flashing. "Me lay hand upon him!" cried Malcolm, surprised at her behaviour.
Gin it hadna been for you, nobody would have found out the way into the cave," she rejoined, her grey eyes, blue with the fire of anger, looking straight into his. "Feemy, Feemy," said her mother, "for shame." "There's no shame intil it," protested the child indignantly. "But there is shame intil it," said Malcolm quietly, "for ye wrong an honest man." "Weel, ye cannot deny," persisted Feemy, in mood to brave the evil one himself, "'at ye was ower at Kirkbyres on one of the Marquis's mares, and held a long confab wi' the laird's mither." "I gaed upon my master's errand," answered Malcolm. "Ow, ay, I daur say. But who kens, wi' sic a mither!" she burst out crying, and ran into the street. Malcolm understood it now. "She's like all the lave," he said sadly, turning to her mother. "I'm just affrontit wi' the bairn," she replied, with manifest annoyance in her flushed face. "She's true to him," said Malcolm, "gin she binna fair to me. Sayna a word to the lassie, she'll ken me better or long. And now for my story." Mrs. Mare said nothing while he told how he had come upon Lizzy, the state she was in, and what had passed between them. But he had scarcely finished when she rose, leaving a cup of tea untasted, and took her bonnet and shawl from a nail in the back of the door. Her husband rose also. "I'll just gang as far as the Boar's Craig wi' ye mysel', Annie," he said. "I'm thinking you'll find the poor lassie where I left her," returned Malcolm. "I doubt she daurna gang home." That night it was all over the town that Lizzy Findlay was in a woman's worst trouble, and that Malcolm was the cause of it. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 51. The Laird's Burrow. Annie Mare had a brother, a carpenter, who, following her to Scournos, had there rented a small building next door to her cottage, and made of it a workshop. It had a rude loft, one end of which was loosely floored, while the remaining part showed the couples through the bare joists, except where some planks of oak and mahogany, with an old door, a boat's rudder, and other things that might come in handy, were laid across them in store. There also, during the winter, hung the cumulus clouds of Blue Peter's herring nets. For his cottage, having a garret above, did not afford the customary place for them in the roof. When the cave proved to be no longer a secret from the laird's enemies, Feemy, knowing that her father's garret could never afford him a sufficing sense of security, turned the matter over in her active little brain, until pondering produced plans, and she betook herself to her uncle, with whom she was a great favourite. Him she found no difficulty in persuading to grant the hunted man a refuge in the loft. In a few days he had put up a partition between the part which was floored and that which was open, and so made for him a little room, accessible from the shop by a ladder and a trap-door. He had just taken down an old window-frame to glaze for it, when the laird, coming in and seeing what he was about, scrambled up the ladder, and a moment after, all but tumbled down again in his eagerness to put a stop to it. The window was in the gable, looking to the south, and he would not have it glazed. In blessed compensation for much of the misery of his lot, the laird was gifted with an inborn delicate delight in nature and her ministrations, such as few poets even possess. And this faculty was supplemented with a physical hardiness which, in association with his weakness and liability to certain appalling attacks, was truly astonishing. Though a rough hand might cause him exquisite pain, he could sleep soundly on the hardest floor. A hot room would induce a fit, but he would lie under an open window in the sharpest night without injury. A rude word would make him droop like a flower in frost, but he might go all day wet to the skin without taking cold. To all kinds of what are called hardships he had become readily inured, without which it would have been impossible for his love of nature to receive such a full development. For hence he grew capable of communion with her in all her moods, undisabled either by the deadening effects of present or the aversion consequent on past suffering. All the range of earth's shows, from the grandeurs of sunrise or thunderstorm, down to the soft unfolding of a daisy or the babbling birth of a spring, was to him an open book. It is true the delight of these things was constantly mingled with, not unfrequently broken, indeed, by the troublous question of his origin. But it was only on occasions of jarring contact with his fellows that it was accompanied by such agonies as my story has represented. Sometimes he would sit on a rock, murmuring the words over and over, and dabbling his bare feet, small and delicately formed, in the translucent green of a tide-abandoned pool. But oftener, in a soft, dusky wind, he might have been heard uttering them gently and coaxingly, as if he would wile from the evening zephyr the secret of his birth, which surely Mother Nature must know. The confinement of such a man would have been in the highest degree cruel, and must speedily have ended in death. Even Malcolm did not know how absolute was the laird's need, not simply of air and freedom, but of all things accompanying the enjoyment of them. There was nothing, then, of insanity in his preference of a windowless bedroom. It was that airs and odours, birds and sunlight, the sound of flapping wing, of breaking wave, and quivering throat, might be free to enter. Cool, clean air he must breathe, or die. With that, the partial confinement to which he was subjected was not unendurable. Besides, the welcome rain would then visit him sometimes, alighting from the slant wing of the flying blast, while the sun would pour in his rays full and mighty and generous, unsifted by the presumptuous glass, green and grey and crowded with distorting lines, and the sharp flap of pigeon's wing would be mimic thunder to the flash which leapt from its whiteness as it shot by. He not only loved but understood all the creatures, divining by an operation in which neither the sympathy nor the watchfulness was the less perfect, that both were but half conscious, the emotions and desires informing their inarticulate language. Many of them seemed to know him in return, either recognizing his person, and from experience deducing safety, or reading his countenance sufficiently to perceive that his interest prognosticated no injury. The maternal bird would keep her seat in her nursery, and give back his gaze. The rabbit, peeping from his burrow, would not even draw in his head at his approach. The rooks about Scournose never took to their wings until he was within a yard or two of them. The laird, in his half-acted utterance, indicated that they took him for a scarecrow, and therefore were not afraid of him. Even Mrs. Cattenaw's cur had never offered him a bite in return for a caress. He could make a bird's nest, of any sort common in the neighbourhood, so as to deceive the most cunning of the nest-harrying youths of the parish. Hardly was he an hour in his new abode, ere the sparrows and robins began to visit him. Even strange birds of passage, flying in at his hospitable window, would espy him unscared, and sometimes partake of the food he had always at hand to offer them. He relied, indeed, for the pleasures of social intercourse with the animal world, on stray visits alone. He had no pets, dog nor cat nor bird, for his wandering and danger-haunted life did not allow such companionship. He insisted on occupying his new quarters at once. In vain, Phemy and her uncle showed reason against it. He did not want a bed. He much preferred a heap of spales, that is, wood shavings. Indeed, he would not have a bed, and whatever he did want, he would get for himself. Having by word and gesture made this much plain, he suddenly darted up the ladder, threw down the trap-door, and lo, like a hermit crab, he had taken possession. Wisely, they left him alone. For a full fortnight, he allowed neither to enter the little chamber. As often as they called him, he answered cheerfully, but never showed himself except when Phemy brought him food, which, at his urgent request, was only once in the 24 hours, after nightfall, the last thing before she went to bed. Then he would slide down the ladder, take what she had brought him, and hurry up again. Phemy was perplexed, and at last a good deal distressed, for he had always been glad of her company before. At length one day, hearing her voice in the shop, and having peeped through a hole in the floor to see that no stranger was present, he invited her to go up, and lifted the trap-door. "Come, come," he said hurriedly, when her head appeared and came no farther. He stood holding the trap-door, eager to close it again as soon as she should step clear of it, and surprise was retarding her ascent. Before hearing his mind, the carpenter had already made for him, by way of bedstead, a simple frame of wood, crossed with laths in the form of lattice-work. This the laird had taken and set up on its side opposite the window, about 2 feet from it, so that, with abundant passage for air, it served as a screen. Fixing it firmly to the floor, he had placed on the top of it a large pot of the favourite cottage plant there called humility, and trained its long pendant runners over it. On the floor between it and the window he had ranged a row of flower-pots, one of them with an ivy plant, which also he had begun to train against the trellis, and already the humility and the ivy had begun to intermingle. At one side of the room, where the sloping roof met the floor, was his bed of fresh pine shavings, amongst which, their resinous half-aromatic odour apparently not sweet enough to content him, he had scattered a quantity of dried rose-leaves. A thick tartan plaid for sole covering lay upon the heap. "I would have liked hay better," he said, pointing to this lair rather than couch. "But it's some ill to get, and the spale's there at hand, and they smell unco clean." At the opposite side of the room lay a corresponding heap, differing not a little, however, in appearance and suggestion. As far as visible form and material could make it one, it was a grave. Rather a short one, but abundantly long for the laird. It was in reality a heap of mould, about 1.5 feet high, covered with the most delicate grass, and bespangled with daisies. "Laird," said Phemy, half reproachfully, as she stood gazing at the marvel, "ye ha' been out at night." "Aye, at night whiles, when nobody was about 'cept the wind." He pronounced the word with a long-drawn, imitative sough. "And the clouds and the splash of the water." Pining under the closer imprisonment in his garret, which the discovery of his subterranean refuge had brought upon him, the laird would often have made his escape at night, but for the fear of disturbing the mares. And now that there was no one to disturb, the temptation to spend his nights in the open air was the more irresistible that he had conceived the notion of enticing nature herself into his very chamber. Abroad then he had gone, as soon as the first midnight closed around his new dwelling, and in the fields had with careful discrimination begun to collect the mould for his mound, a handful here and a handful there. This took him several nights, and when it was finished, he was yet more choice in his selection of turf, taking it from the natural grass growing along the roads and on the earthen dykes, or walls, the outer sides of which feed the portionless cows of that country. Searching for miles in the moonlight, he had, with eye and hand, chosen out patches of this grass, the shortest and thickest he could find, and with a pocket-knife, often in pieces of only a few inches, removed the best of it and carried it home, to be fitted on the heap, and with every ministration and blandishment enticed to flourish. He pressed it down with soft, firm hands, and beshowered it with water first warmed a little in his mouth. When the air was soft, he guided the wind to blow upon it, and as the sun could not reach it where it lay, he gathered a marvellous heap of all the bright shards he could find, of crockery and glass and mirror, so arranging them in the window that each threw its tiny reflex upon the turf. With this last contrivance, Phemy was specially delighted, and the laird, happy as a child in beholding her delight, threw himself in an ecstasy on the mound and clasped it in his arms. I can hardly doubt that he regarded it as representing his own grave, to which in his happier moods he certainly looked forward as a place of final and impregnable refuge. As he lay thus, foreshadowing his burial, or rather his resurrection, a young canary which had flown from one of the cottages flitted in with a golden shiver and flash, and alighted on his head. He took it gently in his hand, and committed it to Phemy to carry home, with many injunctions against disclosing how it had been captured. His lonely days were spent in sleep, in tending his plants, or in contriving defences. But in all weathers he wandered out at midnight, and roamed or rested among fields or rocks, till the first signs of the breaking day, when he hurried like a wild creature to his den.
Before long he had contrived an ingenious trap, or man-spider web, for the catching of any human insect that might seek entrance at his window. The moment the invading body should reach a certain point, a number of lines would drop about him, in making his way through which he would straightway be caught by the barbs of countless fish-hooks, the whole strong enough at least to detain him, until its inventor should have opened the trap-door and fled. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 52. Cream or Scum. Of the new evil report abroad concerning him, nothing had as yet reached Malcolm. He read and pondered, and wrestled with difficulties of every kind, saw only a little of Lady Florimell, who he thought avoided him, saw less of the Marquis, and, as the evenings grew longer, spent still larger portions of them with Duncan, now and then reading to him, but oftener listening to his music or taking a lesson in the piper's art. He went seldom into the Seton, for the faces there were changed towards him. Attributing this to the reports concerning his parentage, and not seeing why he should receive such treatment because of them, hateful though they might well be to himself, he began to feel some bitterness towards his early world, and would now and then repeat to himself a misanthropical thing he had read, fancying he too had come to that conclusion. But there was not much danger of such a mood growing habitual with one who knew Duncan MacPhail, Blue Peter, and the schoolmaster, not to mention Miss Horne. To know one person who is positively to be trusted will do more for a man's moral nature, yes, for his spiritual nature, than all the sermons he has ever heard or ever can hear. One evening Malcolm thought he would pay Joseph a visit, but when he reached Scournose he found it nearly deserted. He had forgotten that this was one of the nights of meeting in the Baillies Barn. Feemy, indeed, had not gone with her father and mother, but she was spending the evening with the Laird. Lifting the latch, and seeing no one in the house, he was on the point of withdrawing, when he caught sight of an eye peeping through an inch opening of the door of the bed-closet, which the same moment was hurriedly closed. He called, but received no reply, and left the cottage wondering. He had not heard that Mrs. Mare had given Lizzy Findlay shelter for a season, and now a neighbour had observed, and put her own construction on the visit, her report of which strengthened the general conviction of his unworthiness. Descending from the promontory, and wandering slowly along the shore, he met the Scournose part of the congregation returning home. The few salutations dropped him as he passed were distant, and bore an expression of disapproval. Mrs. Mare only, who was walking with a friend, gave him a kind nod. Blue Peter, who followed at a little distance, turned and walked back with him. "I'm exercised in my mind," he said, as soon as they were clear of the stragglers, "about the turn things had ta'en down by the barn." "They tell me there's some gay queer customers ta'en to Hollingford," returned Malcolm. "It's a fact," answered Peter. "The folk will hardly hear a word now frae any of the older and soberer Christians. They hae not the gift of the Spirit, they say. But in place of stirring them up to take hold upon their Maker, their new lights set them up to look down upon ither folk, prophesying and denouncing, as gin the Lord had committed judgment into their hands." "What is it they take hold of to miscall them for?" asked Malcolm. "It's not so muckle," answered Peter, "for anything they do, as for what they believe or do not believe. There's an woman frae Clamrock was other party the night. She stood up and spake weel out, but not to muckle profit, as it seemed to me, only I maybe no fear judge, for I couldna be rid of the notion that she was letting at mysel all the time. I dinna ken what for, and I couldna help wondering gin she kent what folk used to say about hersel when she was a lass, for gin the small half o' that was true, a body might think the new grace gi'en her would have driven her to hide her head, in place of exalting her horn on high. But maybe it was all lies. She kens best hersel." "There cannot be muckle worship gaen on wi' ye by this time, then, I'm thinking," said Malcolm. "I dinna like to say it," returned Joseph, "but there's a spirit o' spiritual pride abroad among us, it seems to me, that's not favourable to devotion. They had taken it into their heads for one thing, and that's what Deil's best lays on at,
'Cause they're fisher folk, they have a special mission to convert the world." "What found they that upon?" asked Malcolm. "Oh, what the Saviour said to Peter and the lave of 'em that was fishers, to come to him and he would make them fishers of men." "Aye, I see. What for dinna ye bide at home, you and the lave of the Dewsons?" "There ye come upon the thing that's troubling me. Are we at begood it to break it up? Or are we to stand aside and let it gang to dirt and green bree? Or are we to bide with them, and wurstle about holy words till we tine all stomach for holy things?" "Could ye break it up, gin ye tried?" asked Malcolm. "I doubt not. That's one of the considerations that hangs some sair upon me. See what we ha' done." "What for dinna ye gang o'er to Master Graham, and speir what he thinks?" "What for should I gang till him? What's he but a fine moral man? I never heard 'at he had any discernment of the mind of the spirit." "That's what Deil's best frae Clamrock would say about yoursel, Peter. And I doubt she wouldna be far wrong. Onygate, she kens nae mair about you nor ye ken about the maister. Call ye a man who cares for nothing in heaven or in the earth but the will of his Creator. Call ye sic a man no spiritual. Just gang ye till him, and maybe he'll let in a glent upon ye 'at'll astonish ye. He's taken unco little interest in anything that was gaen on. Are not ye some wissin ye had not taken muckle mair yoursel, Peter?" "'Deed I am. But gin he be gifted like that ye say, what for dinna he try to hold us right?" "Maybe he thought ye would make your mistakes better wanting him." "Well, ye dinna call that friendly." "What for no? I hae heard him say folk cannot come right 'cept by haeing room to gang wrong. But jist ye gang till him now. Maybe he'll open mair in your heads nor ye kent ye had." "Well, maybe we might do waur. I s' mention the thing to Bowameel and James Gentle, and see what they say. There's no good to be gotten again to the minister, ye see. There's naething in him, as the saw says, but what the spoon puts intil him."
With this somewhat unfavourable remark, Blue Peter turned homewards. Malcolm went slowly back to his room, his tallow candle, and his volume of Gibbon. He read far into the night, and his candle was burning low in the socket. Suddenly he sat straight up in his chair, listening. He thought he heard a sound in the next room. It was impossible even to imagine of what. It was such a mere abstraction of sound. He listened with every nerve, but heard nothing more, crept to the door of the wizard's chamber, and listened again. Listened until he could no longer tell whether he heard or not, and felt like a deaf man imagining sounds. Then crept back to his own room and went to bed, all but satisfied that, if it was anything, it must have been some shaking window or door he had heard. But he could not get rid of the notion that he had smelt sulphur. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 53. The Schoolmaster's Cottage. The following night, 3 of the Scournose fishermen, Blue Peter, Bowameel, and James Gentle, called at the schoolmaster's cottage in the Alton, and were soon deep in earnest conversation with him around his peat fire, in the room which served him for study, dining-room, and bedchamber. All the summer, a honeysuckle outside watched his back window for him. Now it was guarded within by a few flowerless plants. It was a deep little window in a thick wall, with an air of mystery, as if thence the privileged might look into some region of strange and precious things. The front window was comparatively commonplace, with a white muslin curtain across the lower half. In the middle of the sanded floor stood a table of white deal, much stained with ink. The green-painted doors of the box-bed opposite the hearth stood open, revealing a spotless white counterpane. On the wall beside the front window hung by red cords 3 shelves of books, and near the back window stood a dark, old-fashioned bureau, with pendant brass handles as bright as new, supporting a bookcase with glass doors, crowded with well-worn bindings. A few deal chairs completed the furniture. "It's a sair vex, sir, to think o' what we all judge to be the work o' the spirit taking sic a turn. I'm feart it'll lie heavy at our door," said Blue Peter,
after a sketch of the state of affairs. "I don't think they can have sunk so low as the early Corinthian church yet," said Mr. Graham, "and St. Paul never seems to have blamed himself for preaching the gospel to the Corinthians." "Well, maybe," rejoined Mare. "But meantime, the practical pint is, are we to struggle, to set things right again, or are we to leave them to their own devices?" "What power have you to set things right?" "None, sir. The Baillies Barn's as free to them as to ourselves." "What influence have you, then?" "Unco little," said Bowamiel, taking the word. "They're afore the win', and it's plain enough 'at to stand up and oppose them would be but to breed strife and debate. And that might put many a wakened conscience soon asleep again, maybe not to be wakened any mair," said Blue Peter. "Then you don't think you can either communicate or receive benefit by continuing to take part in those meetings?" "I dinna think it," answered all three. "Then the natural question is, why should you go?" "We're feart for the guilt o' what the minister calls schism," said Blue Peter. "That might have occurred to you before you forsook the parish church," said the schoolmaster with a smile. "But there was no spiritual nourishment to be gotten in that hoff," said James Gentle. "How did you come to know the want of it?" "Oh, that came frae the Spirit himsel'. What else?" replied Gentle. "By what means?" "By the reading o' the word and by prayer," answered Gentle. "By his ain voice in the heart," said Bowamiel. "Then a public assembly is not necessary for the communication of the gifts of the Spirit?" They were silent. "Isn't it possible that the eagerness after such assemblies may have something to do with a want of confidence in what the Lord says of his kingdom? That it spreads like the hidden leaven, grows like the buried seed? My own conviction is, that if a man would but bend his energies to live, if he would but try to be a true, that is, a godlike man, in all his dealings with his fellows, a genuine neighbour, and not a selfish unit, he would open such channels for the flow of the Spirit as no amount of even honest and so-called successful preaching could." "Who but one was ever fit to lead sic a life as that?" "All might be trying after it. In proportion as our candle burns, it will give light. No talking about light will supply the lack of its presence, either to the talker or the listeners." "There's a heap made o' the preachin' o' the word in the book itsel'," said Peter with emphasis. "Undoubtedly. But just look at our Lord. He never stopped living amongst his people, hasn't stopped yet, but he often refused to preach, and personally has given it up altogether now." "Ay, but ye see he kent what he was doin'." "And so will every man, in proportion as he partakes of his spirit." "But dinna ye believe there is sic a thing as gettin' a call to the preachin'?" "I do. But even then a man's work is of worth only as it supplements his life. A network of spiritual fibres connects the two, makes one of them." "But surely, sir, them 'at's o' the same mind ought to meet and stir one another up. They that feart the Lord spake often together, ye ken." "What should prevent them? Why should not such as delight in each other's society meet and talk and pray together, address each the others if they like? There is plenty of opportunity for that, without forsaking the church or calling public meetings. To continue your quotation, the Lord hearkened and heard. Observe, the Lord is not here said to hearken to sermons or prayers, but to the talk of his people. This would have saved you from false relations with men that oppose themselves, caring nothing for the truth, perhaps eager to save their souls, nothing more at the very best." "Sir, sir, what would ye hae? Dod ye say it's not a body's first duty to save his own soul alive?" exclaimed Bowamiel. "I doubt it, but there's little daur intil it," said Mr. Graham, breaking into Scotch. Bowamiel rose from his chair in indignation. Blue Peter made a grasp at his bonnet, and James Gentle gave a loud sigh of commiseration. "I allow it to be a very essential piece of prudence," added the schoolmaster, resuming his quieter English. "But the first duty? No. The catechism might have taught you better than that. To mind his chief end must surely be man's first duty, and the catechism says man's chief end is to glorify God." "And to enjoy him forever," supplemented Peter. "That's a safe consequence. There's no fear of the second if he does the first. Anyhow, he cannot enjoy him forever this moment, and he can glorify him at once." "Ay, but how?" said Bowamiel, ready to swoop upon the master's reply. "Just as Jesus Christ did, by doing his will, by obedience." "That's no faith, it's works. You'll never save your soul that gait, sir." "No man can ever save his soul. God only can do that. You can glorify him by giving yourself up, heart and soul and body and life to his Son. Then you shall be saved. That you must leave to him, and do what he tells you. There will be no fear of the saving then, though it's not an easy matter, even for him, as has been sorely proved." "And how are we to gie ourselves up till him? For you see we're practical kind of folk as fisher folk, Maester Graham," said Bowamiel. The tone implied that the schoolmaster was not practical. "I say again, in doing his will and not your own. And what may as well be? Is he not telling you himself at this moment? Do you not know what his will is? How should I come between him and you? For anything I know, it may be that you pay your next-door neighbour a crown you owe him, or make an apology to the one on the other side. I do not know. You do." "Dinna ye think about saving your ain soul now, Master Graham?" said Bowamiel, returning on their track. "No, I don't. I've forgotten all about that. I only desire and pray to do the will of my God, which is all in all to me." "What say ye then about the souls of ither folk? Wadna ye save them no?" "Gladly would I save them, but according to the will of God. If I were even unwittingly to attempt it in any other way, I should be casting stumbling blocks in their path, and separating myself from my God, doing that which is not of faith, and therefore is sin. It is only where a man is at one with God that he can do the right thing or take the right way. Whatever springs from any other source than the Spirit that dwelt in Jesus is of sin, and works to thwart the divine will. Who knows what harm may be done to a man by hurrying a spiritual process in him? "I doubt, sir, gin your doctrine was to get a hearing, there would be unco little done for the glory of God in this place," remarked Bowamiel, with sententious reproof. "But what was done would be of the right sort, and surpassingly powerful. Well, to come back to the business in hand, what would be your advice?" said Bowamiel. "That's a thing none but a lawyer should give. I have shown you what seem to me the principles involved. I can do no more." "You do not call that neighbourly, when a body comes speering it?" "Are you prepared then to take my advice?" "You wouldna have a body do that aforehand. We might as well all be papists and all believe as we're told." "Precisely so. But you can exercise your judgment upon the principles whereon my opinion is founded, with far more benefit than upon my opinion itself, which I cannot well wish you to adopt, seeing I think it far better for a man to go wrong upon his own honest judgment than to go right upon anybody else's judgment, however honest also." "Ye have a heap o' queer doctrines, sir." "And yet you ask advice of me?" "We hae not taken muckle onygait," returned Bowamiel rudely, and walked from the cottage. James Gentle and Blue Peter bade the master a kindly good night, and followed Bowamiel. The next Sunday evening Blue Peter was again at the Alton, accompanied by Gentle and another fisherman, not Bowamiel, and had another and longer conversation with the schoolmaster. The following Sunday he went yet again, and from that time, every Sunday evening, as soon as he had had his tea, Blue Peter took down his broad bonnet and set out to visit Mr. Graham. As he went, one and another would join him as he passed, the number increasing every time, until at last 10 or 12 went regularly. But Mr. Graham did not like such a forsaking of wives and children on the Sunday. "Why shouldn't you bring Mrs. Mare with you?" he said one evening, addressing Joseph first. Then turning to the rest, "I should be happy to see any of your wives who can come," he added, "and some of you have children who would be no trouble. If there is any good in gathering this way, why shouldn't we have those with us who are our best help at all other times?" "'Deed, sir," said Joseph, "we are so used to our wives that we're o'er ready to forget how ill we could do wanting them." Mrs. Mare and 2 other wives came the next night. A few hung back from modesty and dread of being catechized, but ere long about 6 went when they could. I need hardly say that Malcolm, as soon as he learned what was going on, made one of the company. And truly, Although he did not know even yet all the ill that threatened him, he stood in heavy need of the support and comfort to be derived from such truths as Mr. Graham unfolded. Duncan also, although he took little interest in what passed, went sometimes, and was welcomed. The talk of the master not unfrequently lapsed into monologue, and sometimes grew eloquent. Seized occasionally by the might of the thoughts which arose in him, thoughts which would, to him, have lost all their splendour as well as worth, had he imagined them the offspring of his own faculty, meteors of his own atmosphere, instead of phenomena of the heavenly region manifesting themselves on the hollow side of the celestial sphere of human vision, he would break forth in grand poetic speech that roused to aspiration Malcolm's whole being, while in the same instant calming him with the summer peace of profoundest faith. To no small proportion of his hearers, some of such outbursts were altogether unintelligible, a matter of no moment. But there were of them who understood enough to misunderstand utterly. Interpreting his riches by their poverty, they misinterpreted them pitifully, and misrepresented them worse. And alas, in the little company, there were 3 or 4 men who, for all their upward impulses, yet remained capable of treachery, because incapable of recognizing the temptation to it for what it was. These, by and by, began to confer together, and form an opposition. In this at least ungenerous, that they continued to assemble at his house, and show little sign of dissension. When, however, they began at length to discover that the master did not teach that interpretation of atonement which they had derived, they little knew whence, but delivered another as the doctrine of St. Paul, St. Peter, and St. John, they judged themselves bound to take measures towards the quenching of a dangerous heresy. For the more ignorant a man is, the more capable is he of being absolutely certain of many things, with such certainty, that is, as consists in the absence of doubt. Mr. Graham, in the meantime, full of love and quiet, solemn fervour, placed completest confidence in their honesty, and spoke his mind freely and faithfully. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 54. One Day. The winter was close at hand. Indeed, in that northern region, might already have claimed entire possession. But the trailing golden fringe of the skirts of autumn was yet visible behind him, as he wandered away down the slope of the world. In the gentle sadness of the season, Malcolm could not help looking back with envy to the time when labour, adventure, and danger, stormy winds and troubled waters, would have helped him to bear the weight of the moral atmosphere, which now from morning to night oppressed him. Since their last conversation, Lady Florimell's behaviour to him was altered. She hardly ever sent for him now, and when she did, gave her orders so distantly that at length, but for his grandfather's sake, he could hardly have brought himself to remain in the house even until the return of his master, who was from home, and contemplated proposing to him as soon as he came back that he should leave his service and resume his former occupation, at least until the return of summer should render it fit to launch the cutter again. One day, a little after noon, Malcolm stepped from the house. The morning had broken grey and squally, with frequent sharp showers, and had grown into a girly, gusty day. Now and then the sun sent a dim yellow glint through the troubled atmosphere, but it was straightway swallowed up in the volumes of vapour seething and tumbling in the upper regions. As he crossed the threshold, there came a moaning wind from the west, and the water-laden branches of the trees all went bending before it, shaking their burden of heavy drops on the ground. It was dreary, dreary outside and in. He turned and looked at the house. If he might have but one peep of the goddess, far withdrawn. What did he want of her? Nothing but her favour, something acknowledged between them, some understanding of accepted worship. Alas, it was all weakness, and the end thereof dismay. It was but the longing of the opium-eater, or the drinker, for the poison which in delight lays the foundations of torture. No, he knew where to find food,
something that was neither opium nor strong drink, something that in torture sustained, and when its fruition came, would even in the splendours of delight far surpass their short-lived boon. He turned towards the schoolmaster's cottage. Under the trees, which sighed aloud in the wind, and like earth-clouds rained upon him as he passed, across the churchyard, bare to the grey, hopeless-looking sky, through the iron gate he went, and opened the master's outer door. Ere he reached that of his room, he heard his voice inviting him to enter. "Come to condole with me, Malcolm," said Mr. Graham cheerily. "What for, sir?" asked Malcolm. "You haven't heard, then, that I'm going to be sent about my business? At least it's more than likely." Malcolm dropped into a seat, and stared like an idol. Could he have heard the words? In his eyes Mr. Graham was the man of the place, the real person of the parish. He dismissed. The words breathed of mingled impiety and absurdity. The schoolmaster burst out laughing at him. "I'm feared to speak, sir," said Malcolm. "Whatever I say, I'm bound to make a fool of mysel'. What in plain words div ye mean, sir?" "Somebody has been accusing me of teaching heresy, in the school to my scholars, and in my own house to the fisher folk. The presbytery has taken it up, and here is my summons to appear before them in answer to the charge." "God preserve us, sir! And is this the first ye heard of it?" "The very first." "And what are you going to do?" "Appear, of course." "And what'll ye say to them?" "I shall answer their questions." "They'll condemn ye." "I do not doubt it." "And what next?" "I shall have to leave Scotland, I suppose." "Sir, it's awful." The horror-stricken expression of Malcolm's face drew a second merry laugh from Mr. Graham. "They can't burn me," he said. "You needn't look like that." "But there's something terrible wrong, sir, when sick men hae power ower a sick man." "They have no power but what's given them. I shall accept their decision as the decree of heaven." "It's weel to be you, sir, 'at can take a thing sae quiet." "You mustn't suppose I am naturally so philosophical. It stands for 45 years of the teaching of the Son of Man in this wonderful school of his, where the clever would be destroyed but for the stupid, where the church would tear itself to pieces but for the laws of the wicked, and where the wicked themselves are the greatest furtherance of godliness and the good." "But who could ever have been base enough to do it?" said Malcolm, too much astounded for his usual eager attention to the words that fell from the master. "That I would rather not inquire," answered Mr. Graham. "In the meantime it would be better if the friends would meet somewhere else, for this house is mine only in virtue of my office. Will you tell them so for me?" "Surely, sir. But will ye not make one?" "Not till this is settled. I will after, so long as I may be here." "Gin anybody had been catechising the bairns, I would surely ha' heard of it," said Malcolm, after a pause of rumination. "Poochie would ha' tell't me. I saw him this threen, yester even." "Who will ever say again a thing's not possible?" "Whatever doctrine I may have omitted to press in the school," said Mr. Graham, "I have inculcated nothing at variance with the Confession of Faith or the Shorter Catechism." "How can ye say that, sir?" returned Malcolm, "when, in as well as out o' the school, ye have aye insisted 'at God's a just God, abune all thing liking to give fair play?" "Well, does the Catechism say anything to the contrary?" "Not in so many words, doubtless. But it says a sight o' things that would make God out the maist unrighteous tyrant 'at ever was." "I'm not sure you can show that logically," said Mr. Graham. "I will think it over, however, not that I mean to take up any defence of myself. But now I have letters to write, and must ask you to leave me. Come and see me again to-morrow." Malcolm went from him, like one that hath been stunned, and is of sense forlorn. Here was trouble upon trouble. But what had befallen him compared with what had come upon the schoolmaster? A man like him to be so treated! How gladly he would work for him all the rest of his days, and how welcome his grandfather would make him to his cottage. Lord Lossy would be the last to object. But he knew it was a baseless castle while he built it, for Mr. Graham would assuredly provide for himself, if it were by breaking stones on the road and saying the Lord's Prayer. It all fell to pieces, just as he lifted his hand to Miss Horne's knocker. She received him with a cordiality such as even she had never shown him before. He told her what threatened Mr. Graham. She heard him to the end without remark, beyond the interjection of an occasional
Sirs," then sat for a minute in troubled silence. "There's a heap o' things an omen like me," she said at length, "cannot understan'. I dinna ken whether some folk mair nor pretend to understan' them. But set sandy ground down upon one side, and the presbytery down upon the other, and I hae wit enough to ken whilk I would take my eternal chance with. Some o' the presbytery's good enough men, but havena ower muckle gumption, and some o' them has plenty o' gumption, but haena ower muckle grace to judge by the way 'at they glor and rare, layin' down the laws gien the Almighty had been driven to take counsel wi' them. But look at Sandy Graham. Ye ken whether he has gumption or no, and gien he be a stickit minister, he's stuck by the grace o' modesty. But haith, I winna pity him, for o' all things to pity a good man in the right gait is a fool's folly. Troth, I'm a hantle mair concerned about yoursel, Malcolm." Malcolm heard her without apprehension. His cup seemed full, and he never thought that cups sometimes run over. But perhaps he was so far the nearer to a truth. While the cup of blessing may and often does run over, I doubt if the cup of suffering is ever more than filled to the brim. "Anything fresh, mem?" he asked, with the image of Mrs. Stewart standing ghastly on the slopes of his imagination. "I wouldna be fit to tell ye, laddie, gien it warna, as ye ken, that the Almighty's been unco merciful to me in the matter of feelings. Your friends in the Seaton and ower at Scarnos have feelings, and that's how none o' them has plucked up heart to tell ye the waggin' o' slanderous tongues against ye." "What are they saying now?" asked Malcolm with considerable indifference. "Neither mair nor less than that ye're the father of an unborn wean," answered Miss Horne. "I dinna freely understan' ye," returned Malcolm, for the unexpectedness of the disclosure was scarcely to be mastered at once. I shall not put on record the plain form of honest speech whereby she made him at once comprehend the nature of the calumny. He started to his feet, and shouted, "Who dare say that?" so loud that the listening Jean almost fell down the stair. "Who sud say it but the lassie hersel'?" answered Miss Horne simply. "She maun have the best right to say who's who." "It would better become onybody but her," said Malcolm. "What mean ye there, laddie?" cried Miss Horne, alarmed. "'At none could ken so weel as hersel' it was a damned lee. Who is she?" "Who but Meg Parton's Lizzy?" "Poor lassie! Is that it? But I'm sorry for her. She never said it was me. And whoever said it, surely ye dinna believe it o' me, mem?" "Me believe it! Malcolm MacPhail, will ye dare insult a maiden woman 'at stood clear o' reproach till she's long past the danger o't? It's been with unco small difficulty, I maun allow, for I hadna been led into any temptation." "Mem," returned Malcolm, perceiving by the flash of her eyes and the sudden halt of her speech that she was really indignant. "I dinna ken what I hae said to anger ye." "Anger me, quo' he? What though I hae no feelings? Will he dare till imagine 'at he would be sitting there and me holding him company, gien I believed him capable of turning out sic a miserable, contemptible wretch? The Lord come atween me and my wrath." "I beg your pardon, mem. A body canna aye put things thegither afore he speaks. I'm richt sair obliged till ye for taking my part." "I take naebody's part but my ain, laddie. Obliged to me for having a wheen common sense, a thing 'at I was born wi'. Toots, dinna haver." "Weel, mem, what would ye hae me do? I cannot send my auld daddy round the town with his pipes to proclaim 'at I'm not the man. I'm thinking I'll hae to leave the place." "Wad ye send your daddy round with the pipes to say 'at ye was the man? Ye might as weel do the tane as the tether. Mony a better man has been waur miscalled, and gart folk forget that ever the lay was laid. Na, never in frae a lay. And never say, neither, that ye didna do the thing, 'cep it be laid straught to your face. Let a lay lie in the dirt. Gien ye pike it up, the dirt'll stick till ye, though ye fling the lay ower the dyke at the world's end. Now, let a lay lie, as ye would the devil's tail 'at the laird's jock took off wi' the edge of his spade." "All things again me the now," sighed Malcolm. "All job ower again," returned Miss Horne, almost sarcastically. "The Deil had the worst o' 't though, and will have in the lang hainer in. Meanwhile ye maun face him. There's nae armour for the back, either in the Bible or in the Pilgrim's Progress." "What would ye hae me do then, mem?" "Do? Who said ye was to do onything? The best doing whiles is to bide still. Let ye the jaw gae o'er unjucked," without ducking. "Gin I be not to do anything, I must wish I hadna kent," said Malcolm, whose honourable nature writhed under the imputed vileness. "It's aye better to ken in what light ye stand with ither folk. It holds ye own lippin toward muckle, and so doing things or made remarks that would be misread till ye. Ye maun hold an open road, 'at the truth when it comes out may have free course. The one thing 'at spites me is 'at the verra folk 'at was the first to spread your ill report will be the first to wish ye well when the truth's kent. Aye, and they'll persuade their verra selves that they stuck up for ye like born brithers. There maun be some judgment upon lying. The worst wuss I have again any sic backbiter is that he may live to be affronted at himsel'. After that he'll be good enough company for me. Gang your ways, laddie. Say your prayers and hold up your head. Who wouldn't rather be accused of all the sins of the commandments nor be guilty of one of them?"
Malcolm did hold up his head as he walked away. Not a single person was in the street. Far below, the sea was chafing and tossing, grey-green broken into white. The horizon was formless with mist, hanging like thin wool from the heavens down to the face of the waters, against which the wind, which had shifted round considerably towards the north, and blew in quicker coming and more menacing gusts, appeared powerless. He would have gone to the sands and paced the shore till nightfall, but that he would not expose himself thus to unfriendly eyes and false judgments. He turned to the right instead, and walked along the top of the cliffs eastward. Buffeted by winds without and hurrying fancies within, he wandered on until he came near Colonsay Castle, at sight of which the desire awoke in him to look again on the scene of Lady Florimell's terror. He crossed the head of the little bay, and descended into the heart of the rock. Even there the wind blew dank and howling through all the cavernous hollows. As he approached the last chamber, out of the devil's window flew, with clanging wing, an arrow-barbed sea-gull, down to the grey-veiled tumult below, and the joy of life for a moment seized his soul. But the next, the dismay of that which is forsaken was upon him. It was not that the once lordly structure lay abandoned to the birds and the gusts, but that she would never think of the place without an instant essay at forgetfulness. He turned and reascended, feeling like a ghost that had been wandering through the forlorn chambers of an empty skull. When he rose on the bare top of the ruin, a heavy shower from the sea was beating slant against the worn walls and gaping clefts. Myriads of such rains had, with age-long inevitableness, crumbled away the strong fortress, till its threatful mass had sunk to an abject heap. Thus all-devouring death, nay, it is all-sheltering, all-restoring Mother Nature, receiving again into her mighty matrix the stuff worn out in the fashioning toil of her wasteful, greedy, and slatternly children. In her genial bosom the exhausted gathers life, the effete becomes generant, the disintegrate returns to resting and capable form. The rolling oscillating globe dips it for an aeon in growing sea, lifts it from the sinking waters of its 1,000-year bath to the furnace of the sun, remodels and remoulds, turns ashes into flowers, and divides Mephitis into diamonds and breath. The races of men shift and hover like shadows over her surface, while, as a woman dries her garment before the household flame, she turns it, by portions, now to and now from the sun-heart of fire. O joy that all the hideous lacerations and vile gatherings of refuse, which the worshippers of Mammon disfigure the earth withal, scoring the tale of their coming dismay on the visage of their mother, shall one day lie fathoms deep under the blessed ocean, to be cleansed and remade into holy because lovely forms. May the ghosts of the men who mar the earth, turning her sweet rivers into channels of filth, and her living air into irrespirable vapours and pestilences, haunt the desolations they have made, until they loathe the work of their hands, and turn from themselves with a divine repudiation. It was about half-tide, and the sea coming up, with the wind straight from the north, when Malcolm, having descended to the shore of the little bay, and scrambled out upon the rocks, bethought himself of a certain cave which he had not visited since he was a child, and climbing over the high rocks between, took shelter there from the wind. He had forgotten how beautiful it was, and stood amazed at the richness of its colour, imagining he had come upon a cave of the serpentine marble which is found on the coast. For sides and roof and rugged floor were gorgeous with bands and spots and veins of green and rusty red. A nearer inspection, however, showed that these hues were not of the rock itself, but belonged to the garden of the ocean, and when he turned to face the sea, lo, they had all but vanished. The cave shone silvery grey, with a faint moony sparkle, and out came the lovely carving of the rodent waves. All about, its sides were fretted in exquisite curves, and fantastic yet ever graceful knots and twists, as if a mass of gnarled and contorted roots, first washed of every roughness by some ethereal solvent, leaving only the soft lines of yet grotesque volutions, had been transformed into mingled silver and stone. Like a soldier crab that had found a shell to his mind, he gazed through the yawning mouth of the cavern at the turmoil of the rising tide, as it rushed straight towards him, through a low, jagged channel in the rocks. But straight with the tide came the wind, blowing right into the cave, and finding it keener than pleasant, he turned and went farther in. After a steep ascent some little way, the cavern took a sharp turn to one side, where not a breath of wind, not a glimmer of light reached, and there he sat down upon a stone, and fell a-thinking. He must face the lie out, and he must accept any mother God had given him. But with such a mother as Mrs. Stewart, and without Mr. Graham, how was he to endure the altered looks of his old friends? Faces indifferent before had grown suddenly dear to him, and opinions he would have thought valueless once had become golden in his eyes. Had he been such as to deserve their reproaches, he would doubtless have steeled himself to despise them. But his innocence bound him to the very people who judged him guilty. And there was that awful certainty slowly but steadily drawing nearer, that period of vacant anguish, in which Lady Florimel must vanish from his sight, and the splendour of his life go with her, to return no more. But not even yet did he cherish any fancy of coming nearer to her than the idea of absolute service authorized. As often as the fancy had, compelled by the lady herself, crossed the horizon of his thoughts, a repellent influence from the same source had been at hand to sweep it afar into its antenatal chaos. But his love rose ever from the earth to which the blow had hurled it, purified again, once more all devotion and no desire, careless of recognition beyond the acceptance of its offered service, and content that the be-all should be the end-all. The cave seemed the friendliest place he had yet found. Earth herself had received him into her dark bosom, where no eye could discover him, and no voice reach him but that of the ocean, as it tossed and wallowed in the palm of God's hand. He heard its roar on the rocks around him, and the air was filled with a loud noise of broken waters, while every now and then the wind rushed with a howl into the cave, as if searching for him in its crannies. The wild raving soothed him, and he felt as if he would gladly sit there, in the dark, torn with tumultuous noises, until his fate had unfolded itself. The noises thickened around him as the tide rose, but so gradually that, although at length he could not have heard his own voice, he was unaware of the magnitude to which the mighty uproar had enlarged itself. Suddenly, something smote the rock as with the hammer of Thor, and as suddenly the air around him grew stifling hot. The next moment it was again cold. He started to his feet in wonder, and sought the light. As he turned the angle, the receding back of a huge green foam-spotted wave, still almost touching the roof of the cavern, was sweeping out again into the tumult. It had filled the throat of it, and so compressed the air within by the force of its entrance, as to drive out for a moment a large portion of its latent heat. Looking then at his watch, Malcolm judged it must be about high tide. Brooding in the darkness, he had allowed the moments to lapse unheeded, and it was now impossible to leave the cavern until the tide had fallen. He returned into its penetrale, and sitting down with the patience of a fisherman, again lost himself in reverie. The darkness kept him from perceiving how the day went, and the rapidly increasing roar of the wind made the diminishing sound of the tide's retreat less noticeable. He thought afterwards that perhaps he had fallen asleep. Anyhow, when at length he looked out, the waves were gone from the rock, and the darkness was broken only by the distant gleam of their white defeat. The wind was blowing a hurricane, and even for his practised foot, it was not easy to surmount the high, abrupt spines he must cross to regain the shore. It was so dark that he could see nothing of the castle, though it was but a few yards from him, and he resolved, therefore, the path along the top of the cliffs being unsafe, to make his way across the fields, and return by the high road. The consequence was, that what with fences and ditches, the violence of the wind, and uncertainty about his direction, it was so long before he felt the hard road under his feet, that with good reason he feared the house would be closed for the night ere he reached it. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 55. The Same Night. When he came within sight of it, however, he perceived, by the hurried movement of lights, that instead of being folded in silence, the house was in unwonted commotion. As he hastened to the south door, the prince of the power of the air himself seemed to resist his entrance, so fiercely did the wind, eddying round the building, dispute every step he made towards it. And when at length he reached and opened it, a blast, rushing up the glen straight from the sea, burst wide the opposite one, and roared through the hall like a torrent. Lady Florimel, flitting across it at the moment, was almost blown down, and shrieked aloud for help. Malcolm was already at the north door, exerting all his strength to close it, when she spied him, and bounding to him with white face and dilated eyes, exclaimed, "Oh, Malcolm, what a time you have been!" "What's wrong, my lady?" cried Malcolm with respondent terror. "Don't you hear it?" she answered. "The wind is blowing the house down. There's just been a terrible fall, and every moment I hear it going. If my father were only come, we shall all be blown into the burn." "Na fear o' that, my lady," returned Malcolm. "The walls of the old carcass are most live rock, and 'll stand the worst wind that ever blew, this side of the tropics, any gait. Gien it were once to get his nose in, I wouldna say but it might tear the roof, but it winna blaw us into the burn, my lady. I'll just gang and see what's the mischief." He was moving away, but Lady Florimel stopped him. "No, no, Malcolm," she said. "It's very silly of me, I dare say, but I've been so frightened. There's such a set of geese, Mrs. Courthope and the butler, and all of them. Don't leave me, please." "I maun gang and see what's amiss, my lady," answered Malcolm. "But ye can come wi' me gin ye like. What's fallen, do ye think?" "Nobody knows. It fell with a noise like thunder, and shook the whole house." "It's far ower dark to see anything frae the outside," rejoined Malcolm. "At least afore the moon's up. It's as dark as pick. But I can soon satisfy mysel' whether the devil's in the house or no." He took a candle from the hall table, and went up the square staircase, followed by Florimel. "What way is it, my lady, 'at the house is no locked up, and ilka body in their beds?" he asked. "My father is coming home tonight. Didn't you know? But I should have thought a storm like this enough to account for people not being in bed." "It's a fearful night for him to be so far frae his. Where is he coming frae? You never speak to me now, my lady, and nobody tell't me." "He was to come from Kirkbyres tonight. Stewart took the Bay Mare to meet him yesterday." "He would never start in sic a wind. It's fit to blow the saddle off the mare's back." "He may have started before it came on to blow like this," said Lady Florimel. Malcolm liked this suggestion the less because of its probability, believing in that case he should have arrived long ago. But he took care not to increase Florimel's alarm. By this time Malcolm knew the whole of the accessible inside of the roof well, better far than anyone else about the house. From one part to another, over the whole of it, he now led Lady Florimel. In the big shadowed glimmer of his one candle, all parts of the garret seemed to him frowning with knitted brows over resentful memories, as if the phantom forms of all the past joys and self-renewing sorrows, all the sins and wrongs, all the disappointments and failures of the house had floated up, generation after generation, into that abode of helpless brooding, and there hung hovering about the fast fleeting life below, which now in its turn was ever sending up like fumes from heart and brain, to crowd the dim, dreary, larva-haunted, dream-wallowing chaos of half-obliterated thought and feeling. To Florimel it looked a dread waste, a region deserted and forgotten, mysterious with far-reaching nooks of darkness, and now awful with the wind raving and howling over slates and leads so close to them on all sides, as if a flying army of demons were tearing at the roof to get in and find covert from pursuit. At length they approached Malcolm's own quarters, where they would have to pass the very door of the wizard's chamber, to reach a short ladder-like stair that led up into the midst of naked rafters, when, coming upon a small storm window near the end of a long passage, Lady Florimel stopped and peeped out. "The moon is rising," she said, and stood looking. Malcolm glanced over her shoulder. Eastward a dim light shone up from behind the crest of a low hill. Great part of the sky was clear, but huge masses of broken cloud went sweeping across the heavens. The wind had moderated. "Aren't we somewhere near your friend the wizard?" said Lady Florimel, with a slight tremble in the tone of mockery with which she spoke. Malcolm answered as if he were not quite certain. "Isn't your own room somewhere hereabouts?" asked the girl sharply. "We'll just gang till ae ither queer place," observed Malcolm, pretending not to have heard her. "And gin the roof be all right there, I s' no bother my head mair about it till the mornin'. It's but a few steps farther, and syne a bit stair." A fit of her not unusual obstinacy had, however, seized Lady Florimel. "I won't move a step," she said, "until you have told me where the wizard's chamber is." "Hain't ye, my lady, gin you will have it," answered Malcolm, not unwilling to punish her a little. "Just at the far end of the trance there." In fact, the window in which she stood lighted the whole length of the passage from which it opened. Even as he spoke, there sounded somewhere, as it were, the slam of a heavy iron door, the echoes of which seemed to go searching into every cranny of the multitudinous garrets. Florimel gave a shriek, and laying hold of Malcolm clung to him in terror. A sympathetic tremor, set in motion by her cry, went vibrating through the fisherman's powerful frame, and, almost involuntarily, he clasped her close. With wide eyes they stood staring down the long passage, of which, by the poor light they carried, they could not see a quarter of the length. Presently they heard a soft footfall along its floor, drawing slowly nearer through the darkness, and slowly out of the darkness grew the figure of a man, huge and dim, clad in a long flowing garment, and coming straight on to where they stood. They clung yet closer together. The apparition came within 3 yards of them, and then they recognized Lord Lossy in his dressing-gown. They started asunder. Florimel flew to her father, and Malcolm stood, expecting the last stroke of his evil fortune. The Marquis looked pale, stern, and agitated. Instead of kissing his daughter on the forehead, as was his custom, he put her from him with one expanded palm, but the next moment drew her to his side. Then approaching Malcolm, he lighted at his the candle he carried, which a draught had extinguished on the way. "Go to your room, MacPhail," he said, and turned from him, his arm still round Lady Florimel. They walked away together down the long passage, vaguely visible in flickering fits. All at once their light vanished, and with it Malcolm's eyes seemed to have left him. But a merry laugh, the silvery thread in which was certainly Florimel's, reached his ears, and brought him to himself. End of chapter 55.